Hello and welcome to the Cape Winelands. It is a spectacular morning as we greet you on day 4, stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. The Paarl Monument atop the Paarl Rock, presiding over this wonderful, wonderful city, and Supernova Mountain in the distance. The Cape Winelands looking spectacular as we look ahead to a day of extraordinary mountain biking as the Absa Cape Epic continues its journey. 78 kilometers today, more on that a little bit later as these riders tackle this stage 3. It is a beautiful day and all set for some great racing. Benno Willett sits alongside me here as we look at today's racing. Benno, 3 days down in the legs, in the body. Hot day yesterday and is likely to be hotter today.
Yeah, even hotter today than yesterday, and it's going to be a very interesting stage coming up. There's a lot of single track. It's almost like a long cross-country race. After the effort from yesterday, I expect the riders to go off the line a little bit slower than they did in the previous days. Everyone is a little bit settled now in where they are, well prepared. It becomes a routine by now, but also, yes, the legs are not getting fresher getting into this stage. The time trial yesterday, huge effort from everyone. I think a lot of people underestimated how hard it actually can be.
Well, we're looking over Paarl Rock. It is a beautiful massif that sits over and presides over the town of Paarl, and that's the Paarl Monument, the language monument commemorating one of the youngest languages on the African continent. And in the distance you'll see a couple of the beautiful granite domes that preside over this incredible town. There are 3 major domes that preside over here: Paarl Rock, Britannia Rock and Gordon Rock, and they're the biggest granite outcrop in the world, and they will form the basis of the playground, that whole mountain, the base of the playground for today's route. Pretty much a lap of the mountain, one way and another, and we'll get into the details of why and how the route has been curtailed from originally 90 kilometers down to 78, and we'll get that detail a little bit later. But let's go to Max Kleur at the start as they're about to get underway.
Big day yesterday. You guys managed to do well. Are you happy with that result?
Yeah, for sure. Another top 10 on a stage that didn't suit us 100%. So yeah, quite confident, and I'm looking forward to the next 5 days of marathon racing.
Reduced to 78 kilometers today. Does that affect your strategy at all? You guys love the long, hard stuff. You love the heat. You know why it's been done, but how does that suit your strategy? Do you change anything?
I think it's still a pretty hard stage with all the trails, and like you said, it's going to be really hot, so also hot for us and hard. So I think it was a wise decision also for the amateur riders, and anyway, it's going to be a super fast and hard stage for us.
Good luck today, guys. Thank you. Quick message.
Siemens John and his partner Fabian Ravenstein are currently sit in 4th place, 7 minutes and 41 down. Those are the race leaders: Scott SRAM, MTB Racing, Nino Shirt and Filippo Colombo. Alongside Colombo in the Willia Vittoria jerseys are 2nd place Luca Braido, a 4-time Olympian, and Simon Avendetto, 4th at the Olympics last year in 44 seconds down. And in 3rd place are Bearlit Speed Company, Lucas Baum and Gail Gega, 4:32 down. So work to do for the men who will remember these areas, not these trails, but this area quite well, as they stormed to victory not far from here at Val de Vie some 4 years ago. And they're about to get underway. There's the gun, away they go. An earlier start on stage 3 of this 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic as the elite men charge away from the start on Fairview and the Spice Route. This is our home for the next couple of days. The yellow jerseys will only have 44 seconds in hand. Nino Shirt and Filippo Colombo over Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, and already we get an idea of what it's going to be like out there. This is your daily dose of heat, dust, drama, dreams. It's all going to be happening here. How do you see it unfolding today, Benno?
Yeah, as you can see, the routes are super dry. It's dusty, like they're just leaving the field here now, and if you're on the back, like even a corner like this can throw you off because your vision is not there. The sun is not even out yet, about to come out, and it's so dusty you can't see anything when you ride in that part. So positioning yourself far at the front is definitely A key thing to do today, there's a 7-kilometer climb right away from the beginning. So you go up there, and from there onwards, it's about 10, even more kilometers of single track. So the positioning, again, like you want to be at the front. You don't want to be held up in any of the crashes or even getting into the single track too far, separated from each other. So positioning right away from the beginning is key. Once you're in the single track, then you can kind of like control the pace.
Yeah, talking about the pace, they've had 2 hard days yesterday in the heat, that first ever time trial, point-to-point time trial in the Absa Cape Epic. Do you think that maybe because of the gnarliness of today's stage, and we're in the middle of the, just about heading to the middle of the race, it's going to be a little bit off the pace today?
Yeah, I do think that as soon as they get into the single tracks, they will control the pace quite a bit. It's not going to be as much, as fast as it was yesterday. Yesterday was brutal. Like, speaking to the athletes after the TT, everyone said they underestimated how hard it can be, how hard, and all the time. Like, there was no resting. You know, TT like that, when the profile is kind of flat all the time, but with a few peaks, and it was sandy, it was windy. I think yesterday cost a lot of energy for most of the teams. So this morning, sorting out the pace at the front, the positioning, but I do see the pace going down a little bit, and maybe the group is going to stay together for probably, yeah, King of the Mountain. That's also coming up, but like 23 kilometers today. Another sprint in there, but the average speed is definitely, and the group most likely staying together for a good while.
Yeah, they're heading up already, just a gentle climb, but yeah, they get the idea that the pace is, they're happy just to tempo it for the time being. One of the day's prominent gainers yesterday was that man in the Belgian champion's jersey and his partner, the Czechia champion. They had a great day out there. Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, they won the stage, the time trial. Buff Megamo moved themselves up. Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson also had a good day, bearing in mind that they've had their troubles throughout. They're 9 minutes down at the moment in 5th place, but Beers and Keegan Swenson, well, they like to build on that performance yesterday. There's still perhaps some question marks about Swenson at the moment, but he will be hoping, Beers, that Swenson is going to be right on his game today. Lucas Baum also, he went really strong yesterday. Georg Egger was the man who lost ground as those climbs started to bite towards the end of the stage yesterday. So plenty of scenarios to play out here amongst these teams. One thing we do know is that Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter in those yellow Civita leaders jerseys are looking very, very impressive so far, as are Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto of Willia Vittoria. Those are the 2 teams at the top of the pile. And they have those top 2 teams almost 4 minutes over the 3rd place team. So if you want to make gains of the teams below 2nd place, you're going to have to make a serious bite into that the lead of the Scott Stram and Willia teams. Up the path, up the paved path for the time being. That's about as smooth as it'll get today, because it's going to be rough and gnarly all the way around. Let's go to Max at the start once again.
Okay, Buff Megamo, what a stage win yesterday. You still thinking about it?
It was super nice, and it gives me a lot more confidence now, and I hope this will be the start of our journey now. A bit late, but not too late, I hope. So let's try again today.
A call from the race organizers to shorten the route today down to 78 kilometers. It's also about 400 meters less climbing. Is that good or bad for you and Wout as a team?
I mean, less time you spend in this super hot condition is better for our bodies. On the other hand, I think we could survive it, but I understand that for all the amateur riders it's super hard and maybe also a bit dangerous, so I can accept that, yeah.
Woke up this morning, I don't know about you, but I certainly felt a bit of a warm wind coming, and we know when there's a warm wind, it's going to be a hot day.
Yeah, I tried yesterday to get as cool as possible and to start the day a bit more fresh again. So yeah, luckily we'll be in the finish quite soon, so I think it will be not that bad.
Filippo, a good day yesterday, a strong stage. Happy with the result, and obviously talk quickly about the change in the distance for you today. How does that affect your strategy?
Yeah, yesterday for sure we end up in a super solid day. We are happy about, and yeah, today I don't know, to be honest. If you have good leg, maybe it's a pity, but yeah, for sure for all the amateurs in the back, riding around with 40 plus degrees is not the best. So yeah, we could understand the decision.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Quick message to the local community in Paarl to get out onto the trails and come support you.
Yeah, definitely. They must get out there. Paarl Monument, top of Paarl Monument. Yeah, I think this Paarl Mountain also makes spectating quite easy. So yeah, we'll see everyone out there, and hopefully everyone gets out and bunk school and then come support us.
Hulle weet nie wat. Yeah, Tristan Norkia, local man. So 78 kilometers as opposed to 90, and they've taken sections of the route director Enrico Berger, little pockets of trail around the network to make it a little bit shorter. Just to contextualize why they've done it. Yesterday temperatures reached sort of 38, 39, 40 degrees. It's similar expected today. The last group starts at 8 o'clock. They're expected to ride 6, 7, 8 hours. It's going to be bakingly hot there. Just a word here, Jaden Turlo going hard up the mountain. In fact, Michael Foster, beg your pardon, Piger Eurosteel. But so that is why that decision was taken.
Yeah, it was mainly for the safety of all the amateur riders in the back as well. Of course, the pro guys, they maybe could have done the entire stage. They home before 11 o'clock. It's going to be 4 hours for them, plus minus today. But if you start an hour later than the pros, and it takes you the double amount of time to finish the stage, it gets hot out there. And it's huge respect to the organizers to think about all those kind of things. We had safety briefings yesterday evening for the amateurs as well, making sure that you also see the signs of someone getting too hot, your partner getting too hot, some tips and tricks how to spot those kind of things. The safety is the most important thing out of all. Like you have to make sure that the stage and everything is not just for the pros, also for the amateurs. And therefore they made a great decision, shorten it by 12 kilometers, making the start 15 minutes earlier than it was on the schedule before. Makes a huge difference, even if it's just 15 minutes. And yeah, they also changing the course here in this area. It is easy enough because the trail network that you have, it's incredible. You have hundreds of kilometers of trails, and if you have to take out little pieces here and there, it is easily possible. They did not have to change the water point, the structure at least at all, so the water points are in the same position as they were before, but they cut out little pieces in between to get to the water points a little bit quicker. So huge respect for the course designers, for the organization to think about all those kind of things. And yeah, it's going to be a spectacular stage again.
Rod Alleman looks as though he's got some legs here. Peter de Toy is just behind him. It's his partner, Michael Foster, that's gone up the road there. You touched on the trail network here, and it's been an extraordinary project. Darren and Yolandi Herbst moved from Gauteng in Johannesburg area, Pretoria area, down here in 2016, and made it their project to create an adventure destination around Paarl Mountain, Paarlberg, and they certainly have gone about that in the most extraordinary way. It built Paarl Trails and the Legacy Hero Legacy project with the landowners. They've built up incredible relationships between the landowners and allowing riders to explore these wonderful trails. And they'll get to ride a lot of those today and tomorrow, pretty much most of them. We turn our attention now to the Aramex UCI women's category, and on the start line they are ready to roll. This is as early as probably some of these European riders have ever started a stage race at 5 to 7 in the morning, quarter to 7 for the elite men, but that is because it is going to get so hot here. So yes, the elite athletes, as they sent the women away, the Aramex women are away. 9 minutes and 22 seconds is the Toyota Specialized lead over Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarda. But Annika Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viafan made it 3 stage wins in a row in the time trial yesterday as they made their way from Mirandal here to Paarl, and another dominant performance by them. Cannondale ISB Sport were gainers yesterday. Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas finished second yesterday, and they moved up to third on the general classification. The day's big losers, Buff Megamo, Rosa van Doorn and Inene Wust, they dropped down to fifth, and moving into fourth, the top South African pair, Bianca Horn, Hayley Preen of Titan Racing, Essie Honeycomb. Up the climb, a look over his shoulder from David Serrano, Valero Serrano, to see where Tiago Ferreira, his partner, is. They had a good day yesterday as well, but my word, doesn't Bart Alleman look on the game today?
Yeah, the win from yesterday definitely gave them wings. You could see they were a bit disappointed how the Cape Epic started for them, but now they know that they have what it takes. The longer stages are to come. We're not even halfway through, right? There's so much to come, and the one thing you cannot drop is your motivation to get on the start, to give everything you got every single day, and that's how you actually win the Cape Epic. If you're a little bit behind in time, like as long as you have 1 or 2 or 3 more stages to go, anything is possible. And each of those riders, especially the ones that have been here before, a team like theirs, they know what it takes to win a Cape Epic. They are still very confident, and again, we're going to see some changes in the GC today. Some of the other teams that have not been seen in the camera yet, they're right there at the front.
Yeah.
So there's a huge dynamic every single day. Everyone has like some sort of game plan, but it's changing all the time depending on how your day went
The previous
before
day.
the previous day, and then also like the areas, the locals here, you know, a lot of them know the trails inside out, and they're gonna take advantage of that too.
Absolutely. Today's stage is dubbed Champagne Supernova, and well, there will be a few oases along the way for them to dip into those water points. JDK Grapes and Reebok's Kloof. There's a great spectator point at Ridgeback Wines as well. It's a really, really fantastic day to come out and watch the riders today and tomorrow. Close to the city of Paarl, Wellington's round the corner, so really, really cool to get out on the trails. Now, these are our elite UC Aramex women out on the trail. Let's hear what they had to say before the start at the start line.
Early start today, 15 minutes early for all the right reasons. Your view on the change of the distance?
Yeah, I think with the heat it's fine for the body to have a bit shorter stage.
How are you guys feeling? Obviously yesterday a brand new experience for both of you, never having done a time trial of that distance before, and 3 very different stages in the last 3 days. Now we go into your world, which is the cross-country marathon.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward also for the trails, and they say it's amazing to ride here the trails, so really looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Nina, we see working the rollers hard this morning. That means you're expecting a fast start.
Yeah, I need a bit to warm up and to wake up my body to get into the race mode.
A distance today of 78 kilometers, 12 kilometers shorter than expected. How does that affect your racing strategy, if at all, for yourself and Rossa?
I think today it's shortened because of the heat, and this is really crucial today. So let's see what the other are doing in the start, but the thing is that don't overheat today, because otherwise it's long.
Everybody said that the racing really starts on stage 3. How are you guys feeling? Is that where your heads are at?
Yeah, let's now we feel if it's true what everybody is saying.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Alexis, what is the song for today?
You know what? We're still waiting for our song to play, so our song, I think, is the song of the day.
You're going to keep it there until they give
Until
you
they
song.
play it. That's right.
Alexis, 3 very different days over the past 3 days. Today we go into the world of the cross-country marathon racer. 78 Ks today, shortened, affecting your strategy in any way or form? How are you guys feeling about it?
Yeah, I think we're feeling pretty good about it. We're not too afraid of the heat today. We're just going to play it how we feel and see how it goes. It's a long distance between the last speed zone to the finish, and so it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out with water and the heat.
We see a lot of the elite men on the rollers this morning. Are they expecting a fast start? Are you expecting the same?
Well, I don't know about a fast start, but it goes straight up that hill, and so we do need to be warmed up and ready to go, to be ready to punch up the climb.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Sophia, I see you got some dogs in the ears. There might be Ridgebacks. You're going to Ridgeback today, which is one of the most beautiful wine farms in the region. How are you guys feeling with the shortened distance?
Oh, we're very excited that it got shortened. I think it was the right call, not only for us, but all the amateurs that start behind us. Yeah, really looking forward to the day. I think it's gonna be good fun.
Good luck.
The views, thoughts, and hopes and dreams of the elite Aramex elite women as the men are into the trails already here.
Wow. Like how you ride in a bunch when you have pretty much like all you can see is the wheel in front of you. You don't see any ruts, nothing. Like this is going to be very interesting stage today. Yeah, it almost looks like fog. Yeah, you almost need like a brake light to keep it safe. Yeah. But this is going to be, yeah, pretty much the whole day the same way. the trails at the moment are just very, very dry. It hasn't rained for the last couple of weeks, month almost. Yeah, staying together is key, because on the single track the gaps can get spread out quite quickly. And yeah, hats off to those guys.
Yeah, just caught a glimpse of Lucas Baum at the tail end of that bunch there. That's not a good sign for Bear Elliott Speed Company. Yeah, as Benno alluded to, on the trails here, you can get caught behind and find yourself a long way back from the business end of the race, and you don't want to be there for too long. And hence you saw Wout Alleman getting to the front. Peter de Toy and his partner Michael Foster know a thing or two about these areas. Michael Foster in fact won a cross-country national title here last year on trails here. Peter de Toy lives down here, so they said let's get to the front, let's be where we need to be, because otherwise we could get caught behind here. And who knows what might happen behind there, but we're in front.
Yeah, that's the thing. Staying together with your partner as far forward as you can, and that's also why they went onto the rollers, making sure their legs are warm, because there was definitely some fighting going into the single track, some positioning to stay together, because if your partner is not nearby, like you can't even, you don't know if he's right there, is in the group, if someone has a crash. And again, like, you need to stick within the 2 minutes separation time that you have between the riders. So there's also no communication. Like when it is like this, you don't know. You just hope that your partner is right there in the back. Once the road gets a little bit wider, you're going to look over these shoulders. You're not going to go hard until you find your partner again. As soon as you get that vision on your partner, you're going to start pushing the hammer down again, and you know, okay, everything fine, we got through safe, and we can keep on pushing.
Heavily loaded with single track today, so hydration and nutrition, I mean, it's always important, but it becomes that much more important and quite tricky and difficult, because once you're in the single tracks, yeah, you've got to be on your game every opportunity you get on a flat little section to fuel up.
Yeah, and in the dust, again, like when you breathe all that dust, you need to make sure that you clean it out. Like the first sip, you're probably just going to rinse your mouth, spit it out, and then you start drinking, because you also don't want to get any of that stuff too far into your stomach. It can upset your stomach as well, and they know that. So you need a lot of water. Make sure that also at the water points you get what you need. The first water point, it's going to be super tricky because it's on a bit of a slope, meaning that the riders are coming flying by, but they all know how important it will be to get your bottle, so they need to slow down a little bit, make sure they're in contact, eye contact with their staff members that are there handing out bottles for them. And the pros today, they have 2 of them, so not all 3 feed zones are handouts for the pro athletes, so it's only water point 1 and water point 2. And then on the third one, most likely if they can pick up a bottle there, yes, otherwise they're just going to fly through.
Now, we are sitting on board with Stefan Sam here, and this is the leading team here. This is Paiga Eurosteel 2, Peter de Toy and Jaden Turlo. We saw Turlo zoot up that climb early on. De Toy wasn't far behind them. They've got a break, they've got a way, and that's a nice little move for them, it looks like. There's a couple of riders, in fact, ahead of them there, so they're not on their own. But this is really, really technical stuff. It's going to be like a long-distance cross-country race, cross-country marathon if you like, but with heavily loaded with these beautiful trails that have been crafted out of the mountain slopes of Paarl Mountain, a nature reserve, close on 2,000 hectares of fynbos forest and land here that is being explored. And again, the Paarl Trails Hero Legacy Project really have done an amazing job here. Wout Alleman in there. You see the trail winding all over the forest here. You're not entirely sure of who's actually in the lead here and who's where the front of the race is from above as we pick out the riders through the gaps in the trees.
Yeah, the national champ jerseys or the leader jerseys are always easy to spot, even in kind of those sections here. But look at this. This looks like a highway going into LA in the morning, traffic, whatever. It looks spectacular, seeing like the crossing and the athletes here in the forest. It's probably also one of the only sections where you have a bit of shade during the day. A lot of the trails are going to be up on the top of the mountain. There's like the concourse that go along, and you have very little shade there. And we also know here in Paarl that the heat is not coming, or not just coming from the top, it's also from the bottom. That the rock doesn't cool down throughout the night, so the temperatures are always, and that's also the reason why it stays so warm, why it is hotter on the top of the mountain than it actually is at the bottom. The elevation, we started at 150 meters today, above sea level, and the highest point will be 608 meters. Also interesting, as you sometimes underestimate the level where you start, so the Cape, everything starts pretty much on sea level. But yeah, it's quite a bit of climbing, and it's always up and down. There's not many flat sections in this stage.
Yeah, the slopes of the mountain on the Paarl side and the southwestern side used, and in fact all the way around it, to produce world-class wines and table grapes. And they love the heat here, and the cool breeze on the western slopes for those wonderful quality wines. We'll get round there in a while. Reebokskloof and Ridgeback, and all the way back around to Spice Route and Fairview. But just look at that trail network. Quite extraordinary what has been done here over the years to build this amazing maze of trails. They've hosted the National Marathon Championships here a couple of years ago. Matt Beers won that, and he dominated the major climb of the day to break the back of that race and take the win. And also cross-country racing at Spice Route, and they went through there yesterday. They'll touch on it today as well, part of the course there, to just get a feel of more of those technical single tracks. So this is the lead group. Little bit of a gap up front there. Yeah, I think it is still Bart Alleman was up there. Is that still Michael Foster up at the front as they go around the switchback there, the yellow jerseys?
Yep.
And there is Bart Alleman, so he's in there. Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson look as though they're there. That is indeed Jaden Turler, and I think he has lost, I mean, not lost his partner, but his partner, Peter du Toit, is further back, further at the near the Taylor's group. So he's just rolling through.
He's just rolling through. Not sure if he knows where his partner is, but those guys are still battling for the African jersey. So it's a good way to get some coverage as well. You get your face and your team and everyone into the coverage, right? So you get off the gun and then you are right there. You leave it a little bit to your second rider to kind of like make up. The gaps are quite, I think, we haven't seen him coming through yet. So
no, I think he's quite far back.
He's quite a bit behind, yeah.
They started the day 50 minutes behind the overall leaders here, and quite a long way back in the African jerseys as well. But yeah, a chance to just put your names in lights there. In fact, I think that might be Peter.
That is him, yeah.
Yeah, right at the back of this this group. So not the ideal scenario for Paiga Eurostil at the moment, because Jaden Turlo right at the sharp end and Peter du Toit's got caught at the back. Exactly what we were suggesting in these single track laden trails early on. You can get separated here.
Perfect marketing. The one is at the front, the one is at the back, right behind
part of the plan.
E-bike. Maybe that's the part of the plan. You never know. Like, no, I must say, yeah, you need to know where your partner is, because if he now has some mechanical, like, it's going to be hard to know about that. And yeah, the 2 minutes, they go by quickly, especially on those climbs.
Well, this is the business end. The yellow jerseys in here, Wout Alleman, the red jerseys of Mark Hubert and Tristan Norkier. The Oliver brothers are in there, the New Zealanders. Nice to see them in there. Clementizia Aubert are in there as well. Both teams there, quite nicely positioned. A little bit of a gap further back. So, yeah, yellow jerseys.
You can see most of the teams, they do stick together. They have their partner, yeah, close by. It's definitely, yeah, easier that way than not knowing where your partner sits.
Willia Vittoria. Then Wout Alleman, his partner is about 4 riders back. Martin Stosek. The red jerseys between them. And then those two, Clementizia, that's Serrano, Valerio Serrano in amongst the Clementizia Obeya man. He's rolling back a little because his partner, Thiago Ferreira, has lost a little bit of touch with him.
Yep.
Wow, climbing, climbing, climbing. In a flash, they've gained plenty of altitude as they make their way towards the top of Paarl Mountain. Originally called Pielberg, the original man who named it years ago. saw those incredible granite rocks after a rainstorm, and they look like pearls glistening on the mountaintop. So hence its name, Paarl Mountain, Paarl Berg, and of course Paarl Town dates back to 1667 and is the heart of the Drakenstein municipality here. This is the heart of the women's race, and we have got Alexis Skada, as well as Sophia Gomez-Viervan, Annika Langville, as well as Vera Losse, and Samara Shepherd and Marga Moschetti. So they had a tough day yesterday, Moschetti particularly, and they're looking to regain some ground in this women's race here. They're not totally out of it. No one is in the race when you're only 4 days into an 8-day mountain bike stage race like this, but they will want to have a better day today.
Yeah, also Buff Megamo didn't have the best day yesterday, but or at least the women's team. They were suffering quite a bit. Maybe the TT wasn't what they were expecting, or it was just a tough day. But then the men's team won, and that's so good for the dynamic. The dynamic in the team also, if you have female and male within the team, you feed from each other, right? Like the day before, the good result of the woman maybe inspired the man, and the opposite way around. So yeah, it's always nice to share those kind of like days with the female riders as well. And you can also see the pace in the females field is a little bit lower. They're more together. Yeah, but Toyota Specialized did not get off the gun and just dropped everybody. So today they're most likely going to stay together for a bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, never mind how strong and how fit and how where you are in the GC, everyone is feeling pain 4 days into the Absa Cape Epic, and managing your efforts is key. Little bit of a move here has gone up the road. So who's
I
this
think
here?
He's waiting now for his
partner.
partner.
Turlo has dropped back. Yeah, he's
Yes,
going to
he
wait
did,
for his partner. Yeah.
Must have.
The plan was to perhaps go both up the road, and it hasn't happened. And in fact, that might be Phil Bates. But here, waiting. So not a great scenario for Paiga Eurosteel. Take a drink, use the opportunity to fuel up. Well,
Maybe someone told him that his partner is nowhere in the group. Yeah, if you ride and you can't see him, and there is a bit of switchbacks where you can glimpse back and see if you can find your partner again, but at some stage you do need to wait. Like the last you want is that time penalty, because that's going to just throw you off the podium completely.
Oh, wonderful. It is the people's race. And look, the people have come out, Paarl, very early morning. Nice of them to do that, to watch the world's finest riders here at the Absa Cape Epic on stage 3. And they are now flying down the trails. Well, the man in that helicopter up there is Luat Goosen, the pilot, and Mark Leroux, the cameraman, and Andrew George and Barrett de Kock filming them. And that is what it looks like on the splits early on. Scottstram MTB 2 seconds, Imbuko 5, Buff Megamo 6 seconds down, all pretty much together. As I said, the Maito Q New Zealand cycling project, the Oliver brothers, down 40 seconds down, but all pretty much together. You would expect little gaps on the single track going up.
Yeah. Interesting to see that Matt Pierce and Keegan were not in the top 10 here. I wonder what they are. Were they at the start? Must be just behind.
So now we are with our women's leaders, tucked in this wonderful nature reserve, the Paarlberg, 2,000 hectares of wonderful natural vegetation. And it's a wonderful place to ride your bikes, as I said, to hike and to explore. You can drive up that, what they call the Taal Monument, the monument that is at the top of, well, not quite at the top of the mountain. You can get up there by car and then hike and explore from there. There's a drama now. That is a real drama. Annika Langville has gone down. She's back on her bike now, but the race leaders have concerns here. That is a serious issue. Dry and dusty, soft sand. She's getting back on the bike. Sophia Gomez-Viervan is going to have to wait for her.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see, like, if you push a little bit too much on the front wheel in those dusty conditions, you want to carry your momentum and the speed. But then if you push it slightly too much, if there's
So Sophia Gomez-Viervan looking back to see where her partner is. There she comes. Annika Langveld is back on her bike and with her partner now. And the others are right behind her. So that is a perfect illustration of how risky it can be here. Bianca Hall and her partner Hayley Preen go around the African jersey leaders.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. Like, it's so quick to lose control of the bike in those conditions, and the vision is not there. It's hard to talk. Like, no one is gonna let you know that your partner is down, because that's just another race strategy. So glad that they found each other. It was like a little bit of a slide out. Nothing happened. Nothing you could see, at least. So as long as the bike is fine, they will just reset and find their rhythm again.
Yeah, nothing high speed about that off there, so no apparent damage at this stage as they're back together in harness. And the Aramex women's leaders, Sophia Gomez-Viervan and Annika Langveld, looking down, and that is perhaps the only area can see. She seems to be okay. Is there damage to the bike?
That's the thing. Like, if you slide out, anything can happen. You knock your derailleur, chain ring at the front. You get back on the bike, you quickly shift, miss-shift. Anything can happen. So yeah, looking after the equipment is key. But it seems all fine. They're riding together again. Looked like the Italian champion now also was sitting there next to the trail, waiting for her partner.
Yeah, Claudia Peretti just pulling over there. She's with Katarzyna Sosna, just waiting for her. Sosna was an absolute powerhouse on the time trial yesterday, just dragging Peretti to the finish, and they had a really good day, finished in 4th place on their time trial. So keep an eye on the race. You cannot take your eyes off it, because at any moment there could be an incident and a drama that can influence the race, tucked in those trees and in the forest here. We know this is not Stefan Sam, I think, here. This is Jesse Nixon, who's riding with the Bulls Media e-bike, following the back end of that elite Aramex women's race down the trails. And yeah, trail heavy today, so you have to have your wits about you. And remember that the last batches of 17 start batches go off at 8:05 this morning, and temperature rising all the time. We arrived here a couple of hours ago. It was already 22 degrees. Contextualize that for our listeners around the world. I mean, that's a maximum temperature in some parts of the world in midsummer. This is early morning here, and it is going to be double that. It's anticipated later on today. So a brutally hot day. An Absa Cape Epic without a very, very hot day or a rainy day is not an Absa Cape Epic. It's part of what you sign up for.
For some reason, they also have the weather conditions changing accordingly to the stage. If there's an easy stage, then let's throw in a little bit more of heat or even rain. We have some rain coming up towards the end of the week, so it seems like even the weather plays along with the hardest race of in the world. So let's make it even harder and put some extreme weather conditions with it, right? So they even got that under control.
Well, the various trails, and there are so many that they'll be exploring around the mountain here. The Advocate Trail, one of the early single tracks named after a landowner. Yeah, oopsie, there's a trouble here, mechanical for Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd have stopped. And Shepherd, oh dear, this does not look good.
It's a crash.
Yeah, she's gone down. And that does not look good for the New Zealander. Samara Shepherd and Margot Moschetti are in distress here. Jesse Nixon is with us here. Jesse, any idea what might have happened there?
I actually think it might be like she looks in a lot of pain. I think the medics are going to have to come check her out.
Well, Samara Shepherd and Margot Moschetti I mean, you weren't sure where it happened. She might have just moved up to get off the trail here. And that is a very distressing sign for the E-Fort and ChemChamp team.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. It looks like she had something on her right-hand arm. Must have slid away, maybe hit the roots that were there in the corner. You don't know, but when the rider doesn't get up immediately and checks the bike first, it's never a good sign. It's never a good sign. I hope she's okay. Luckily, there was some people there getting the medics out immediately, getting support.
Now the men on the open roads for a little while on the contours and hammering it along the front. Guess who? It is Georg Egger has put himself out there again. Well, they know nothing else. Just get on the front and hammer it along. You stay out of trouble up at the front there, but it might buy you some trouble later in the day if you burn too much energy going so hard so early. But again, just reflecting back on that unfortunate accident for Samara Shepherd, that is again how quickly it can happen on these trails. They're loose, they're dusty, and there's so many riders around. You've got to be really on your game, and even when you are on their game, and these are the best riders in the world, these things can happen, as we've seen. Two of the top riders already going down in that women's race. So they've slowed it a little bit on the climb now.
Yeah, it's incredible to see this a mountain bike race and the bunch that they in. It's top key athletes. Yeah, they all know that the next single track is coming up, and then the ones that were behind earlier, they probably tired of eating all the dust from the ones in the front. So they're gonna position themselves a little bit better, or try at least to position themselves a little bit better. So that's also, yeah, it seems slow here on the camera right now, but those guys are moving. It's a slight uphill, and the next single track is coming up. So, yeah.
National champion of Portugal right at the back here, Ferreira. There is Wessel Botha, South Africa's national champion. Then the European champion, Lucas Baum, in that blue jersey. We've got the Italian champion, Fabian Ravensteiner, over there, and it's starting to get a little bit heated at the front as the Belgian national champion takes it out at pace with Georg Egger on his wheel, and the Czech champion just behind them. They're all over the place, the national champions. One team that we cannot see here is Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson.
Yeah, couldn't spot them here on the screen now. So, yeah, there must have been something that they're not within this group, because maybe a mechanical, maybe, yeah, weird to see that they're not within this group, because there's pretty much a top 10, 20, I would say, they're all in there.
Well, yesterday's stage winners, clearly emboldened with the form they showed yesterday, is they're putting the hammer down here. Af Megamo, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek making it hard on the climbs and trying to shred this group.
Yeah, Wout needs to be careful of his partner. He did not seem super fresh, or he was digging deep yesterday. Of course, now super motivated after the stage win yesterday, but yeah, you have to have that conversation with your partner, and again, like, for those top athletes to admit that they may be a little bit less strong than the partner is always like a bit of an ego. You have to come over your ego and say, hey, listen, yesterday was great, but I actually suffer a little bit today, so don't sprint away from me, please stay together. You have to have those conversations, because it doesn't help if one of them is super motivated and the other one is struggling, and you put them in the hurt box for too long.
Yeah, there's a point made very clearly yesterday, and interestingly from Ariane Luti talking about that difficulty of it. You know, it takes some courage, and you've got to have those honest conversations. I'm not quite up there, so just back off. It is hard to get that all right, but the very best teams in the business do that. So. And that's why they succeed. We're seeing various riders. We saw Andreas Seerwald roll back a little bit, looking for his partner. Jakob Hartmann. Look at the Klimatizia Orbea men all together there. As we flick through here, the red jerseys there, yellow jerseys there, or one of the red jerseys anyway. Fabian Ravensteiner and Simon Stiebjan are looking very good. Stiebjan in the orange and black, Ravenstein in the Italian champions jersey. And this is the lead pair. Baf Megamo, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek are throwing it down here. Alleman and Becking were a dominant pair a couple of years ago. Becking not riding this year, handing his seat to Stosek, not because he wanted to, but he just felt he wasn't in the condition to do justice to trying to win the Absa Cape Epic. Well, Alleman and Stosek are hammering it along here. Alleman is clearly in very, very good shape.
Yeah, Fabian and Simon, they're having a very good race so far. I mean, just knowing your partner the night before and then doing so well, they definitely, yeah, sorted out the communication between the two of them. Very impressed the way they ride, where they position themselves, and so far I think they're fourth in the GC, if I'm not wrong.
They are indeed. They are 7 minutes and 41 down, barking on the heels of our Bearlet Speed Company in third place. Interesting, I mean, you talk about these combinations who've been mixed up, but in fact, in truth, so many of these riders have ridden with other riders within this group as a team. Alleman and Becking, obviously, Schurter, and last year he was riding with Sebastian Finney, but Ravensteiner, long-time partner of Samueli Poro. Andreas Sirwald rode with Mark Stutzman, who's now riding with Samueli Poro. Simon Stiebjan and Jakob Hartmann rode together last year. Hartmann now riding with Sirwald. Stosek rode with Peter Vakoch last year. And further down, Mark Hubert and Wessel Boerter rode together last year. Pritsen and Nokia this year. They've switched partners. Boerter's riding with Pritsen this year. Nokia riding with Hubert. And they are on the front now in that chase. The red jerseys. It is familiar territory for them. The Buko Chemchamp team, Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia, didn't have a great stage one, but recovered quite nicely yesterday. And the Buff Megamo attack has been reined in.
Yeah, I guess the next single track is not too far away. The locals will know about that. They know the route inside out, and yeah, also I guess they have a lot of support people at the steeper climbs coming up. That's also something that gives the local riders a bit more of a boost, I would call it, going up there. And yeah, you can see the speed is super high. It is slightly going down. They can't be too far from the first water point anymore.
The ravages of summer, the issue here in the Western Cape, and the high heat often fires spark up, and as we've seen here, it was nicely contained just before it crossed the road here. But that is Paarl Town down below, and the wonderful Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gymnasium are two of the wonderful schools that produce great young men and women through the South African education system. As the dust just it sits. In fact, there's not much wind here.
There's
so
not much wind. There's no wind
going anywhere.
Yeah, and they're doing like 40-50 k's an hour down the hill. I think that's now that could be Matt Beerson.
I think
it's hard to
this
see.
Looks as though it could be the women.
Oh, that's a woman, yes.
It is the Aramex women's race, and so a little bit of change. That's Alexa Skarder and Vera Lossa up front. And as a result of that little off that Annika Langfell had, they're a little bit off the pace here. Skarder and Lossa have taken the opportunity to just move a little bit ahead of the erstwhile leaders. Well, there he is, Barrett de Kock and Andrew George, giving you those images of the Aramex women's race, and keeping them right on point. Fantastic. Andrew on his first big journey on the Absa Cape Epic. He was here last year flying, but not following the race. This year he's doing a grand job. Fantastic work. Not much between these two. Here they come. The race leaders, Toyota Specialized. If you've just joined us, they had a slight fall earlier on. Annika Langfell went down in the single track. Nothing too serious. Back on the bike quickly enough, but riders came through. It was quite congested, and other teams came through. One of them principally is that one up ahead, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skarder. And they don't need to get too excited here, as they will exit and drop onto the road just below the Taal Monument, which is to the left-hand side here, the big monument that is a major feature on Paarl Rock. Onto the tar road now. This is the entrance to downhill trail as well here they've used for the South African Championships over the years. And that gives you an illustration of the severity of the gradients here. Back with the men's race. And Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert of Buko Chemchamp. As I said, these are their home trails. And just getting out of the way. This group is thinning out a little bit. That climb did the job. But as we've observed, the one glaring omission here is the outright Toyota Songop team, and that is a concern for Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson followers. The defending champion starting the day over 7 minutes down. You might think that's a lot, but 2 years ago, he and Chris Blevins were after stage 1 just under 8 minutes down, and after stage 2, 7:44 down. They went on to win that race. So all is not lost, as we know, in an Absa Cape Epic. The general classification could turn around very, very quickly, or slowly as the week progresses, if you like. Even going around these corners, just a degree of caution. It's loose and dusty. Take it a little bit off the heat and get round safely.
Yeah, they reached the first water point at 19 kilometers very soon now. Looking at the live tracking, yeah, Matt Beers and Keegan are still in there. They are moving, so that's the good news. We haven't seen them in the camera just yet, but they are within that bunch. Okay. A little bit behind, but yeah, they're still moving forward, and they are just a little bit behind.
Well, this is extraordinary. They're going through a wonderful table grape orchard, vineyard at least. Fantastic on JDK grapes. It goes back to 1916, over 100 years old. A fourth generation farmer, J.D. Kirsten, and his sons Altus and Noel are running this wonderful table grape farm and exporting to the world. So they're allowing the riders to come through, and that is the water point down there where they're heading through now. And I'll look across the wonderful vineyards, lots of table grapes and of course wines as well. First water point at JDK Grapes, through they go. So there is Stipjan and Rabensteiner, William Vittori here. Yellow jerseys are there. The Oliver brothers are there. The red jerseys are there. There's Klimatizia Orbea in there as well. Pritzen is there as they fly through. Toyota Specialized are in there. There's Ferreira, Lucas Baum, Andreas Servolt, and David Valero.
Yeah.
Look at the women's race. So they're all together now. The first two teams on general classification. Vera Lossa, Alexis Skarder on the front here, the American champion, and on her wheel, the Namibian champion. And Vera Lossa, who won the Marathon Mountain Bike World Series last year, the overall title, and on her wheel, the returning Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez Viafan. As they are now on that same road that the men just turned off now. They'll skirt around the lower slopes on this contour road on the Paarl Mountain. But they've established a reasonable lead. Now here are Matt Beers and his partner Keegan Swenson. They are a little bit off the pace, that's for sure. Underneath the ceiling of table grapes, and they will go through the water point. So almost catching a glimpse of them in the distance there, coming through. Tough days for the defending champion here, managing he and Keegan Swenson's efforts. They've still got 4 days to go, and as I said, De Beers knows only too well that the legs kick in, things go your way, the dice rolls the right way, you can come back in this race.
You can, but you also, yeah, you need to realize that you want to make up time from here onwards. Like losing a little bit every day, it's not ideal. Like you want that glimpse that, okay, well, maybe the first 2-3 stages didn't go that well, but now we're right at the front, we're feeling good, we're making time. Yeah, seeing them a little bit farther down the road, Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them to find their legs and really get some time back from the others and move forward in the ranking.
Well, Anneke Langeveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan now just going to sit on the wheels of Vera Lossa and her partner, Alexis Skada. Well, Skada and Gomez-Viefan race against each other for the rest of the year in the United States on the gravel series there. Wouldn't be surprised if Anneke Langeveld pitches up there as well for 1 or 2 races.
Yeah,
and,
that could be.
That'll certainly light it up. And Vera Loss has done so as well. She did a couple of races last year.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting to see Anneke racing those gravel events in the US as well. Gives you a good indication of like how the level is within those events. She has done a couple of European gravel events, but she hasn't done any or too many in the US just yet. And yeah, would also be nice to see who's the stronger of the two, right?
Yeah.
Like here you have to stick together, you have to race together. Sophia is dominating over there in the US. So giving, seeing the stronger of the two would also be interesting.
They've opened the gap on the rest of the women in the Aramex Elite Women's category. Have this quartet of riders. And this is that group a little bit further back. The prominent jerseys there, the red ones, the Absa African jersey wearers. Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen are having a fantastic week so far. They've really, really impressed the Titan SC Honeycomb pair. Again, a pair just put together quite late before the event. Bianca Hall was due to ride with Danielle du Toit, formerly Danielle Stradom, but Danielle, bit like Hans Becking, she'd got ill, in fact, and then not in the condition to complete the Absa Cape Epic. So a partnership was formed between Preen and Hall. First look at Keegan Swenson here on the front with Matt Beers. Beers allowing Swenson to ride at the tempo that he is comfortable with and that they want to set here. They've gone through that first water point at JDK Grapes, and it is Beers and Swenson now trying to ride themselves back towards that lead group.
Yeah, unfortunately they're already 2 minutes down at that first water point there. So it looks like they have another tough day, otherwise they would be right there at the front.
Lucas Baum and Georg Egger are looking as though they've got a tough day here on this big climb, and this is the towards the top of the King of the Mountain climb, the dryland climb.
Exactly. So they left the water point now, and that's one of the longest climbs as well. It is the climb of the day, and yeah, that's not the place where you want to fall back. Of course, the speed is going to go up towards the end. Everyone knows that the King and Queen of Mountain is at the top there. So this is going to be another good tough day for them.
Yeah, Lucas Baum, we saw Georg Egger on the front briefly there, but Lucas Baum has been nowhere near the front of this race. He might be the one who's really having a difficult day today, and who knows what the issues are. We'll find out perhaps after the day, but that is a big concern. Orbeerliet Speed Company are in big trouble on the first seriously big climb, the dryland climb up to the King of the Mountains, and the third place team, Orbeerliet Speed Company, are not in this group of preeminent riders here, as Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek set the pace. And behind them are Mark Hubert and Tristan Nokia. It's starting to string out behind them down the mountain. It's a tough, long climb, the dryland climb up to that, the King of the Mountains. Major, major drama unfolding so early on this day. It's a shorter stage, 78 kilometers, 12 kilometers taking off the day due to the extreme heat that is going to descend over this area. In fact, it's already very, very hot, but it's going to get a lot hotter, and the riders feeling the pain already on this long dryland climb.
Yeah, yesterday definitely Lucas was the stronger guy in the time trial. You could see he was at the front. Georg kind of like a yo-yo on the back of his wheel, trying to stay on it, and it seems like today it's the opposite.
And they're on Eureka, the Eureka farm. Freddie and Renata Kirstens lands dryland. It's a 3.5 kilometer ascent, and the gradient is tough. Look at them bending and trying to stay with each other here. Clementizia Aubert hanging on. William Victoria just ahead of them. They're the yellow jerseys. That's that lead group. Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek. I mean, it is extraordinary how hard they're working.
Yeah, they're pushing the pace. Rabensteiner, you can spot him quite well with the jersey. He's also making up some positions. Yeah, it seems like they're riding mainly together, most of them together next to each other.
Looking after each other key today as we roll back down the hill, and the drama that is unfolding at Oberliet Speed Company is real here, because Georg Egger is the man on the climb, and you just look at the way Lukas Baum is riding here, and you get the feeling that the German, who is such a powerhouse, is not having the best of days today, because the race is going away from Oberliet Speed Company. However, they are really fighters. They know how to dig deep and how to suffer, and they know how long this stage is and how long the race is. They will never relent, that's for sure. It's about teamwork here. They know each other so well. They're really good friends, and they understand each other. They'll know how to try and get themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, definitely. They will stick together. It's a tough climb. It's a very tough climb, and you can see Lucas is hanging on a little bit. Yeah, the effort from yesterday, you have to pay at some stage, and then it looks like that's the day today. And you also can't hide. On those steep climbs, there is no hiding at all. Like everyone is on his own. Everyone needs to get up there, and day long. I think this one is also, again, 7 kilometers up the hill. And at the front group, you can see the difference in speed. So they're gonna have quite a bit of a time disadvantage when they get to the top. But from there, again, lots of single track coming up.
Yeah, it's trail laden today, and you have to be on your game from the first pedal stroke. And we've seen Wout Alleman looking that man as he leads them into the left-hand hairpin with Martin Storsek on his wheel. Simon Stiebjan, what a ride. Stiebjan and Rabensteiner having the yellow jerseys are there as well. William Victoria is there. Clementizia Orbea. It looks like Samueli Poro is there with Mark Stutzman. So there is the close look from the bike of Stefan Sam, and Marco Hubert on the right-hand side closest to Stefan, and Tristan Nokier in there. The Absa African jersey leaders are having what looks to be a reasonably good day today after Marco had a tough day. Here is a bit of drama in the women's race, and just remounting and getting back on the bike. And you don't want your partner to ride away too far and lose contact with that lead group. So they'll have to claw their way back up. They are a little bit further back. They're still approaching that first water point at 19 kilometers. This is the second group on the road, chasing that lead group of Toyota Specialized and the Alexis Gardavera Lossa team.
Yeah, they're almost at the top now. From there, it's going down into the water point as we saw before.
Whoopsie, that's what happened in that group. With one of the Canadale ISB sport teams. This could be Calderon and Kortkas. Just a momentary lapse of concentration.
Yeah, just... Yeah, when you ride that close together, like a little bit of a wobble, handlebars touching, and then you find yourself on the ground. Can happen very easily, because yes, you kind of like try to relax, you check your bike, things, you touch each other, and then you just find yourself on the ground. But luckily, I mean, here it's not too fast, and it was just a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, I mean, it's often the effort that's required to get back that's where the losses will be incurred. Wow, look at the gradient up as they look at those incredible granite rocks there, and up above in this amazing nature reserve. Look at Sophia Gomez-Villafan. I think she does take in. She seems to just appreciate where she's riding every now and again. Not too much though. Don't look away too much. So on the front of this chase group, Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen in 4th place on general classification. And they've looked a very, very good combination for a team that only got together a week before the event. It is a formidable pairing, that's for sure.
Yeah, riding very strong there at the front.
Bianca Hoare was a multiple junior under-23 national champion, African continental champion as well, and then stepped away from the sport and has come back into it in the last year and made a major impact, based in KwaZulu-Natal, riding now for the Titan SE team. So this is getting near the top of that climb, and Wout Alleman continues to be the dictator, the driver of this train at the front there, Martin Stosek. And there is the key in this. He's got to be just mindful of Martin Stosek managing the same pace as he does as they go up this time. The yellow jerseys are now in that train, and just behind them, Willia Vittoria, Luca Braido, and Simone Avendetto. Then it's Steve-Jan and Ravenstein. A little bit of a gap further back that's starting to open up. And Clementizia Obea, Samueli Poro, Mark Stutzman.
Yeah, they're almost at the top. They're not too far away anymore. So the King of the Mountain will be nearby. So most likely the speed is going to go up very soon.
Odd numbers in here. That's not a good sign for Imbuka Kemchamp. That's the top of the mountain, the King of the Mountain.
Yes.
That is a long way away from where they are, isn't it? And that's the severity of this climb. As I said, only one rider, Tristan Nokier, just ahead of Stefan Sam on the e-bike. A little bit of a move here from Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek as they've opened a gap to the yellow jerseys. Long way to go to the top of the climb still.
Yeah.
The dryland climb, and you get the idea where that name comes from, don't you? On the Eureka Farm as they make their way to that top. The flags on the top of the mountain there is where the King of the Mountains, a new addition this year, King of the Mountains on the stages to add a little bit of spice and incentive for these top riders to chase a bit of glory, but they do so at their own peril in pursuit of that as a solitary chase. Stefan Sam is with us. Morning, Stefan. This looks a brutal climb.
Good morning. Oh yes, this is so deep. We are up to 20 and the guys are put out.
Unfortunately, we're having difficulty getting a clear signal to Stefan up there. That he's right up on the back wheel of Tristan Nokier. As I said, that is a concern because Marco Hubert is not in this group.
Not in the group, no.
I thought he might be looking a bit better today, but he's dropped off the pace here. Tristan is backing him to stay with him. Look at Buff Megamo attack here as they go up straight up the climb. And when it does that, you know it's going to be steep. But Buff Megamo, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek are surging through the dust in the early morning here on Paarl on Paarl Mountain. And in their eyes, the King of the Mountain hotspot up front. The yellow jerseys, well, they'll let them go. There are other issues that Martin Stosek and Wout Alleman have in store here. They want that bonus, but also they want to make their way up the overall standings. The Buff Megamo team, after a really good day yesterday, they're 8th overall on general classification, 10 minutes down, but only 5 seconds behind the 7th place team, BH Koloma. And, well, there's nothing between them and 5th place, Outright Toyota Songo, who are losing big time today. So there could be serious changes on the general classification.
Once again, it doesn't seem like the groups behind, they're too worried about the King of the Mountain. They seem to let them go. It's early stage, but yeah, again, Wout needs to look out for his partner here, not to be too motivated too early on. But they seem good. They seem to ride very well.
So the yellow jerseys are in the chase group here as Buff Megamo will surge to the top of the King of the Mountains to climb the dryland climb on Eureka Farm and claim that bonus. The Proteas either side of them are the flowers that will be plucked when they are ready to be, as the second team over that King of the Mountains time will be the yellow jerseys. But it is Buff Megamo who take the King of the Mountains. There they go. Topara Kenda put themselves up there. They're slowly but surely making their way up this overall standings. That's Jacob Dorigoni and Gioli Di Cosmo, who will, if he completes this, become an epic legend like his partner Jacob Dorigoni, the Italian pair. Going nicely, Topara Kenda. There they are at the back of this.
If your levels are high, you go like twice as fast as others, but they can be ridden by any rider. The faster you go, the more technical it becomes, and the speed those guys are coming down. It's yeah, probably the fastest ever.
Unbelievable, yeah, these trails and the work put in over the years to create them. This seems to be someone who's come off down there. Rabensteiner.
Yeah,
and
you can see.
There again.
Yeah,
even the best in the world will fall foul if not completely focused here, get caught out by the trail. So the Italian champion Fabian Rabensteiner from Matizio Orbea has come down on these trails and will have to nurse his way back to join his partner Samuele Porro. This is Ben and Craig Oliver, the New Zealanders who've had a solid week. They are in 13th place at the moment, 15 minutes down, Craig and Ben. Wow, what a trail this is. Years, I say years and years, it's actually not that long. These trails have been created, and it's taken, I mean, when you build trails like this, it does take a long time to build them, but a team of trail builders under, as I said, the Paarl Trails and the Hero Legacy have worked tirelessly to get these trails ready. I was out there up just above Spice Route and yesterday Fairview, and there was a team of 6 trail builders just finishing off and making it neat and tidy and creating a really wonderful, wonderful experience for the riders.
Yeah, it's less than 10 years that this trail network exists, and now it has such a status that people is actually looking at property near those trails, because if you move somewhere nearby, somewhere to the Cape, the amount of trails you have available, it's outstanding. And if your house can be, or your home can be like just outside of them, it definitely pushes up the property prices as well.
Absolutely. We used to have golf estates. We're getting mountain bike estates now.
Exactly.
And that's what it's about. Look at these wonderful granite boulders, 500 million years, they think. Those rocks and boulders have been part of this part of the world. Look at the yellow jerseys. Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo on their wheels. Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. That's been an intriguing battle over the first 3 days of this race. The cross-country stars.
It seems like Tristan is there by himself, in just behind this group.
Yeah, Tristan Norkier in the red jersey. Yeah, he looks as though he was just on the wheel of the William Vittoria team. Where's the leaders? There they are in the dust, just a flick of dust in that morning light, and you can see the Buff Megamo team, Wout Alleman, the Belgian champion, and the Czechia champion, Martin Stosek. Well, the lead isn't that big at this stage. They made that move up the climb, and when you've got the greatest of all time, Nino Schurter, hunting you down, you know your lead is tenuous. He will be keeping you in his sights, that's for sure. And he's got a very, very strong partner in Filippo Colombo, who's looked every bit his match throughout this week.
Yeah, this is a long up and down. Definitely, probably the part you can enjoy the most. The average speed is high, so the momentum is also fast. This is what the cross-country guys love. The little jumps, the cornering, punchy climbs. So you get out your saddle, as you can see, keep your momentum, and then you sit down, relax on the next downhill section. But the guys at the front are doing a good job. But you can see the gaps are getting smaller. Like, yeah, Filippo and the cross-country guys here behind, they catch up on the downhills.
Noticeable though, Bart Alleman was out of his saddle up there, and Martin Storsek just sat and just cruised up on his wheel, didn't lose any ground at all, didn't get out the saddle. Dropped down into yet more trails at the top of Paarl, rocks and wonderful Fynbosch. They'll skirt over that exposed rock. Wonderful. It's a fun day for the Absa Cape Epic if you are not racing at this unbelievably fast pace between the rocks here. The boulders enormous underneath. Wow. Fractured rock, part of the terrain here. Amazing. Quite dramatic scenes from stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic as the riders explore Paarl Mountain and get to ride these Paarl trails that take them up in between these granite boulders. And even our media e-bike making their way through there. Stefan Sam, no problem at all. What a pleasure for all these riders. There's Topado Kenda going through, Dorigoni and De Cosmo. This is why riders come from all over the world to take part in this event. And, well, if you want to take part and get involved, you can.
You can. You can always sign up to be a volunteer. There's also hundreds of volunteers joining the Cape Epic as well. It's of course, it's a mountain bike event, and it's all about the trails and the racing, but there's also other ways to be involved in the Cape Epic, and that's also the beautiful part, that maybe one of the team members or partners or friends ride the Cape Epic, but you can be involved as a volunteer and help out along the course or do other things. And then, yeah, to enter the race, there's different ways. You have to be quick, that's for sure. Not just on the bike, but also to grab one of those entries if you want to get one, because most of them are sold out within minutes. There's a lottery system that you can look into to get one of your spots as well. I believe if you are a volunteer, 1 year you can also apply for a position or a riding spot the following years. So there's different ways to actually make it into the race. Oi.
Whoopsie.
Sorry, I'm taking a shortcut.
He just wanted to flick ahead of Tristan Nokia there, I think, and rejoin this lead chase group. There he comes now. As the gap is closing, Buff Megamo are going to feel the heat of the Scots Ram pair very shortly, Colombo and Schurter, and they are dragging
they want you for the
pair of William Vittoria back with them now. 50 Ks to go of the 78K, 28 Ks done in 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Hans, how are things looking out?
Hans Becking is out there keeping an eye on his teammates. Hans, tell us what it's like out there.
We're not racing, but I'm here on the trails, enjoying the vibe, enjoying the race. Being here at beautiful Reeboks Kloof, going to the feed zone after, see them suffer from a different side. It's been good, but just happy to see the team smashing it, and I'm super excited to see them pass here and give them some support, and yeah, just loving it.
You got some FOMO this week?
Yeah, my legs don't, but my mind have FOMO, but it only gets me motivated to be back next year and try to be stronger and be in the race again.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Yeah, wonderful. Buff Megamo's Hans Becking, who would dearly love to be racing alongside Wout Alleman. That was the plan for Buff Megamo, but then Hans had to take that very tough, mature decision to say, I'm not quite in that condition. He was not 100% and decided that it would have to be Martin Storsek who would join Wout Alleman.
Yeah, you definitely want to pair the strongest riders in your team together. As long as you have multiple riders on your team, for this event you need the strongest 2 riders to conquer the race. And it's again, like, admitting that you may not at the top of your game, it's so hard, but hats off to Hans that he actually did that. He gave his partner a better option, better chance. Having more multiple riders within the team pays off in a situation like this. And Buff Megamo, they have been investing in marathon racing for so many years. They have now the female team as well, and it's definitely one of the top marathon teams out there.
Reeboks Kloof is one of the top places to ride your bikes as well, and they're heading towards that here now.
They were devastated by a serious fire in these parts recently, and that really did put them on the back foot. But an amazing work was done. I mean, the trail network last year was absolutely obliterated by the fire, but they've worked so hard. A team of some 30 trail builders to put it all back together again, and it was reopened in November last year by the Paarl Trails team, and they're going to be riding. In fact, they are heading down towards Reebokskloof, which is where the second water point and feed zone is, so they will be heading down there. But there's a maze of trails here to explore at Reebokskloof. Just get along there.
Yeah, next water point is coming up about 38 kilometers into the race. That's also the last water point for the pro teams to get the feeding from their team. So it's a crucial water point. It's 40 kilometers after that. There is another water point, official water point, 66 kilometers, and from there it's pretty much all downhill. But it's going to be super important for them to grab those bottles, maybe already now. I mean, it is hot out there. It's only 8 o'clock, but it's going to get hot. So they're most likely going to get some ice socks that they put down behind the jersey, making sure that the core temperature stays down as long as possible. So it's a very key point coming up for them within the next couple of kilometers.
Yeah, it's a mazy route this, so the leaders will be able to see the chasers will be able to see the leaders. They'll look at exactly that situation as the Oliver brothers go past, and the Torpedo team as well, and they see the lead group ahead of them, but they've still got some work to do to catch them. Bart Alleman is on the front, Martin Storsek there, and you can bet that the man behind them there, Nino Schurter, Philippe Colombo, and then Nino Schurter will be thinking, I want to be in the front there. This is my park. This is my terrain.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can see how loose the berms are as well with the dust coming up. And that's the thing, like they are the front guys. The more riders are coming through, the looser it gets. And then it's just a pile of powder that you get into the farther back you are. So some of the amateurs are going to have like even the worse condition than the guys at the front. But it's very loose. It's very loose and dusty, and yeah, I'm sure. And it's hard to overtake. There's no way you can overtake either without taking huge risks. So yeah, I guess they're not going to get their KOM today on this section. At least not Nino.
Well, it's been a brutal start to the stage with the climbing they've had to do, nearly 1,000 meters in about 23, 24 kilometers. So really tough start. But these riders are making it look not easy, but fairly comfortable for the time being. But of course, they are the very best riders in the world, as Porro and Stutzman go through. Doing well. They're just closing in on the back of this lead group.
It looks like Tristan realized that Marco is not nearby. He's not with this group anymore. So hopefully he stopped to check on Marco.
And it's been a buff mega mode day at the front so far. Have they put in too much too early? Well, that only time will tell. As the little kickers take a toll. Look at the, you can see the devastation caused by the fires that swept through this part of the trails over the years, last year at least, and really devastating it was. At that stage, I'm sure, it was April last year, just under a year ago, the Paarl Trails team thought, well, how are we going to get to the Absa Cape Epic routes up and ready to bring these riders through here? And look what they've done. Amazing. 30 trail builders they just dedicated to re-establish these trails.
And a lot of it is built by hand, not big machinery, nothing like that. A lot of the trails here in the Cape get built by hand. It's incredible. It's an art itself, you know. It's almost like you mentioned earlier, the golf courses we have here in the area. Now we have more and more trail networks coming up, and every single trail or region has their own style. Also, the terrain is changing. Here you have all those steps with the trees, and you're riding up and down. This is really A to B cross-country course all in one. You have berms coming down, berms going up. It's such a fun way to ride your bike. Like your average speed is always high. Yes, you have those little climbs where the wattage of those guys is probably like above 1,000 just for a couple of seconds, and then they go back again. But even if your fitness is not that high, it's great fun to ride.
Mark Hubert now just ahead of Stefan Sam. Ahead of him is Tristan Norkier. They're not that far off the back of this group, so good recovery here for Marco. And Tristan doing the right job, just dropping back and nursing him back in to give him an opportunity for those legs to recover and bring him into the picture for that lead group. They'll look up and see it up there. Yeah, it's these short little kickers all the time. It's relentless.
Again, efficiency about how to pedal, where to also keep the momentum. And that's tricky today because you want to hit those berms as fast as you can. You want to carry the speed through, but then if it's too loose, and that's why some of the guys just wipe out. There's nothing too technical, but a little bit too much weight on the front wheel, and it just goes. It just folds underneath, and then you find yourself on the ground.
So let's talk a bit about the technical aspect of the bike's tire pressure today.
That's another one that you need to be very careful with on a day like this, because 19 degrees in the morning, you maybe ride those guys probably between 16 to 22 psi the most, depending on the rider's weight, depending on the tire size. But those psi, they will go up at least by 4 psi during the day. Like if you measure your tire pressure in the morning compared to the tire pressure in the afternoon when you reach like 40 degrees, it can easily go up 4 psi at least. But then you have the thorns, so you kind of like you need that extra bit more for the thorns when you lose some tire pressure. So it's a bit of a it's also something you need to figure out for yourself. You need to know the course. If you go through the vineyards, there's a lot of thorns on the ground. If there's no vineyards and everything is like built like those trails, very little chance that you're gonna lose air because of the thorns on the ground. So again, like tire pressure for those guys between 18 and 24 psi, very much the most.
And tire width, what most?
Tire width, everyone is riding like bigger tires now. Anything between 2.23, 2.35 or 2.4. That's kind of like what most of those guys are riding. Maybe a little bit of a more grippy tire on the front, more rolling tire on the back. That's the setup that pretty much everyone is riding. And then the chainring size, again, like big chain rings yesterday, 40 chain rings, 38 chain rings. But now you need to start thinking about your legs. Again, you're not halfway through the Cape Epic. You may go down to a 36 from here onwards, just to be safe, just to have that cadence as well, to not overcook your legs, and it's very important. And it's all those little things that play a huge role in it.
And we could get into the suspension, which we might still in time.
The suspension, same thing. Definitely by now the mechanics have looked at the suspension. They probably opened up everything. It's very dusty. It's probably the worst for the suspension, even worse than the water and mud. That fine dust sits just everywhere. So you have to service your suspension every day. And also there, the tire pressure is the same as the suspension pressure. Like the hotter it gets, the more volume you're gonna have. But also there, travel of the bikes is 110 to 120. Most of the bikes, the latest cross-country bikes, marathon bikes, are within that range. Full suspension, there's not one person, I think, within the Cape Epic that rides a hardtail that wants to be competitive. There's no way you could compete at that level with a hardtail. So full suspension bikes for all of those athletes at the front, and travel between 120 and 110 millimeters front and rear.
Oh, it's changed so dramatically over the years. Look at these riders flow through these wonderful trails. It is Remarkable. Look at Tristan Nokia and Marco
Catching
Hubert.
up.
Coming back nicely.
They're coming well recovered for Marco, very well. Tristan was there for a little while by himself earlier, but now you can see the joy of riding those trails. And then they are the locals. They could be the fastest on the trail because they know it in and out. And you can see they make a lot of time up on the front group here on the downhills. So maybe suffering a little bit on the uphills, but they can make time on the downhills, and they will take that as an advantage.
News of the outright Toyota Songo team at the last checkpoint. 5 minutes and 15 down, Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson. So real worries for Beers. After the end of yesterday's stage, he in a brief interview with him at the end there, he there was the first signs of some concern that the defense of his title was not going to be that easy today. Oops, a little swing around that dusty corner from Vendetta and Prado at full pace down here.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a concern for Matt because, yeah, back in the day when he was riding and racing with Chris Evans, they knew the reason why they're behind. It was because of like a bit of a stomach issue. Of course, you're concerned, but you also know that that could be just a 24-hour thing. If your stomach recovers, you're gonna get all the nutrition and your food back into the body, and then a day later you will be back at your best. This kind of like losing a little bit every day and not knowing the reason, that's the stuff that concerns you the most, because you know there's nothing you can do. Like if you have the stomach thing, you know what to take, what to take care of. But when it's like losing a little bit every day for not knowing the reason, that's definitely where the concerns come in. And you also know you're running out of time. Day by day passes by, and instead of making time, you're losing time. So that's where, yeah, I guess also Matt's concerns are coming from.
This is the second group, the two backup teams, Buff Megamo and Clementizia Orbea, going through there. As we're back on board with Stefan Sam. People on the mountain are enjoying the trails and enjoying as close as you can get to the best athletes in the world on these trails. That's the beauty of this wonderful sport. Up and down, rocks and dust. It's all in today for these riders. It is, yeah, like marathon cross country. You couldn't define it better than looking at today's stage. So much single track, so many rocks, berms, switchbacks. It is has got everything today.
Yeah, everything. Like I'm sure there's a lot of riders looking at this stage back home, World Cup riders at home, wishing to be here. Like
Yeah.
This is, I mean, not being part of this event and seeing the trails that the guys are going through. I mean, as a core mountain biker, this is what you live for. This is what you want to ride. You know, like this is exceptional, like what you get through here, and it has changed over the years so much. This is just fun from the beginning. It's tough for sure, but it's also, as a pure mountain biker, the best you can ask for.
Yeah, I mean, believe it or not, 21 years in, this is the first time the Absa Cape Epic has based itself in Paarl and ridden these Paarl trails. We've been all over the Western Cape over the years, and the reason that we're here now is because they have such an incredible network of trails, and not just for a day, for, if you like, 2.5 days, because yesterday, the tail end of the day, and then today and tomorrow, we'll be exploring pretty much 200 kilometers of trail over the network here that Paarl Trails have put together. And these riders showing just how they should be ridden. Bench cut single track in the side of the mountain here. They're heading down on the northwestern slopes of Paarlberg with Reebokskloof down the bottom, in the bottom of the valley there, the wonderful wine estate. You know, the riders who don't know these trails will be having an absolute blast there. This is Marco Hubert, and just ahead of him Tristan Nokia, who are based in this part of the world, and they will have ridden this so many times. Bit frustrating for them that they've not quite firing today the way they'd like to be, and that they're not at the front end of this, because Marco loves to be on the front here.
Yeah, definitely. Those two, I would say, could be the fastest on the trail today, because they know it inside out. They have ridden them like over and over and over again, like all the preparation for the Cape Epic, for those two has most likely been on those trails. So would be nice to see if they can make it to the front, how fast they will be, if they could actually drop any of the others. But anyway, now they're stuck at the back of the group. But again, like you could see, like they were quite a bit behind at the top of the climb. But now on this long descent, they made up, they're right with the group. They probably can relax a little bit more than the others as well, meaning that by the time they get to the bottom, their heartbeat is maybe 5 to 10 beats lower than the others, because if you feel comfortable on the trails, if you know what to expect, your body also relaxes much more. And that's another advantage. And if they can stay with the group and get it all the way to the finish, that would be good to see. And it's easily possible.
A roll call of teams here. We've got Buff Megamo, Scott Stram, MTB, then Willia Vittoria, Clementizia Aubert 1, and Imbuko Kemchamp. Those are the 5 teams in this lead group as they plunge down the slopes of these wonderful trails and in towards Riebeekskloof and the second water point. And an important one for these riders, as it is a shorter stage at 78 kilometers than originally planned at 90 kilometers, and the reasons for that is the extreme heat that is going to descend over this area, and in fact is already doing so. They're in the shade now. I can tell you that the riders who left the start just 10 minutes ago, that was the last start group, they will not be riding in sunshine when they in shade when they come down here. They will be in the brutal, harsh sunshine, so it's going to be tough for them. It's tough for this lot as well at the speed they're going. They really are throwing everything at it. But yeah, that's why it's a 78 kilometer day instead of a 90 kilometer day today. But it is still a very hard day's riding, that's for sure, because of the technical nature of this trail. All around the single tracks, you have to be so focused on your game, and how this is light years away from 2004, the very first 4, 5, and 6 Absa Cape Athletics, which are point-to-point races and lots of open gravel roads and sitting in bunches and trying to shelter from the wind. This is a different challenge altogether.
No, the fact that we have those trails now is also, it was born from the Cape Epic. I can remember back in the day, like we did pretty much cheap tracks and fire roads all the way from Neisner to Cape Town, to Stellenbosch at the time. There wasn't much single tracks, because hiking here in the Cape is, yes, it's also improving more and more, but it's not something that you could do on a bike. In Europe, you have a lot of hiking trails that are also used by mountain bikers. So really, the Europeans coming here to the Cape and then kind of like complaining a little bit that there's not enough single track for something like the Cape Epic. It also inspired the Cape Epic to invest into the single trails, and also the fact that South Africans, they reached the top.
Yep, they're through the Queen of the Mountains. So Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan have gone through the top of the dryland climb as Queen. I'm guessing Queens of the Mountains, because we've just seen them, and I think behind is Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa, that distinctive style of hers. So she is coming through now. So they've made the break on that long, hard dryland climb. Have Toyota Specialized. They've put aside the slight issues that they had with that little fall. That's long forgotten, and now they can start building on the lead and, of course, enjoying the next many kilometers of incredible single track that we've been watching the men take on.
Yeah, it's
there's a major problem. Down goes Anneke Langveld. That looked a harder fall than the early one today on that first little berm, sliding out and hits the ground hard. And that is not a good situation for Toyota Specialized. A second fall for Anneke Langveld today. This one certainly a lot heavier than the earlier one.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, 5 years not being on a mountain bike, or very little on a mountain bike, and those are the situations that can catch you up by surprise. It's to judge the terrain and just making sure that you're not sliding away, and that's exactly what happened here. You try to keep your momentum, your speed through those berms, but it is loose, and you need to be aware of that. And a bit too much pressure on the front, and you're just going to find yourself on the ground.
Anneke Langveld, you don't see that often, but Benno's illustrated, and she said she hasn't been on a mountain bike. She's made it clear for a while. So it does take getting back onto it, getting used to it. But she'd just come up that climb, and this is right at the start of this first single track, JDK's trail, and down she went, washing out on that berm. So drama all the way around this race today, as we see they are still holding the lead. They will feel that they've got to just nurse it through the remainder. Here's another look at that fall. Bang! That's a hard fall.
Yeah, a little bit too high on the berm there, and yeah, once the front wheel goes, you see she almost went over the berm with the front wheel. It's loose. The top is always loose. The drier it is, the looser it gets at the top there too, and then there's nothing you can do. Luckily, it's a bit soft with all the powder, but it hurts. It does hurt. It can break your brake lever, something like that. Something silly can happen so quickly.
That's the gap to Vision Infinity SCB SRAM. Topara Kenda going well today, 41 seconds down. Cannondale ISB Sport, and then Titan Racing SC Honeycomb in your top 5 of the RMX women's race after 24 kilometers at the top of the Queen and King of the Mountains climb at Dryland. What will those two little incidents do? She's owned the fact that she's not been on a mountain bike, Anneke Langvall, and she gave birth to her daughter Flora 7 months ago, so there's no question she's not in that condition and the sharpness of when she was here winning 5 years in a row.
Yeah,
but it'll be it's not a great situation in terms of her confidence.
No, definitely not. Like stuff like this can knock you confidence down quite a bit. Annika, she's super strong. We all know how strong she is, but she's most likely not the strongest when it comes to technical skills. She's also still one of the old styled riders, not super comfortable when it comes to the jumping and carrying speed through the berms. That's now something that the young generation is very used to it by growing up in bike parks and trails like this, right? Because yeah, Annika was also one of the riders that still rode the Cape Epic on the on the Jeep tracks and fire roads and so on, and also at the time she did the cross country World Cups, it wasn't like those trails are now, right?
Yeah, she won the World Championships in 2015, and that's, you know, the trails and the courses are light years away from that nowadays.
Completely. Like we have so many jumps and spectacular pieces on the course, on the World Cup course, and a lot of it you can see in those trails as well. A lot of this flowy carrying speed with, like you do a lot of pumping with your legs but not pedaling, so it's really just carrying the speed with, finding the right line, and you can save so much energy. If you don't do so, you brake more, you take it a bit slower, and then you have the whole effort of pedaling and getting your speed up again. And yeah, you can see the girls are catching up. The girls behind are catching up quite quickly, meaning that this fall at the top will definitely slow you down all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, Vera Lossa and Electa Skada closing in. Having said all that, take nothing away from the incredible journey that Anneke Langvall has gone, and to step back into the heat, the confidence, the bravery, the determination to say, I'm coming back here. I'm a 5-time champion. I have never lost the Absa Cape Epic when I've started it. To do that takes an enormous amount of courage and belief.
100%. They're still faster than I would ever be on a trail like this. Like, I mean, those ladies, the level they come with, it's just incredible. On the downhills as well, like they are fast. Like if we talk here a bit slow, that's still above anyone else out there.
All relative,
so,
yeah.
All relative here. Like we talk about the highest level of female mountain biking here. So no, huge respect for Annika for getting herself, and she's one of the ladies, or one of the riders that knows what she gets herself into, and with knowing what you get yourself into and still signing up for it, like huge respect for her. And yeah,
well, it really is delivering. Is this stage 3 at the Absa Cape Epic in terms of drama and wonderful trails and riding for these riders. And well, we may well see some big changes on the general classification at the end of the day, both in the men's and the women's, because we have already seen teams losing big time ground and time, rolling back down the field. As I said, Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson in the men's race are under real pressure today. And can the defending champion rescue the situation and guide his partner, Keegan Swenson, back into some form and fight for the title again? Buff Megamoto lead the men's race, and Toyota Specialized at the moment lead the women's race. But on their wheels are the Infinity SCV SRAM pair of Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, winching their way up closer and closer to those orange leaders' jerseys, Lossa and Skada.
Yeah, also just got a message from fit zone number 2. The degrees out there are 30 and rising. It's 8:30 in the morning and already 30 degrees out there. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. The men should be at water point 2 coming through very soon. Key point for them, grabbing as much water and ice and everything you need from there, because yeah, if you have to stop in feet zone number 3, you're going to lose some time because there's no one there giving you the bottle. So if you want any nutrition, you do have to stop, get it from the water table. So for them to get the big bottle, some of them will most likely take a hydration pack as well. That's your best chance to take a hydration pack. Till this point you could get away with bottles, but if you don't want to stop at water point 3, maybe some of the teams will grab a water hydration pack, get that on and finish the stage with enough water.
Scott and Lossa now on to the back of the leaders, Toyota Specialized. And this is the women's race, starting to boil up nicely. These short kickers in between the massive granite boulders. We saw them go underneath a couple of boulders. Just incredible creative trail building here by the Paarl Trails team. Darren Herbst and I think Duan Stander have done an amazing job, and the whole team. Completely obliterated these Reebok's Kloof trails by fire over just under a year ago, and rehabilitated through hours and hours of work, mainly by hand. That's been the hallmark here. They've just thrown so many hours at recreating and rejuvenating these trails. So, sun's starting to pour through, and the temperatures are rising all the time. Now we are with our lead men, and what we can see here is that we've got hydration packs on a lot of these teams. That water point they would have gone through at Reebok's Kloof has seen them pick up that hydration pack, which should take them through pretty much. They might drop them at the final one or right through to the finish.
Could be that dropped them at the last one just to enjoy the last 10 Ks, 12 kilometers is all downhill, so you don't need too much. Could be that they drop it, but it is crucial. You need to drink, and this is the best way to get all the water in that you need.
It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
The Absa Cape Epic is often referred to as the Tour de France of mountain biking, and for good reason. This is the most prestigious off-road stage race in the world, attracting Olympic champions, world champions and national title holders. Hosted by the Western Cape of South Africa, this 21st edition features 8 days of racing for professionals and a challenging experience for amateurs. Today is day 3 and stage 2. It's the longest time trial in Cape Epic history. A rigorous test of teamwork and tactics with 66 kilometres and 950 metres of climbing from Mirandal Wine Estate, Durbanville to Fairview in Paarl. It features climbs at the start and end, connected by rolling roads, dual tracks and trails across the Malmesbury farms. Current overall leaders, Scots Ram MTB Racing of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, are in the yellow leaders jersey. They will try and extend their lead on what will be a very hot day. Just 11 seconds behind in the general classification are Willia Vittoria's Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. They were the winners of the prologue, which is also a time trial race. The undisputed favourites in the Aramex UCI women's category are Toyota Specialized Annika Langval and Sofia Gomez Villafan in orange. They have a clean sweep so far, winning the prologue and first stage. Efficient Infinity SCV SRAM's Vera Lossa and Alexis Scara are putting together a good race so far and are sitting in second place. The Italian duo Braido and Avendetto are cross-country specialists, but still managed a second place on the long stage 1. The penultimate riders to depart aim to gain on third place, but face pressure from the leaders. They maintain fourth at each checkpoint and ultimately finish on the podium's bottom step. Yellow leaders Scots Ram MTB Racing, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo know that a time trial can expose them in the GC. They cannot hide in the pack or control the race, but instead they are the last to start and chase down second place. The Swiss duo have made some minor adjustments to their bikes to make them more aerodynamic, such as lighter tyres and narrower bars, all within the rules. Colombo's having an incredible day, pulling the 10-time world champion Schurter along the flats like a freight train. They are the fastest of the day in the middle of the course, but end up crossing the line just 27 seconds off the winning team. Baf Megamo 1 are currently sitting in 12th place in the overall, but Wout Alleman and Martin Stosik are a class act. Baf have always been a force to be reckoned with at the Absa Cape Epic and have numerous podiums over the years. At the first time split, Alleman and Stosik are in 7th place, but over the next 30 kilometres, they start to reel in the teams ahead of them. They've identified this stage as a priority and are giving it all without a thought for the remaining 5 stages. At the finish line in Fairview and Paarl, they crossed the line in 2 hours and 13 minutes, bumping them up to 8th overall. The first Fairview podium sees Willia Vittoria on the bottom step, with current leaders Scots Ram MTB Racing, Schurter and Colombo in second, and Baf Megamo 1, Alleman and Stosek taking their first podium of the 2025 event in first. Scots Ram MTB Racing retained the leader's jersey by 44 seconds. Lossa and Scara are national champions from Namibia and the USA, respectively. They placed third in the prologue and second on stage 1. A time trial is an ideal opportunity to take the battle to the top spot. After a great start through the challenging early technical tracks, the team slot into a rhythm over the farm roads and dusty trails. They drop down to third on the flats and remain there for the rest of the race, crossing the line in just over 2 hours and 25 minutes. They retain their second place in the overall. Canadale ISB Sport have been hovering just outside the top 3 for the previous 2 days. Monaco Juliana Calderon Martinez from Colombia has completed 2 previous Cape Epics with 1 stage win, and her partner Tessa Kortegas is a former triathlete and winner of the Swiss Epic. They're off the pace for the first 30 kilometres, but by the time they reach the airfield, they found a new gear and jump up to second, remaining there for the rest of the 66 kilometres. It's their first podium, and they jump up into third in the overall. Toyota Specialized are blowing the race apart with their unrelenting power and are already almost 7 minutes in the lead. Annika Langfell and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe are Absa Cape Epic veterans. Langfell has 5 wins to her name and Villafañe has finished 4 with 1 win. Starting last, the current leaders hunt down the rest of the pack. At the crossing vantage point, efficient Infinity SCB SRAM are in their sights. They reel in second place and press on, adding insult to injury. Lossa has a mechanical. Specialized Toyota crossed the line in 2 hours and 43 minutes and 14 seconds for their 3rd win in a row. The women's podium sees efficient Infinity SCB SRAM's Lossa and Skada finish in 3rd. In 2nd is Cannondale ISB Sports Monica Calderon and Tessa Cortacas, their 1st podium this year. Toyota Specialized Annika Langfell and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe take the win and extend their GC lead to a comfortable 9 minutes and 22 seconds. Stage 3 here in Fairview and Paarl. The first time this route has been used. Originally, it was a 90-kilometer stage with close on 2,700 meters of climbing. It has been reduced due to the extreme heat that is expected to prevail over the Drakenstein region. It is now a 78-kilometer route, but it does include a trail-heavy day. So many wonderful trails to explore, the Paarl Trail Network, and they will go up and down Paarl Rock many times in the heat today and finish back at a Fairview Spice Route destination whilst passing through wonderful points like Reebokskloof and Ridgeback Wines. This is a look at that sawtooth profile that'll punish the riders through the day. That first water point and then the big King and Queen of the Mountains climb up to dry land. Beautiful trails off the top through Super Bowl towards Reebokskloof. A couple of kickers up to the top of Paarl Reserve and Christmas Camp before the finish back at Spice Route. 78 hard, almost cross-country style kilometers today, 2,450 meters of climbing. The race started very early this morning, some 15 minutes before the normal start here at 6:45 a.m. due to that expected heat that is going to prevail here, and the elite men set off on their journey. The yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. They had a slender lead over the Willia Vittoria pair. And the men who benefited most yesterday on that time trial were the Buff Megamo team who've come into the picture, and they were soon on the front there. Matt Beers, the defending champion, and his partner Keegan Swenson have plenty of work to do, over 7 minutes down. And there was difficulty for Paiga Eurosteel. Philip Bass there waiting for his partner as they had made an early attack and they got separated on some of the early climbs, much single track early on. And as a result, there was a bit of chaos and riders getting separated from their partners, and he had to wait for his partner to come back and join him. Meanwhile, teams would flow past on these wonderful trails, and he had to wait for his partner to join him. Frustration for the experienced Paiga Eurosteel man, but that is part of parcel of racing here. Meanwhile, it was the Buff Megamo team, Belgian champion Bart Alleman and his partner Martin Storsek, who was leading this select group of riders up and along the contour roads. Trouble though, the bunch behind them losing time already early on in the stage. Keegan Swenson on the left there and Matt Beers on the right. The outright Songo Toyota pair in trouble, as were the Albert Speed Company pair, Gail Gega and Lucas Baum, 1 minute and 53 down. They were losing time, at least 4 minutes and 40 seconds down on general classification in 3rd, and that place was starting to slip off their shoulders because this was the group charging up the King of the Mountains climb, the dry land climb, brutally steep and long to the top of the King of the Mountains, and it did serve the effect of splitting that main peloton of elite riders. They crested the top, and it was the Wout Alleman Martin Storsek pair of Buff Megamo who took the extra bonus at the top, and then they headed down these wonderful single tracks. A group of 3 and then 4 teams. Here is Clemencia Aubert and also Willia Vittoria, Sram MTB, and chasing hard were Mark Pritson and Vessel Buerta of Team Honeycomb, as well as the Imbuko Kemchamp pair were also in pursuit of this lead group. So many trails today created by the Paarl Trails team,
and it does put you under pressure to keep sharp focus on the trails ahead. And eventually 5 teams got together at the front of the race. Buff Megamo, Scott Stram, MTB, Vilja Victoria, Clementizia Aubert, and that Mbuko Chemchamp team were at the sharp end as they dropped into the Reebok's crew of trails, rehabilitated after devastating fires just over a year ago, and they are riding supremely well. The RMX women's race set off 10 minutes after the men, and they got an early indication of what today would encompass. One of the many issues would be the dust today, let alone the heat, and they were in that dust very, very early on. It started with steep climbs. It was something of a theme. It will be something of a theme for all the teams today, climbing up the steep roads. And on the descents, an early crash for Annika Langveld, the race leader of Toyota Specialized. Samara Shepherd on her wheel there, but Langveld going down not too hard, it appeared, because she got back on her bike. Her partner Sofia Gomez-Villafañe had to wait for her, and then was back on the bike, and they were riding, but they had lost some time and a few places as they snaked down these early single tracks. It is treacherous, loose, dusty and tricky, and a major crash for Samara Shepherd, the New Zealander, holding her right arm. Marga Moschetti, her partner, the French champion, gives her a hug to console her, because that is clearly a very serious injury, and in fact I think it may be a race ending for Samara Shepherd. We'll confirm that later in the day, but not a good scenario for the E4 team as they have that major crash. Meanwhile, Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe had joined Vera Lossa and Alexis Carter, who'd passed earlier on in the bunch. A little bit of lapse of concentration, and that's what can happen riding on an even road. That is Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas going down in that bunch. Nothing serious, back up and riding, but an illustration of how fatigue is starting to play a role in this race. 4 days in, after 3 hard days, you've got to remain focused and attentive all the time. Up the climb, and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe and Annika Langveld started to open the taps up that Queen of the Mountains climb, the dryland climb. We've seen this before when it goes uphill, and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe and Annika Langveld took the Queen of the Mountains. Very, very impressive ride by them, as Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada were behind them. Into the single track, JDK, and down goes Annika Langveld. Very hard fall indeed. Fortunately for the Toyota Specialized team, she was not badly hurt, it appears, and she was able to remount, but that a lot harder. And for Sofia Gomez-Villafañe and Annika Langveld, just another reality check, because Annika Langveld has not ridden her mountain bike over the last 4 years consistently, and into the trails she took a nasty fall. Welcome to Paarl for the first time in the Drakenstein municipality of the Winelands. It is around 60 k's from Cape Town. This is the race base here at Spice Route Fairview Farm, and it is a hive of activity as the teams rested overnight here and prepared for 2 days of trail-laden riding around Paarl Mountain, Paarl Berg, if you like, the granite rock that presides over Paarl here. Champagne Supernova, and this, the Fairview Race Village, is the oasis today for the racers today. Benno Willett joins me once again here, Benno, and a really, really tough cross-country style race today, over 78 and not 90 kilometers.
No, this has been insane. The first 2 hours of today, the racing, the way the guys went off the gun, up on that climb, into the single track. It's a huge cross-country stage today. Lots of up and downs, like the dynamics are super high, lots of crashes already early on. It's just insane what we saw the last 2 hours already.
Now let's go down to the start. Max Kleur is our man on the ground in the sunshine and the heat.
Team GRC, great to have you guys. Monet, your first Absa Cape Epic. Has it lived up to the thrill and expectation that people have been telling you about?
Yeah, they've been telling me it's going to be tough, and so far it's been tough. So still a couple of days to go. That's the important thing.
How's he doing?
No, he's doing very well. He's strong, and most of the time in front of me. So yeah, it's a good partner.
Well, now you've overcome a lot of challenges in your life, and this is certainly a big one. What are you doing? How are you breaking this up day by day, water point to water point? How are you taking it on?
Yeah, I take it water point by water point, day by day, and then just luckily I've got a partner who has done it before, so he's helping me a lot.
Word to the people back home in Pretoria, there in Global Country?
Yeah, for all the support that side and all the guys who ride with me on that side, I'm doing it for all of them.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Good morning, ladies. Your second Absa Cape Epic together again. You didn't learn anything from the first one, or you must really like working together and riding together?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're a great team. We've done all the stage races together, so I think it's just easier if you ride with somebody that you don't really need to talk a lot, but you know how they're feeling.
You're from Global Country, Pretoria. South Africa's a special place, isn't it? And riding a bike in a setting like this is amazing.
Yeah, it's a blessing, without a doubt. I mean, it's beautiful, it's awesome. You get everything, all the external factors are being thrown at you. We just love it.
Everyone looks at this race, and a lot of the TV coverage, they see the top athletes and they go, and they think, whoa, I've got to watch that. But they must come and do it. I mean, people must understand that there's 1,500 riders here, and that you gals are dominating and doing it your way.
No, for sure. I said to Taya coming here, we were more nervous for our second one, because the first one you sort of like newbie jitters, you don't know what to expect, but yeah, you have to come and do it, because it is a challenge. It's definitely.
As a team of should we say girls, because it looks like you guys have far too much fun to be women. Tell us about what would your message be to other women out there watching and thinking, wow, those two are amazing. How could I ever do that?
Well, I think the thing is, don't be too scared. It is technical, it is hard, and it's tough. But if that's what you love, then come. I mean, it's not rideable, it's not doable. I mean, I was in the endurance sports, and now I would love just mountain biking and in the mountains. Not the time trial yesterday where it's just Karoo roads, but it's doable and it's lovely. And I mean, the team spirit, the people around you, everyone, it's just absolutely amazing.
Important to also break it up one day at a time. Don't think too far ahead.
Yeah, for sure. We're actually at this stage where we're actually going water point to water point, literally breaking it down.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The vibe at the start line, thanks to Max Clear. Those starters headed off the last batch, started just over half an hour ago. Meanwhile, up the road, a long way up the road, this is the sharp end. The elite men's race is on fire, because the Mbuko Kemchamp pair of Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert are identifying this stage as a stage they want to win. It's home territory for them. Behind them, the yellow jerseys, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Also there, William Vittoria, Matizio Bear were in there as well, and the heat is on. It is so trail-laden this day today that these riders really have to be on their game. I don't know how many switchbacks and berms they're going to be riding today, but it really is going to be a fun day out for those who thoroughly enjoy this. Perhaps not so fun for those who don't enjoy it, but hey, you get what's presented to you here in the Absa Cape Epic, and you have to deal with it. One of those issues is the heat, and that temperature is climbing all the time today. These riders on the far side of the mountain still in a little bit of shade and shadow. However, those making their way up the other side of the mountain will be feeling the heat. So it is going to be one of those tough days that we know the Absa Cape Epic throws at them, even though it is only 78 kilometers and not 90. I say only, but that's very, very tough as well. Benno Willett and I have been joined by Nick Lamond, who has how many Absa Cape Epics under your belt?
12.
12. Clearly not this year 13. Nick, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, what a day. This is proper FOMO. If you've done any Cape Epics and you're watching this on the broadcast, you're just thinking, oh my God, can I just get into these trails? They are so much fun. I mean, you can just see the guys railing through this. You've got to keep your concentration, and yeah, and obviously we've seen a few spills already from some of the top riders.
We have indeed, Ben. I mean, there are various factors as to why those crashes happen, but you know, these trails are superbly built and constructed. But the
terrain and the nature is here that it's dry and dusty, and sometimes they get a bit loose. You've got to be, and that's part of it. You've got to be focused.
100% all the time. Like, they're so much fun to ride, and the faster you go, the more fun they become. But because it's so dry, every berm can be different. You have a berm that holds up nicely and you can rail it through, but then the next one is open, loose, maybe a hole in it, your front wheel just goes underneath you and you find yourself on the ground. Little bit of loss of concentration. We saw it earlier with Annika. They just came up the long steep climb, king and queen of the mountain, and then you like relax your body a little bit, you hit that first berm and bam, you're not awake, you find yourself on the ground, and anything can happen at any time, so you have to be switched on.
Yeah, I mean, Samara Shepherd went down very, very hard, and that was very distressing to see. Clearly, she had done some serious damage to her right arm. We'll have a full story on that, I'm sure, later in the day, but it didn't look good for Samara and Marga Mosketi.
No, that's unfortunate. I mean, whenever you lose anyone in the, who's got a real chance of hunting down the podium, I think it's quite distressing, never mind for the team, but for people following as well. And yeah, they were on fire today. I think there's some amazing talent that's, giving the Toyota Specialized team a run, and yeah, a little bit of pressure. These loose, dry corners, as Ben is saying, you've got to really keep pretty dialed, pretty concentrated, and just a lapse in focus can sometimes mean you're coming down. And when you're holding some of the speed that these guys are through these very tight corners, it can have consequences.
Yeah, and also the light, as you can see, it's early morning, you're going through the trees, it's bright, it's dark, it's dusty. Also, your vision is always compromised, especially when you ride in a group like this. Anything can happen, and any route can throw you off very quickly. And unfortunately, Samara, she must have landed on one of them, and hopefully she's okay. I really hope she's okay.
So this is the lead group, and we are following them on the very skilled bike handling of Stefan Sam. The yellow jerseys are there, and that's Felipe Colombo and Nino Schurter. But the leading this little train is the red jersey, Absa African leaders, Mark Van, Tristan Nokia, and Willie Vittoria here. We've got 4 of the premier cross-country races in the world in this group here, and Vendetto and Brido and Schurter and Colombo, and Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert, no slouches as well, juniors and under 23 cross-country pinners as well. So this is what they're just loving. How cool is this?
I mean, this terraced, vineyards in this part of the world, I mean, it's glorious. It's definitely cross-country terrain. I mean, you got a hairpin, sure, probably every 50 to 100 meters, and holding your speed coming through that, not drifting too low. And as we saw with Annika Langval earlier, not getting too high either. You want to stay out of what's often some sort of marbles and pebbles at the base of the berm. You don't want to get too high, or you could blow off the top. So you got to really concentrate. It's fantastic to see the South African pinners, Marco and Tristan, having what looks like a lot of fun out front. This is their home ground advantage. Never mind the fact that the crowds will be cheering them on. These guys obviously know these trails like the back of their hands.
Flying down these trails, I mean, they've got some wonderful names. Super Bowl, which was dedicated to Hans Degenaar, legendary cyclist in these parts, still involved. Stifler's Mum is the Toyota Tough section, still to come. The Reebok Trail, Skydive Trail, Jan van Schalkwyk from Helderberg involved there. Here is the Chase group giving pursuit. And we even had Fabian Ravensteiner going down a little bit earlier today as well. He and Simon Steve-John are enjoying a really good weekend, 4th overall at the moment. The Topado Singer team and Klimbetizia Obea there, Samueli Poro and Mark Stutzman involved there as well. Even Stefan Sam needs to eat. That was good to see. Fueling up on that e-bike, the Bulls Media e-bike, just making sure he got some sustenance in there.
Yeah, quite interesting to see that. I mean, you can see with the media team and the Bulls e-bike that actually fueling yourself on the bike when the terrain is this technical is a real challenge, and something you've actually got to strategize around. Some of the guys aren't running hydration packs, and what that means is you've got to put a hand off the bar, reach down, pick up a bottle. There are some places where that's possible, but when the race and the trails are coming at you thick and fast, as they are in this part of the world with these cross-country style loops that we're doing, you know, taking your hand off the bars is a calculated risk.
On to the climbs now. They've had a bit of fun. Now they've got to pay the taxes and go uphill here. Willia Vittoria, yellow jerseys and the red jerseys heading up the climb here. Just a glance over his shoulder. Who's catching us? No, it's just Stefan on the e-bike. Don't worry. No problem at all. So, is this the group that is going to take it to the finish? They've still got a serious climb to come. The mountain goat trail climb up the top of the mountain, which could split this group, or see others come across. So some hard work to do. Just a reminder that Buff Megamo won yesterday's stage. And where are they now? They took the King of the Mountains today, Benno.
Yeah,
they got too soon?
Maybe, yes. They were very motivated this morning. They were leading pretty much the whole climb all the way up. They got to the King of the Mountain. Of course, the downhill, maybe they're not the quickest on the downhill. It looks like they lost a little bit there. They're a little bit behind, but there's also, again, there's all those short little punchy climbs that you always have to get out of your saddle. You keep your momentum. The quicker you are through the berms, the more momentum you're going to carry along that way, and you can save quite a bit of energy there. It looks like they're a little bit behind now. Not sure where they are.
Yeah, they've not in touch with this group. Now, just an update on the travails of outright Toyota Songa. The defending champion Matt Beers went through Reebok's Kloof at 37.2 kilometers, that checkpoint there with Keegan Swenson. 8 minutes and 10 seconds down. They started the day 7 minutes down. Is the curtain coming down?
It really looks like it. Like it's the worst when you really try to mentor your partner through this race, and you really, yeah, you know you're in good shape. Matt definitely the stronger out of the two here, and yeah, hope is the last thing that dies. So you try to keep the gaps as small as possible, but at some stage you have to admit, like, I'm not at the level. I cannot push that pace any farther. So as soon as you get off it, the others are on it, and you lose a little bit every day. Not ideal. Again, we're not even halfway through. Anything can happen, but of course, once you're behind, you want to move forward the right direction. Falling back halfway through stage number 3 today, it's not ideal. Definitely not.
We're with the Armex women here, the elite women. Alexis Skada here, then Vera Lossa, and the orange jerseys, who've had an incident-packed day already with 2 falls for Annika Langveld as she went down initially fairly, if you can call a fall gentle, but it was relatively gentle in terms of mountain biking, and then a hard fall as they entered the first single track after the Queen of the Mountains, as we saw in that little recap. So just a moment to a reality check, really. Just I'm back in the sharp end of a mountain bike race here. I haven't raced at this level for nearly 5 years, and so she's managing those efforts today, and got to be careful.
Look, I think she's also, you know, years of experience. She knows how to manage a fall if you can. I mean, you know, it's not something that you obviously look forward to or you kind of plan, but there is a way to recover, get back on. And it looks like they might have tapped off just a little bit, allowed the gap to close, just so that they can, you know, maybe do a sort of systems check, if you will, and maybe let the chasing team put a little bit more pressure on and sort of see how they're doing. You know, do they want to lead lead the climb, or see how they're cornering, see how they're working their way through the single track? Because you can tell quite a lot by, you know, these kinds of intense trails, just looking at body position and looking at, you know, your who you're up against, reading the way that they're attacking the trails.
Proper seatbelts are going to be used a lot today, that's for sure, as they head down these trails. Alexis Skada on that trail. You've just come in from outside, Nick. Just give us an idea of how hot it is out there.
It was cooking. I was at the start line seeing off some of the last batches as they headed out, and we are in for a cooker today. And it's another sport at the back of the field. It really is. You know, there's a lot of riders out there who I think are going to have to watch hydration, going to have to watch heat. You know, even little things like putting enough sunscreen on and making sure that they get through the day well fueled and well hydrated so they can tackle. Look, we're not even halfway, and when you're carrying the cumulative effects of a couple of hot days, the Cape Epic becomes incredibly tough towards the back of the week.
Well, we're on more trails. I mean, it's just phenomenal. It's like a greatest hits of the Paarl trails here today. And, well, we've got another day tomorrow of similar stuff. So really incredible. Reminder that Reebok's Kloof is where the second water point is. And this whole Reebok's Kloof Valley, in fact, was destroyed by fire just over a year ago. Not this little section here, but yeah, that did put them on the back foot, but an incredible effort to get them back up and in rideable condition, and they certainly are proving that today. These riders, they are thoroughly enjoying these trails as they head down. That's the leading 4 riders in the women's race, 2 teams, Toyota Specialized and Infinity SCB SRAM, and they have opened a sizable gap to the Chase group behind them as they sweep through the berms and trails here on stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. Wonderful that the farms and the landowners have your trails right through their vineyards. This is their prized possession. This is what keeps them going, their vineyards, and they allow the mountain bike trails to snake in between them here at the Absa Cape Epic. As we sit with the Aramex women's leaders, 2 teams here. Alexa Skada on the back, Vera Lossa just ahead of her, and Ariane Langville and Sofia Gomez-Viafan on the front. We're with the men's lead group now on the long trail, the climb back up onto the mountain, and it's being led by Mbuko Kemchamp, Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert, who were a little bit off Marco Hubert, particularly on the dryland climb, but he's come back emphatically here. They lead the Scott Stram and Willie Vittoria, and then Buff Megamo. So there we go with confirmation that Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek took the King of the Mountains 45 seconds down. Clementizia Aubert, Stutzman and Poro. Then Honeycomb 226s, they're having a good day. 108 down, Mark Pritson and Vessel Buerter. The second of the Clementizia Aubert teams, Toparo Singer. It's Steve John and Ravensteiner after his fall. Buff Megamo 2 and Toyota Specialized are enjoying a good day. Johan van Sail, it's his home trails these, and his partner is Travis Stedman, and they're going very nicely as well today in the top 10 as it stands now, but of course a long way to go.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go, but you see all the South Africans, they're having a very good day. Most of them that are here in the top 10 are coming from this area, so it does show that if you know the trails, it does give you a bit of an advantage. Also saying so to the others to come out early, make yourself familiar what the terrain is like. It is very unique, it is very special, and it's a lot of trail you can memorize or at least get a good feeling for it. So if you're out here riding early, even before the Cape Epic, and that's also the beautiful part now, like a lot of those trails that the guys are riding in the Cape Epic are also accessible now for the public. Yes, you need to have the trail permits and everything, but this is also accessible for everyone else at any time. You can ride those trails 365 days a year.
As long as you buy your permits and you come and do it the right way, yeah. And that's the way mountain biking has gone, and so it should be, because it allows the trail builders to do their job, build the trails, maintain the trails, and they have been all over this mountain over the last couple of days, just making sure that the trails are as pristine as they can be. You don't want them too pristine, because this is a natural environment, this 2,000 hectare Paarl Rock Nature Reserve. But this is the Mountain Goat trail climb, a 5-kilometer single track climb as they go to the top of the mountain, and by all accounts a very tough build as well. Winding their way up the northwest slopes of Paarl Mountain are the leading 3 teams in the men's elite race. 25 kilometers to go on a 78-kilometer stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. And at the sharp end, the all-African pair in the bright red Absa African jerseys, the team of Mbuko Kemchamp, and that's Tristan Nokia and partner Marco Hubert. Behind them, Willia Vittoria, the Italians, Daniele Braido, and Simone Avendetto. And of course, in the yellow jerseys, they're split at the moment, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo of Scottstram MTB. The fifth rider there is the media, Bulls Media e-bike in the shape of Stefan Sam, of course, former champion of the Absa Cape Epic. Look at the build. Yep, this is a really tough Boulder City, they call it. Challenging build for Darren Herbst and his team from Paarl Trails. But my word, they've used this mountain well, haven't they?
Yeah, just looking at this and the way that they get to weave through, traverse across this really, really rocky terrain. I mean, it's going to be really treacherous for anybody coming through here. I mean, the top guys make light work of it, as you can see, holding good lines and sort of you know, hopping the bikes through some of those rocky little crevices. But yeah, back in the field, I think that's going to be incredibly challenging as you get fatigued from this rising heat. It's just getting started, and we're looking at probably in the open upwards of 42, 43 degrees today.
Accumulated fatigue, Benno, over the week. We've had now 3 tough days. Every day is a tough day, but you know you have to deal with that. So recovery, nutrition, off the bike.
Off the bike.
You know, once they'd finished yesterday, they finished relatively early, the elite men here.
Yeah, the recovery is key within such a long event. 8 days of racing, every single day has its own challenges. Yeah, prologue, you go as fast as you can. You want to sort yourself out. Then the first stage, lots of steep, loose climbs, like you have to dig deep. If you had the wrong chainring on, you're going to pay for it. And there were a couple of riders in there that made that mistake, unfortunately. And then you have that time trial that a lot of the people just underestimate it. Like, you look at the profile, you're like, 66 Ks, 950 meters of climbing. This is going to be, yeah, this is going to be easy. But there's nothing easy within the Cape Epic. It was sandy, it was windy, it was hot. And again, you drop the power, you drop the speed. It's tough. There's no resting at all within a time trial. And here we are, next stage, flat out. Yeah, we did hear one of the women's teams, the Titan SC Honeycomb Fest, let slip that they had run out of water yesterday on the way in. And that's, it's dangerous on the stage, but it has deeper consequences for the rest of the week. So you've got to be very, very careful that you do hydrate all the time and have enough with you. We're with our leading women's teams, bending to the task of this climb, 37 Ks in the RMX women's race, and 2 teams up front. And then the Calderon Coticas pair, who had a wonderful day yesterday. They came in second in the time trial. They are going well today as well. Titan Racing SC Honeycomb, also a good day yesterday, 4th overall, and they're 4th today again, 2 minutes and 13 down. Tapara Kenda enjoying a fine day today, 3:14 down. And wow, the map team have come into the picture. Remember that we have, in all likelihood, it's not yet confirmed, lost the E4 team of Margot Muschetti and Samara Shepherd. And so there are definitely going to be some changes in the general classification in the women's race, and no doubt in the men's race as well, because already Matt Beers and Keegan Swinson are way off the back of that group.
It looks like the speed company guys are also feeling the effects of an underestimated TT day yesterday. I think both of them went out fairly hard, and yeah, we're stuck into some pretty big wins. And as you say, you know, the heat yesterday, even for the top guys who were in fairly early, the heat was definitely played a factor, and it's going to come to bear on how they perform today.
Yeah, they are over 4 minutes back at the last checkpoint to Lucas Baum and Georg Egger. We saw them suffering going up the dryland climb. So that place, 3rd place on general classification, could change as well today.
Yeah, most likely. No, from Bianca Horsch, the team gave her a small water bottle in the TT yesterday, and she actually stopped and said, listen, guys, I need a big one. And stopping in a time trial is the last thing you do, but you also need to remember, like, if you run out of water, you're definitely going to stop at some stage. You're not going to be able to push hard anymore. And so she quickly stopped, they got big bottles, and off they went. But the riders are well aware how important the nutrition is, and we also saw now today, it's a long stretch for the pros from water point 2 all the way to the finish. Yes, there's another water point at kilometer 66, but the team members are not allowed to feed them over there. So a lot of the pro teams grabbed hydration packs in water point 2 today that will most likely get them home all the way. It's 40 kilometers. The last 12 kilometers is pretty much all downhill. So I guess the ones that grab the hydro bag, they're not going to stop anywhere and they will make it all the way to the finish. But the nutrition, the water today is one of the key elements that you need to think of.
Just a word about our crew up in the air and on the ground bringing you these images, because it's such a technical course around this mountain. And they are bringing you these incredible pictures. That's Loert Goosen, the pilot, up flying that helicopter, and Mark Leroux with the camera hanging out of the door. Safely, I might tell you, no problem at all. He's done it for probably about 73 years, so he's pretty experienced at that. And he's bringing you wonderful images. Look at that, flicking across and seeing the chase group coming down the mountain. So, yeah, no problem at all. And Loert Goosen, in fact, he's a crop sprayer, so he knows how to fly helicopters. He's got a fleet of helicopters and fixed-wing planes that he leases out, and they do the crop spraying job all around the country. But this is a bit of fun for him, and a bit more than that, because his son is racing this as well. So he's in the Imbuko Chemchamp second team as well. Loert and Rudy Kuhn riding in support of the leaders here at the moment. Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. Can they win this stage on their home ground? Nick, what do you think?
I think it would be a fantastic result for them. Imbuko Chemchamp are looking amazing, just looking at the way that they're flowing through this, holding great speed, and just wonderful to see the red Absa African jersey hanging tough with some of the greatest cross-country mountain bikers the world has produced. It's just, you know, it does, as a South African, it warms my heart. They're both such great guys. They're humble champions, and they're fantastic to spend time with. And it's also just good to see them leading this, you know, really strong three-team attack up the front. I think it's going to be very exciting. Will a winner come from this three? At the moment, they're looking really strong. And I'd say, you know, barring a big effort out the back, and in this weather that might be a big ask, but barring a big effort out the back or, you know, a calamity up front, I think that this is looking pretty solid.
Well, look, just looking at that last check at 50 kilometers at Ridgeback Wines, down to 8th place to Paarl, Singer, Ravenstein and Steve John, just a minute and 46 seconds there. So, yeah, a push from them and a little bit of a problem from one of these teams, and suddenly it changes. But at the moment, these top three teams are 45 seconds clear. Well, a short while ago, 45 seconds clear of Buff Megamo, Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek, who started like a house on fire. But Wout Alleman was right at the sharp end on those early climbs. Storsek eventually joined him, and they attacked about a kilometer from the top of the King of the Mountains, and away they went to take that. But that was pretty much the end of their showing at the sharp end.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the excitement from the win yesterday, feeling great at the start. Of course, you want to go to the front, you're going to show what you got, but you need to look after your partner in that stage too. And if the conversation within the team wasn't on point, now they just have to drop back a little bit to find their rhythm again. It's going to be interesting to see if they can make up time at the next split, or if they lose more. The team in front, Marco and Tristan, they also know this stage and the stage tomorrow is the one they have the biggest chance to actually get away with a stage win as well. They know the trails, they know everything they go through. So if they want to win a stage within the Cape Epic this year, today and tomorrow, I would say, is the best chance for them. And at the moment, it looks amazing. Those two guys right there at the front, you have the goat right behind you, and other good cross-country riders, best cross-country riders in the world. It must give them wings. It must give them, they know what's on the table, and they're not going to slow down. They're going to push all the way to the end, and hopefully they can stay within this group. And then, yeah, hopefully we get to see a good finish sprint as well today.
I mean, to be holding, you know, this quality of rider out the front at the moment, you can see how just tight these hairpins are. The guys coming almost to a standstill and having to ride out with the front wheel, you know, holding their position and balance. It's very technical. And there's, sure, hairpins are on the menu by the look of things today. It's just, you know, this is really a cross-country trail, and these are very strong cross-country riders, and it's great to see Marco and Tristan having a fun play day out the front. I'm not sure it's how they would describe it. I think you've got to be fully on the throttle to be holding off, you know, the SRAM SCV, SRAM team and Scott SRAM team, sorry, and the Villa Vittoria guys. These guys are in prime condition.
So that the consequences of their ride today, if they keep it together here, and even if they don't win the stage, but they stay with this group and stay within it here, they could move into third place after today, because our Elliott Speed Company, as we know, over 4 minutes down, and they were 4:32 behind Scott SRAM. In Buko, we're just over 5 minutes behind Orbea at the start of the day. Topado, Singer, Fabian Ravenstein, and Simon Stevchan, they're relatively in touch with this, less than 2 minutes behind this group. But Outright Toyota Songo, who are starting the day in 5th place, are way back. So they are going to slip out of that position. So there's a good chance that Ibuko Kemchamp, who started the day in 6th today, could vault into onto the podium by the end of today, and that would be a sensational performance by Marco and Tristan, and give them so much confidence going into the rest of the week. In the past, the South African teams have Marco's run a stage, rampaged into Stellenbosch a couple of years ago to take that stage. It was enthralling and thrilling stuff. That was their goal. This year, this team are riding so well. They're in such good condition. They've done all the preparation. They've looked great in the early season races. They have high ambition than that this year, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had a cracking start to the season. I mean, the South African mountain biking season starts a lot earlier than the rest of the world. And we've got a couple of races that, you know, explore this kind of temperature. You know, when you're getting into the 30s and 40s, it's a very, very exciting marathon race called the Atacross Extreme. It's often a sort of starting point for a lot of the guys to check their form at the end of January, and both of them had fantastic results at that event. You know, and they've carried that form. And if you can get a big block of riding at this high level done in January and February, March looks pretty good. And so, yeah, I hope they continue the run of form. But as you can see, you know, you can have an off day too. They weren't all together over the last 3 days, and but today it seems like they're on fire. It's fantastic to see Mbuko Kemchamp having such a wonderful day.
Yeah, Marco Hubert had a tough day on the big first marathon stage. He suffered there, but it's a tribute to their team and the way they've gone about their recovery, that he's got himself back, and not just back, he is duking it out, as we've illustrated, with the very best cross-country races in the world here on the most, one of the most technical days we've seen for a long time on the Absa Cape Epic. You've ridden so many. I mean, it's tough, isn't it, this one?
It is, and it's, you know, just also seeing in the women's race, seeing an absolute legend like Annika Langval, whose, you know, technical abilities are a thing of legend, and you know, she's typically so composed. It's interesting to see how quickly that can come undone when you have these types of trails coming at you as fast as they do. As you can see through some of these sections, you really just, you know, you're taking hit after hit. You've got little rocks to observe left and right. You've got to find a smooth path, make sure that your tires are staying relatively sort of out of the jaws of these rocks, and because you want to preserve as much of your, you know, bike's integrity for as long as possible. That's a really key part too.
Well, now we are with the leading women in the orange jerseys there, Annika Langval and Sophia Gomez-Villafañe, and just behind them Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. There's Vera. There's 5 riders in here.
Riders, yeah.
In fact, no, this is a couple of the men's amateur teams ahead of them, so it's just the leaders here. Yep, that is Annika and Sophia leading the women's race at the moment, and again stamping their authority on the stage. They had over 9 minutes at the start of the day on Vera and Alexis, and they are building on that lead again. The start order changed this year to, in the past it was the UCI men, then the UCI women, and then the amateurs, but they've put the amateur men in between them.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Annika making a concerted effort there to get around one of the amateur men, having to stand up and accelerate and sort of get through some trail traffic. As you can see in these trails, that is challenging, and it can actually throw your line as well. If you feel like you're, climbing slightly faster than someone just in front of you, or that you feel you've got a slightly better grasp of the technical aspects of the trail, you want to get around them, but sometimes getting around them is risky. The line is really tight. There's often, with a lot of exposure here, you get onto the outside of a trail and you're looking down the side of the mountain, or on the inside of the trail, you could clip a rock or clip a bush. So, yeah, passing is a real challenge when it's as tight as this.
Buff Megamo in pursuit of that lead group here, Alleman and Stosek with their hydration packs now on their backs, having picked those up at that water point, and they're in pursuit, having had that blistering start to the day. It's just unwound a little bit for Stosek and Alleman. They've just got to be a bit patient here and back themselves to just maintain a steady tempo, and perhaps that lead group, which we're going to search for now through the trails here, may come back to them, and they'll be in the mix for another stage win, having won yesterday, a 5th stage win for Bart Alleman at the Absa Cape Epic.
There's another team in between as far as we can see, but it's also hard to spot if the guys are coming down or going up. Those trails are very close together. Some of them are leading up, some of them are leading down, but I think that's the leading group right there at the front. Still the South African team leading at the front. I guess Filippo on 3rd place. Yes, 3rd place. And then there's the Willy Vittoria team right there as well.
Nino bringing up the rear. Do you think that's a tactic, Benno? Do you think there's a reason why we've got Nino out the back? Or,
I think that's something that's never been said before. Here we go, a little bit of technical area here, and Nokia and Hubert just having to dismount quickly as well. Yeah, just getting caught on what, I mean, they've seen so many tough challenges, but what looked an innocuous little rock.
And Nino just track standing while the other riders sort themselves out. No, as you go, I'll just wait here and come to a complete standstill and stay in my pedals.
Yeah, another league, isn't he? So yeah, very, very tricky section to get through here, and what a build this is by the Paarl Trails guys, winding their way up this mountain. The Mountain Goat Trail climb is what they're on now as they make their way back to the top of this incredible massif that is Paarl Mountain. The playground for 2 days of the Absa Cape Epic. We're in the Drakensberg region for the first time, well, not in the Drakensberg region for the first time, in Paarl for the first time of the Absa Cape Epic, as it makes its home here for these 2 big stages. Back with our women. Well, the Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez, she looks as though she's trying to get past there. It's tricky, as you've been saying, Nick.
Yeah, I think you've got to, especially if you're up against one of the amateur men's team or even a slower UCI men's team, you've got to measure that overtaking chance really, really carefully and make sure that you're overtaking with confidence rather than, trying to sneak past. And typically they get a few bruised egos with the UCI men's or the amateur men's team if a women's team comes past. But the truth is that these guys are incredibly skilled and can quite easily school some of the faster amateur men's teams.
That, in fact, Nick, with apologies, because they are difficult to pick out, but now their hydration packs, it's Vera and Alexis who are up there now in this group. So it is the leading 2 teams there. And yeah, it looks as though Sophia's itching to try and maybe get past, I don't know. Or just making, I'm here.
I think they saw the marks also on Annika. That's also something you as a rider, you're going to spot, that you finally see some weak part of a competition. And again, also the nutrition here. Those guys are not going to stop anymore. Or, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how their nutrition is going to play out. But if you see a rider being under pressure, like already went down, you do know that, okay, maybe she's going to ride a little bit more conservative. Maybe the downhills is the sections where we as a team can make a little bit more time. And that can actually push Annika again to the limit, trying to stay with them. So this is also something you as an athlete, as a racer, you're going to look out for. Where is the cracks of your competition? How can I get a bit of an advantage over the other? And as soon as you see like a bit of a dirty jersey or you see them fall, you know, okay, they also make mistakes. Even an Annika Langvaart is not unbeatable, and that's all the small little things that when you have the opportunity to see that, to spot those things, motivate you again. So now they're at the front of this race. They know that there's a lot of single track, a lot of downhill of single track coming, and maybe that is a bit of a tactic of those twos. And yeah, it's racing to the bone here. It's full on.
Little chink in the armor of the race leaders, and Vera Losa and Alexis Skada trying to exploit that of the Toyota Specialized pair as they go up another one of those punchy climbs on stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. Just quickly jumping off the bike and back on to get around that switchback. Annika Langvaart just leaving a little bit of a gap there. And we caught a glimpse of it going into that switchback, just taking a quick sip of a bottle. A point you guys have made about the difficulty of being able to hydrate regularly enough on this type of trail. And we see that Vera Losa and Alexis Skada have their hydration packs, which makes it that much easier to do. Never mind that you might not have to stop at another water point. On a stage like today, you've got a backpack on, easy to hydrate, and giving them a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, I think that the advantage, I mean, it's all you know, a team calculation, isn't it? I mean, you know, your hydration pack is going to make you a little bit hotter. It doesn't, yeah, the air doesn't flow over your back quite as easily, and so there's that to consider. But in this terrain where the trails are so tight, so technical, taking your hand off the bar could mean, you know, 3 or 4 seconds here when you get around a switchback. You might, as you saw, have to drag your bike up if you're in a slightly wrong position and take your hands off and, you know, just lose a bit of traction. That wasn't a fall, really. That was just a sort of stepping off the bike. But all of these little things add up. And like you say, they won't have to stop, or likely won't stop at the next water point, where I think Sophia and Annika would do well to stop and make sure that they've got bottles fully charged if they don't at the moment.
That'll be an interesting decision for them in this sort of scenario, won't it, Benno?
Yeah, definitely. Like today, you don't want to run out of water. If you run out of water, your race is over. Yeah, you're going to start cramping. There's so much to come. And like you said, like just getting that little bit of water, and you have the tube of the hydration pack in your mouth for a little while. And if it's technical, you just leave it in there for a little while. And you wait, and even for in a race like Wine to Race, when we did it on the e-bikes, that's the only way you can actually get enough nutrition in, because your average speed is so high. And for those pro athletes, that's pretty much the speed they go without an e-bike. So it is a huge advantage.
The trail opens up a little here, and another of our wonderful marshals. What a job they do. They will be out there in the heat of the day. They've been there since very early this morning. They had to get up and be dropped off at their various points to guide the riders and steer them in the right direction, as they've reached pretty much the summit of this incredible mountain. Way in the distance, Table Mountain, that's a long way away now. Remember the views there from the prologue on Sunday. It seems so far away in terms of distance and time, and now so much has happened on the Absa Cape Epic.
A lot of action, a lot of changes, I think, and a lot of people realizing that they're deep in the Absa Cape Epic just 3 days in, and looking to yeah, I suppose survive the rest of the week. And, you know, if you're back in the amateur categories, you know, further back in the field, you're probably just looking to make it to the halfway point at this stage and sort of tick that box and reassess everything. For these guys, there is no holding back at all.
They drop off the summit of Paarl Rock, and we are with the Aramex UCI women's group, the leading pair of teams here. And it is a fascinating battle unfolding on this stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic as they race for glory. Vera Lossa and Alexis Skade, efficient SCB SRAM, and Toyota Specialized, the race leaders in the orange jerseys, are on their tail here. Sophia Gomez Viafan and Annika Langfeld, who has had one nasty fall and one just topple off, and perhaps is showing for the first time in her 6 years at the Absa Cape Epic a slight chink in her armor.
It's possible. I look at Annika and I go, where is that chink? And I think there's a lot of women racing against her who are trying to figure it out as well. It'll be, you know, it'll be on everybody's mind, you know, where is the weakness of this absolutely legendary athlete who seems to turn up to the Cape Epic and win on a whim. There's obviously a lot that goes into it, and I don't mean to undo any of the work and training that she is dedicated to in her off-season and in the build-up to the Cape Epic. But yeah, Annika Langfeld having 2 spills, uncharacteristic spills today. Is that a sign of weakness? We will see.
Absolutely, that's the beauty of this event. It all unfolds right in front of you, and the men on the left-hand side of your screen are reaching the USN hydration point at the moment, and it is still those for now. We'll have a look here and see who takes on. A little bottle for Imbuko Kemchamp, a stop for Willia briefly, and Colombo and Schurter. Just nothing too panicky, just stop, pick up a little bit of something to drink, and on they'll go. Hydration and nutrition, critical factors today on a hectically technical day of riding in intense heat. The stage, a reminder to you, that was shortened from 90 kilometers originally to 78 today. Not one big loop taken out, but various little sections snipped off and brought down to 78 kilometers. Still a pretty imposing 2,400 meters of climbing to get by. Mark Hubert jersey unzipped, an illustration that he's feeling the heat here today for sure. They all are.
Yeah, Tristan Nokia looking really strong on the front there. You saw him sort of attacking over that little climb, you know, as the trail sort of leveled off slightly out front, getting some nutrition in, making sure that he's still got some gas in the tank as they close in on the Spice Route finale. I think it's a fantastic showing by the Imbuko Kemchamp team. Marco, yeah, shirt unzipped, flapping in the wind, and I'm sure he would have thrown a couple of cups of water over his head as they went through that hydration station a moment ago.
Charging on are our elite men. 17 kilometers to go. They've just gone through that hydration station, the USN hydration station, and they are powering. Tristan Nokia's legs are next level today, really powering on the front there. Determined, focused on Imbuko Kemchamp to take a win today on home soil. They'll have plenty of support around the trails and down at the finish, and they want to reward that support with a stage win today. Wouldn't that be something against the caliber of rider they've got amassed behind them here? Whoa, a very close call there. Very, very close call for Schurter and Colombo. Drawing up alongside each other, one of them nearly going over.
Sure, it can happen so quickly, and as you can see there, it's just maybe a little communication, a little chance for the guys to chat to each other, and the whole group slows up, and someone not concentrating, kind of, you can end up in a derailleur, or you can end up tripping a wheel. That happens faster than you know.
And you head into a rut or something, and the wheel slips out. So, yep, very, very careful. We've seen many issues already. Heaven knows what might be happening behind this group with the amateur men and women heading up on this trail. But look at the pressure being applied here by Imbuko Kemchamp. They are trying to put the heat on Willia Vittoria and Scott SRAM MTB. Good to see.
Yeah.
Really good to see the racing here today.
And the group in the front, they're pushing. They're really pushing. Like, they have a good momentum going. It's going to be hard for any team behind to close the gaps. Very, very hard. Yeah, you see the tumble here.
Very close. But only a man like Nino was just, well, say that. What? No problem. Done that. No problem.
Which tumble?
Yeah.
Which tumble?
What issue? It didn't happen. Oh, sorry, it did. And this is that group with the man in the grandstand seat. He is right in the thick of things there. Stefan Sam on our media e-bike, the Bulls media e-bike, brought you that picture of that close call for Nino. And the helicopter keeping a watching brief from above. The drama of stage 3 at the Absa Cape Epic unfolding before your eyes here. Beautiful to watch. 1 minute 28, so it is. Clementizia Aubert, Poro and Sutzman in 4th place. And Buff Megamo now 3:21 down, a second ahead of the Honeycomb 226ers who at the 60k mark were having a very good day there. So that group, Topara, Singer, Steve John and Ravenstein are part of that 3-team group, just over 3 minutes and 20 seconds behind the leaders here.
Yeah, it looks like Clementizia Aubert is sort of dangling in the middle there between these two trios, both containing some very strong South African riders, which will be great for the local crowds when these guys can come in through the Spice route.
Oh, are we seeing something here, or is this just giving each other a little space? But the men in red are absolutely laser focused on making this stage go their way today. They're doing everything they possibly can to unsettle and rid themselves of at least one, and at best 2 of these teams. Well, the Willia Vittoria pair are just dangling a little bit back here, and Scott Schramm making sure that Hubert and Nokia know they are going to have to get rid of them if they are going to try and win this stage.
Yeah, they're just about to reach water point number 3. And then from there, it's a lot of downhill going down to the finish. And they're on it. That's the closest they probably ever got to a stage win, at least so far in the Epic. And they're charging down the hill. Look at this. The speed they're going, tucking in. What, 50 k's an hour?
Yeah, it must be something like that. It's nice to have a slightly more open section to be pulling this kind of speed, though. You don't want to be doing that when it's too tight. But yeah, easily 50k probably. And Tristan Norkia is winding it. He is having a fantastic day. When the legs work, you take advantage because it may not last.
Absolutely, yep. If it's your day, then you make it happen, and they are doing that here beautifully. Fantastic racing by the men in red. Tristan Norkia out of the saddle. Who's on his wheel? He looks over his shoulder, does Nino Schurter. He knows he's got to stay with us. Not his Filippo Colombo starting to feel the heat here. This is a very big move, a brave move by the men in red. 14 Ks to go.
Yeah, they know that they've got to get their noses in front into that Spice Route single track, and the Spice Route, which was actually just the scene of a South African XCO Cup a couple of weeks ago. Very, very dry, very dusty, but a very technical terrain. And I think these guys are going to have advantage coming in there. So, sorry, that's the Mbuko Chemchamp team, Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkia. And I think that they want to probably try and get their noses in front, just ahead of Nino Schurter, who will be wise to it. It's not his first rodeo, and I think Nino Schurter looking back to see if Filippo Colombo will come with him, close this down. Don't let the boys get too much of a gap into that single track, because he knows that once that's happening, there's very few opportunities to overtake.
So are we in for a good finish sprint?
I think so. I think they still got to get over the top of the mountain, though. We haven't quite crested over and into the Spice Route side.
Yeah, but Benno, you did the briefing, the race briefing, the route briefing for the riders yesterday in that dining marquee. You've talked about the finish being predominantly downhill here.
Yeah. Most of it, there's no big climb where you can stack this group of people. Like, they are at that level. You're not going to drop anyone on the track that's to come. So it's now fighting about the single track, knowing your position. And you can see all of them now, like they all want to be right there at the front. Everyone wants to get into the single track first. Otherwise, yeah, it's hard to stay together. And the second rider counts. That's the thing. You need to make sure the second rider is well positioned. Otherwise, if he's too far back, it doesn't even make sense sprinting for the line.
Well, that big effort from the Mbuko Kemchem pair has come to naught, and they are now sitting in the back of this little group of 3 teams as the men's elite race boils up to a fascinating finish, a thrilling finish here on stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. Paarl Mountain, the playground, the venue, the stadium, if you like, for today's stage, the first of 2 big days in the Drakenstein community here, and this is the very best riders in the world throwing punches left, right and center. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's not much climbing to come after that hydration point, which is coming up soon, and we'll move into spectator point as well. So we could get a nice boost for our African leaders jerseys, the Absa African team of Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia. I think when they get out of this absolute baking sort of northern part of the Paarl Mountain and just start descending into the Spice Route area, they're going to have a little home ground advantage with some locals cheering on. But there is a gap appearing as Nino and Filippo push on and drive the pace up on this climb.
Yeah, this is a move from the Scott Stram and William Vittoria teams. They're together here, and they're putting the heat on the African jerseys. That early surge, that surge a little while ago from Tristan Nokia and Marco Joubert perhaps coming back to bite them here. They're going to have to dig deep here and really fight to stay in touch.
It's not the first time they've been slightly off the pace over a climb, and they closed it down earlier in the race with relative ease, and I think they also know what's coming. So maybe it's a tactic to preserve a little bit of that energy so that they've got something for, you know, a ramped up finish that looks like it's on the cards.
Flick back to our Aramex women's race. Alexis Skada, Vera Losa, Annika Langvall and her partner Sofia Gomez-Viefan. They cruise through the point here. That water point now, no stopping there for Toyota Specialized, and they don't have the hydration packs that Losa and Skada have here. Look over their shoulder from Sofia Gomez-Viefan just to assess what is going on behind them. Not much, except that Vera Losa is still right there on their wheels. Looking very strong today, Vera and Alexis. They are sniffing the opportunity of a stage win here. So far, it has been all Toyota Specialized from Mirandal, those 2 days there, and into the time trial. They have won all 3 stages.
I think it's boiling up to be a, excuse the pun, but a really exciting finish for both the men's and the women's teams. It's a reality check, I think, for Sofia Gomez-Viefan and for Annika Langvall. They've got some competition for the first time in the race so far in the form of Alexis Skada and Vera Losa, and it's great to see that these 2 challengers are really throwing down a fantastic race today in this heat. Vera Losa from Namibia, no stranger to this level of dust and heat. She eats this for breakfast, so you better watch out. I think she knows what she's doing.
Absolutely. She is looking very, very comfortable at the moment. 9 minutes between them at the start of the day, so there's a healthy general classification advantage for the team in orange. But the glory of a stage win here for Vera Losa and Alexis Skada beckons if they can get away from the orange jerseys, who are so experienced. 6 wins between them, and we've seen them time and time again with various Haley Batten, with Sofia Gomez-Viefan and Annika Langvall with 3 different partners. Just at the critical moment, apply the pressure, and she's been able to snap that elastic. Here goes a little move from Vera Losa and Alexis Skada, jumping to the front. Little trail coming and into the corner.
And Annika, wily Annika, moving across as soon as she saw the first rider come around, knowing that if she just drifts to the right-hand side, the second rider's got a little bit more work to do to get around.
Well, they working hard, are Vera and Alexis, to get the advantage here to show we're in this. There's nothing wrong with our legs today. A little bit of moving elbows coming out there as Sophia Vierfan tries to get past here. Their riders ahead of them. This is what they were fighting for, and she's just been ousted and pushed back into second place here as Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada take the lead up this climb.
Making full use of the Jeep track there, each of them riding in their own lane. And yeah, some argy-bargy elbows out. It is on as they dive into the single track. They could probably spot from earlier on these little signs marking the start of some single track, and knowing that it's going to be all on as they head in there. Very little opportunity to overtake from the start of the single track.
And a couple of men's teams ahead of them. One of them did the right thing just as they were entering there and pull over. Back we go to our men's race, and Scott Stram, MTB, Willia Victoria. Have they done enough? Have they got away from the Absa Africa jersey wearers? The power is on. Look at the effort here. Wow. The watt's being thrown by the Scott Stram team. It's Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. And digging deep, Avondetto and Brido. This is incredible, the power they're putting down here.
And it looks like they made up a little bit of a gap. 19 seconds to Imbuko, 19 seconds at this last water point. They're just losing a little bit, but yeah, there's a good downhill to come. But trying to get time out of Nino Schurter and Filippo and the other two guys on the downhill, it's not even for a local going to be an easy challenge to do.
Certainly not going to be easy for those guys. You can see them drifting off the back there and actually slightly splitting up as well. Always a sign that, you know, this isn't part of the tactic. When one rider drifts more than 2 or 3 bike lengths back, it wasn't a strategy to sort of ease off and try and pull back on the descent. I think they're going to have their work cut out of them to try and make contact again. Not impossible, but I think the earlier effort today is really sort of, you know, taking its toll on Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier for Mbuka Chemchamp.
Less than 8 kilometers, less than 10 kilometers to go, and it is Scott Stram, MTB, and Willie Vittoria who have this stage so far in their hands. Only 19 seconds, so there is time for a recovery and a rebound from Mbuka Chemchamp on this day. They are so desperate to chase glory here. They'll have another bite at the cherry tomorrow. But what effect has today's efforts had on them? Meanwhile, the fight here between these two teams, it's been on from the start, hasn't it? From Mirandal.
And it's not going to hold up at all because there's some single track coming. They all know it. They can feel it. You can see the sort of tension in this, you know, group of 4 riders. There they go. They dive into some, opens up again slightly, but they dive into some single track, and they know that once you head into that, overtaking becomes very risky. And yeah, it's going to make it a challenge.
They are emptying their tanks. These two, they know the trail that's up ahead. They'll perhaps want to use that knowledge and that experience on these trails to close down that 19-second advantage that the leading two teams have. As they jump into it now, Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. Back with our women's race, and yeah, it's all a bit of a mix here because the orange leaders on the tail of and some men in the mix here. They're just getting past now. Langval and Sophia Gomez Vierfan, and I think that is Skada and Lossa in the front end there. So it's race on here as they make their way up that mountain goat climb.
Looks like the teams have actually been split up slightly there with the Aramex women. One is it Alexis Skada at the front, and then a Toyota Specialized rider, and then well, both of them, sorry, and then looks like we've got Vera at the back.
And there's the gap there. Titan Racing SE Honeycomb having a good day, and they're battling it out with Tessa Corticas at Cannondale and Monica Calderon at Cannondale ISP Sport.
Yeah, that'll be a fight for third, and obviously for the African leaders jersey, I think our African women have got that sort of sewn up for the day by the look of it. Sort of going to touch some wood here because it's never done until it's done, and they've got some distance to cover still. But yeah, it's all boiling down to looks like it might be a sprint for first and second, and something similar for third and fourth.
Good day for Hayley Smith and Ella Bloor in fifth place there for the MAP team, going very well indeed. Their best day so far in this race. So through that 66.5k water point at Christmas camp, Mbuko Kemchamp in third, 19 seconds off the leading two teams, and then Klimatitsia Obea, Poro and Stutzman in fourth place on this stage at the moment.
And they've put down another 30 seconds to that leading group of three teams. They were at 134, I think, at the last checkpoint, and now at 156. Just goes to show how much effort Filippo Colombo, Nino Schurter, Luca Brado and Simone Avondetta are putting in at the front of the race. Obviously not far ahead of Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia, but let's see what the single track delivers in terms of our African guys from Mbuko Kemchamp closing the gap. Oh, it looks like we've got was that Annika down?
Yeah, just a foot off, getting caught up in the rocks and just walking the bike down onto the little bridge, the wine barrel bridge. Very cautious indeed. Once you get into that situation, it's difficult to remount and roll down there. So runs it down, and Alexis Skada, well, she was caught behind, and that was the risk of being behind Vera Lossa. When that happened, she couldn't really capitalize on it.
No, very little to do. You've just got to wait it out and let Annika find her feet and walk through the section that she came unstuck on. And now I think Vera's going to try and close that up and hopefully put a bit of distance into Annika as well.
Well, this is an opportunity for the Vera Lossa Alexis Skada combination to put a bit of pressure on Toyota Specialized. They're 9 minutes down on GC, but this will give them huge encouragement that they, with still so many days left in this race, have a real chance here.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Sophia is at the front, so she can still control the pace. If she sees that Annika is not there out of her eye, she can just slow down a little bit and control it. But yeah, this technical stuff, this is probably the sections where Annika is most likely having a hard time, not being on the bike as much as all the others, coming back. The fitness is one thing, but it's the technical skills sometimes. And especially here, this is kind of like a trial work that you need to do, keep your momentum, and here the positioning is key. If the other two make it to the front and then Annika gets stuck too many times, they could get a gap. As long as Sophia is at the front and controls the space, the pace, not too bad. As you can see, they're both together again.
Quick flash of the men's race there. Unfortunately, our picture frozen. Nick, you may well have been in the situation where some of the elite women come up beside you or around you, mixing with you. What happens in that scenario? What's
Well, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to race, but only ever as an amateur. And for me, it's really simple. It's just get off the trail. This is not a race.
And are they making it clear to you? They're shouting at you, telling you to move over?
Absolutely. And often having raced in and around Annika and Ariane Luti as well, they're very clear, and they make it very clear that you do need to give way. And I appreciate it. I mean, you want to know, and you want to know that there's somebody chasing a podium position in a women's race, and and they need you to give way, give track, and I'm very, very happy to do it. It's not true for every amateur rider out there. Look, everybody's got their own ambitions, and I think quite a lot of people aren't actually that interested in giving up even a couple of seconds into some of the single track. But it looks like we've got a big gap going through here in the men's race.
Nino Schurter's shot ahead. They are inside the last 3 or 4 kilometers here. This is down onto the Toyota Tough section now. They've dropped down backs and they are flying down here. Nino knew what was coming, and there they go, dropping down now. Spice Route destination, and Fairview is just at the bottom of this trail, and the finish is not far away. They'll go under the tunnel and across the road very shortly. But this is a race for glory on this stage 3. Scott SRAM MTB are in the pound seats just at the moment, with Nino Schurter having shot ahead on a little attack, knowing what's coming and putting Willia Vittoria on the back foot here. And the Filippo Colombo will be marshalling and marking their moves here.
Absolutely. I mean, a very interesting strategy into that last little piece of single track there, going in, you know, off the front, putting in a massive gap, just so that you can sort of either ease up or control this descent with the guys chasing onto your wheel.
Up and over this bridge, flying down. The finish is there on the left-hand side. You can see it through the haze of the dust. Spectators watching the riders come flying through, and they will hit the tunnel to go under the road in seconds. Amazing trail, this Benno.
This is insane. I mean, you guys got it under control. I can check out from here, right? I want to go and ride my bike. Jeevers, sitting here looking at those trails. No, that's a roller coaster, and then it's just insane how fast they're actually going through this.
Looks like we've dropped the e-bike, which
yeah.
Stefan Sam will have to have a word with him at the end there, so that he can just up his game a little bit. But in all seriousness, world-class trails. It's dusty, it's loose. As you can see, there's a turn every 5 meters, literally, and trying to do this at race pace, knowing that their finish line honors are on the line. This is what it's about. We've got a huge gap between Nino and Filippo, and he's just pulling clear.
Mercantile School, great excitement for them as the helicopter hovers overhead, and the top 2 teams. Nino under that culvert, and once he gets under that and across to the trails on the other side of the road, the village is just probably 1.5 kilometers away. A long drag through the vineyards, perhaps a bit more than that, actually 5, there we go. But it is a big move from Nino Schurter. Has he gone too early?
Well, he's still got the Fairview trails, and he may have. It's hard to say, but it's really difficult sometimes to tell just how far away the finish line is. There are markers on the trail, but you sometimes lose a sense of that. And one of the difficulties is you can sometimes hear Paul Kay and Mike Finch at the start-finish line, and there's still a 4 or 5 kilometer loop to be done through the Fairview trails in this case. And that can sometimes throw your strategy a little bit. You go, ooh, you want to get really hard onto the pedals, and you do that a little bit early, and I mean, this gap will probably be closed.
I did ride that little section yesterday, just coming down there, and I did see a 5K to go board a little higher up than where they are now, where those trails are. So it's probably less than that now, but yeah, they're all going to come back. They are all back together again. Schurter, Rido, Navendetto, and well, in the middle there is Colombo, third rider. So they have got a look across. They just saw them glancing across there. So we are coming down to a sprint finish here, and Julia Victoria trying to move themselves into a better position here.
Pace has definitely slowed up a little bit as the guys sort of do a little stock take. Can't slow down too much. You got Marco Yobert and Tristan Nokia, and they wouldn't want to make it a 3-way sprint for the finish. But the African jersey is probably hot on their tail. There they are. They've just come onto the ridge of that dam and making their way across the top and hoping probably to catch a glimpse of the leading 2 teams so that they can put in an effort to try and take line on us.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch them there, they're right on that limit of we can't go any faster than this without absolutely blowing up, but we are so close to these top 2 teams. Here's a chance for us. We've got to keep going. We've got to keep our efforts going here. The upside of wherever they finish today is they are definitely going to move up on general classification and more than likely onto the podium in 3rd place on GC. But how they'd love to put the cherry on top of that cake by taking a stage win here. And the cagey work between these 2 teams might play into their hands. They'll know that as well, of course. We've got such experience in this group here. They'll know exactly what the score is. Sweeping through these Fairview trails, and the finish on the left-hand side as the helicopter flies right over the top of them. What a race. What a day of trail riding today for all these riders, and we've been able to follow them on some of the most extraordinary trails on the Paarl Mountain. They're down off that mountain and putting the finishing touches to this 78-kilometer challenge that is stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic.
It's a fantastic way to finish off the stage. You know, done some pretty serious climbing. You're absolutely blown to pieces from some of those, from the heat that's now rising more and more as the day drags on. And just before the finish line, you know, you've got to be looking at team strategy. You've got to be looking at who's going to get their nose into the single track first. You've got to be elbows out, holding off attacks, and trying to get that position as you head into what will inevitably be a sprint finish. Trying to keep the pace up, but not too high that you blow yourself before you get to the line, and mindful of the fact that there are two highly motivated young South Africans chasing these legends and veterans of the sport down for the last, you know, over the last 3 or 4 kilometers. So I think we've got some, fantastic racing. The trails themselves haven't slowed down at all. As you can see, still lots of technical stuff. There's tree stumps everywhere, rocks, ruts. These guys have still got to stay and maintain absolute focus to get themselves through to the line and hold this kind of pace. We've got Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia from Mbuka Kemchamp hot on their heels and climbing into that single track as well. They're not far behind. It's going to be a tall ask to have them close down on this wily group of 4 riders over the last 3Ks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a high quality.
They're not far, look at
group.
that.
Yeah, they're not far. And they are highly motivated, as you said, Nick. There they are.
Yes.
There they are. Just jump across the trail. No, don't worry. You're very, very close. This is going to be a thrilling sprint.
Fantastic. It's great to see the guys. They're obviously staying highly motivated. They can see Stefan Sam on the e-bike. You know, they can see that they're not far from making contact, and that'll be huge motivation. Are they going to run out of runway before the finish line comes? Who knows? But it's a testament to their amazing technical abilities. Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia, they've managed to close down some of, as we've said over and over again, some of the fastest XCO riders in the world. They managed to close them down over the last 3 or 4 Ks. It's fantastic to see them having a proper bite and proper challenge for the line today.
Yeah, we know the Palmares of Nino Schurter, of course, but Avendetto is the 2022 under-23 world champion. Brido was 4th at the Olympic Champions, the Olympic Games last year, and 3rd at the World Championships in 2022. So there is such quality in this field here, and the opportunity to be in the mix for a stage win in this sort of company doesn't come around that often. And Mbuka Kemchamp, Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia know that. They know there's so much to be gained from producing a sensational fight-back win here. But they've got work to do because these 4 riders are keeping a very high tempo. There they go. They're with them now. Joubert and Nokia back. They sneak down on the left-hand side into the front of this race. What a comeback. What a ride. And now they're in charge.
They've just hit that group like a ton of bricks. That was so amazing to see. Hard on the left-hand side. Tristan Nokia taking the front, driving into the wind. And let's see how it all comes together now. Now we've got a 3-way sprint for the podium. What an amazing finale to this day's racing.
Yes. Well, this is extraordinary. The Mbuka Kemchamp team have been quite unbelievable today because Marco Joubert was suffering. They had to fight back on that dryland climb. They got back in. They took the lead on those single tracks through Reebok's Cliff. They pretty much dictated the pace and the narrative there, and then dropped off after a climb at the top of the mountain, but have fought their way back. And now inside the last couple of kilometers as they head to the finish, they are right at the sharp end where they want to be. Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo, Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto. Those are 4 riders who are ranked in the top 10 of the cross-country world rankings right now. These 2 young men from the Western Cape here are in the mix for the stage win of their lives.
What an amazing way. What a great impact, and maybe a little psychological game to come in so hot, so hard on the left-hand side there. Do our European friends know the finish as well as our young African riders do? And that could be the decisive factor.
Sand, yeah, that's always tricky at high pace, and they don't want to ease off anywhere at all here because that could be an opportunity as Schurter now goes to the front, and he now looks back and sees where Filippo Colombo is. It's going to be one of those tactical sprints, maybe sending a man out early and hoping your second man can do the job. They're on to the finish here. Schurter and Colombo, Joubert and Nokia, Brideau and Avendetto being blocked out a little bit here as they dice it out on this dual track. What a finish we're in for here.
So it's all about who can get their second rider up the field and into a strong position. Who's feeling like they've got some sprinting legs to throw down, go early. We got Filippo on the front there. Nino sitting in third wheel. Marco in second wheel. Does that mean Tristan's going to take a long-range attack from fourth? There's a lot to play for.
Yeah, all looking tricks in their necks as they keep looking over their shoulders. Who's making a move? Where's my partner? No one's coming
Changing
through yet.
lines.
There's a move. There's a move that's happened on the left-hand side there. Yes, there is. There it goes, Tristan Nokia. He's got the rocket on his wheel. That is Nino Schurter. Nokia has a go. Slightly off the line, and he'll be joined now by Marco Joubert. Filippo Colombo looks on. So it's Nokia who's made the early dash, and the hope that Marco Joubert can make it stick. They're a long ways to go still. It's a deep effort from Tristan Nokia. Not quite at the finish yet, as he hasn't made it stick yet. So they'll have to regroup and reload for a final shot. Schurter right on Nokia's wheel. Brideau and Avendetto, don't discount that pair as well.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty at the back. It looks like they're sitting pretty at the back, but there's a lot of racecrafts going on in there. They're in a fantastic position. You've got three teams, each with a rider in the first three, and the rest of them hanging on the wheel.
This is your time, this is your day. Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia in the company of greatness here. You're rising to the top. And Tristan Nokia emptying his tank here. Marco Joubert sitting at the back here. And it is going to be desperate times. There's a break, there's a moment that's happened here, and it is going to be Brideau and Avendetto. One last effort, and it seems to have shed off that red jersey. Do they have anything left in the tank? Brideau and Avendetto. William Vittoria, they weren't involved in the early moves. Now they've kept their powder dry until now to have a go.
Yeah, holding off Scott Schramm as they head into the final last loop right onto the line.
Cross right, the right hander. It is going to be William Victoria, Scott Schramm, MTV dicing for the win here. Who's going to be the second rider across the line? It is going to be desperately close. A sprint for the line here, and it looks like it is. William Victoria who take their second stage win and take an enormous effort to get it home, but what a dice for the line ahead of Scott Schramm MTB. An enthralling, highly entertaining race for glory here. It'll be Chemchamp, the Mbuko Chemchamp team, who will take third place after a hugely brave fight and a desperate effort to try and get the win here, but they will roll home proud in their efforts today. But what a race, straight onto the chair. Simone Avendetto and Luca Brideau have taken the stage win. What a race.
She's racing like there is no tomorrow. There was a massive hail of watts into the final straight there, and fantastic to see the Vittoria Willia guys take the lead.
Let's go and hear from them. If they've got anything left in their lungs, they'll tell us how it went.
Simone, an incredible sprint finish. So the South African team really pushing you guys all the way. How did you time that finish so well?
Yeah, the end was a bit tactical, and then yeah, I tried to attack. I know that Luca is a bit faster than me, so I tried to attack before, and yeah, I think he finished second. I don't know.
Luca, another stage win for William Vittoria. You must be stuck.
Yeah, I'm really super happy. Today was a not easy day for sure. The hot was hurt so much, so it was hard.
No time lost on the GC, and another stage win. That's a great news for the team.
Yeah, for sure. Today our goal was just try to not lose other time. And then we were at the end we were all together, so we tried for the win.
Were you surprised to see the South African team there until the death with you?
Yeah. We made a bit of gap at the top of the climb. Then, as I said, was tactical in the end. so they came back. Was surprised. I thought they were a bit. They fished the energy. Instead, they were still fast in the end.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Well done on another stage win. Good job.
Tizia Obeya, Samueli Poro, Mark Stutzman, they will take fourth place today. A brave, bold ride from them. And they are just continuing to be impressive through this race. And they are well entrenched inside that top four. And they will be also moving up on the general classification slowly but surely. 2 minutes 31 down. Let's go back to Max Kleur at the finish.
Nino, what an incredible sprint. I mean, in it till the death, the South African team coming at you, making the moves. When did you decide to go? How was it out there? It looked quite punchy.
Yeah, it was brutal, the heat. Wow. Like, already quite early, it was like boiling. And yeah, we tried our chance before the long descent. Couldn't get away. And then we knew it's going to be sprint finish. And I was surprised about their sprinting.
It's not an easy sprint finish, a little bit corrugated on the grass as you come through. It's not a smooth line at all, is it?
No, it's like first you get through sandy bits, but sometimes you just get stuck. You need to find a good line, especially when you come in like 3 teams like today. And yeah, then also the sprint, then unfortunately I locked by mistake my fork on the straight finish, like, bleh. So that was breaking me down a bit, but yeah. They were stronger in the sprint, but it was good.
Nino still in the yellow jersey, and that's what it's all about for Scott Schramm. I mean, that's a good place to be, considering the firepower you're up against here.
Yeah, it's nice we were able to defend, keep our time, and yeah, tomorrow I think it's a bit cooler.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Amazing how calm and relaxed he appears, Nino Schurter, but he's of course done this so many times. So here's a really good performance by the honeycomb pair of Mark Pritson and Wessel Botha. They've had their travails through this week. They were third on the prologue and then lost copious amounts of time on day 2 on stage 1, the big marathon stage, but they're back here, no question about that. The South African marathon champion Wessel Botha, and alongside him Mark Pritson for the Honeycomb 226's team, and they will come home in 5th place today. 2 South African teams inside the top 5. That is a very impressive day and speaks to the knowledge of the trails and dealing with the conditions out here today. They finished behind Poro and Stutzman of Tizia Obeya, 4 minutes and 47 behind. And this is the chase to the line for the remaining teams. Let's go back to the finish and Max.
Tristan, up to 3rd in the GC. I mean, what a day. We saw on that last climb, they got away a bit. We heard the commentators saying these guys know these trails. They're going to come back on that single track, and then all of a sudden, South Africa erupted as you guys got to the front, but just not enough on the sprint towards the finish.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of our own trails, but yeah, we got dropped on like the last 1 minute kicker. They started attacking each other because, yeah, we had to ride all day. They just looked at us. So, but, yeah, we knew that and we got dropped. But, yeah, I sat Marcus Wheel on that last descent and it was sketchy down there. I told him like 10 times, this is too sketchy. But, yeah, we got back and then I knew Marco told me we must just back off a bit because we knew they would set up. And then, yeah, we knew we had to make a sprint along. But, yeah, the XO, I went with like 1K to go. But they came past me with like 500 to go with a massive kick. So, yeah, but overall, we're 3rd on GC now. So, yeah, I couldn't ask for a better day.
You're sitting here on the finish line of the biggest mountain bike stage in the world. Over your right shoulder, less than 30 centimeters away, is the GOAT, Nino Schurter, and you've just gone into a sprint finish with him. I mean, how surreal.
Yeah, I actually can't believe it. Like, I'm sitting here having goosebumps. Even in the trails, I'm riding and like, I'm actually riding behind and in front of the best world's mountain bikers. And you can't believe it at that stage, but then after the stage in bed, you're like, what actually happened? So, yeah, I still can't believe it. Growing up and watching Nino race his bike. Yeah, now racing against him, doing a sprint finish against him. Yeah, I never thought that would happen.
All right, Nino, maybe give him a high five. Nino, give Tristan a high five. He's so stoked to be racing with you. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible scenes here on the finish line as we go back to the studio.
Yeah, big moment, big day for Tristan Nortje. They are absolutely bubbling, aren't they? I mean, Tristan's quite a taciturn young man. But you can feel the emotion flowing out of him there. You can see it in him. It's so exciting for them. Well done. Really great ride.
I think to have that kind of composure when you know, in the back of your mind you're being chased down, or in Tristan's case, you're leading one of your heroes and one of the greatest of all time. To have the composure to still keep chipping away at your game, to still hold your line, to stay focused. I think fantastic things ahead for young Tristan Nortje, and hopefully more to come this week. There's still lots of racing in front of us.
Absolutely. The Imbuka Kemchamp team back right up into third place on general classification as the Buff Megamo team, 2 team come home to finish in 8th place. Let's go back to Max.
Marco Joubert, what a stage. I mean, that was incredible. How are you feeling right now? I mean, that was just ridiculous.
Yeah, super nice stage. The support out there was also hectic. Super happy with our ride. And yeah, we knew we had the legs in the start of Epic for a day like today. And yeah, we used it and actually didn't bury ourselves too much. Obviously it was hard. But yeah, I think it's good signs for the next couple of days to come. Hopefully we can keep this momentum.
Up into third on the GC. So as predicted early on, not only in contention for the African Absa jersey, but also for overall podium.
Yeah, it will be a dream come true. That's what we came here to do. One of our goals to get onto the podium. And yeah, we are now. So let's just hold it steady.
What is it like? Do you have to do a check? Do you have to do a brain check with yourself when you're racing with Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo, Simone, all of those guys going for a stage win? I mean, here at the Cape Epic, in your backyard, the best mountain bikers in the world, and you are right there.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's to everyone out there racing against like Nino and these guys you watch in the World Cup, it's so unreal, but in the end of the day, they're also competitors and they respect us as competitors as well. So it's so nice and such a privilege to be able to race shoulder to shoulder with them. Such fun.
Well, just a message to the fans here. How were the fans out on the trails today for you guys when they saw that red jersey coming their way?
No, super lekker. Yeah, julle moet net aanhou. It's flipping cool.
There you have it. Well done. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful, Marco Joubert. Just loving the opportunity to show off his incredible determination, his skill as the Oliver brothers come across the line from New Zealand, storming home here. What a day it's been for all these teams here, as BH Colombo, Ferreira and Valero get in there. Speed Company Racing have also just rolled in. This is Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson. Well, they've managed their efforts today. It's been from very, very early on, it was apparent that they were going to have a long, hard day today and wouldn't be in the mix for the stage win. But they've recovered, you feel, and they are going pretty well here towards the finish. But it's not the sort of result they were looking for. Arno Dutoy and Keegan Bontekoning, Team Insect Science, another strong South African team. We've already had Johan van Zyl and Travis Stedman in, and Wesselboot and Mark Pritson. So the South Africans really shining on this stage 3.
Yeah, 3 inside the top 10, I think, is an impressive showing. The Toyota Specialized team of Johan van Zyl and Travis Stedman coming through there in 9th. The Honeycomb 226s, Mark Pritson and Wesselboot. I mean, the cameras were clearly on this crazy battle up front with the GOAT and with our Absa African Leaders jersey riders and the Vittorio Willier guys. And, we didn't have a lot of time to focus on the Honeycomb riders, and they've had an absolute blinder to come in 5th and not very far adrift either.
Confirming the results of stage 3, Braido and Avendetto, second stage win in 4 days at the Absa Cape Epic for the debutants. And then Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo just on their wheels in that sprint finish. And a sensational day for Marco Joubert and Tristan Nortje of Imbuka Kemchamp. dictating it for much of the day, although they were basically just ushered to the front and said, lead us through these trails, won't you please? And they did just that, dropped off and then fought back and very nearly pulled off an amazing win. Poro and Stutzman, Pritzen and Wesselboerter, another fighting performance from them. They're back in it in 5th place today. Bart Alleman and Martin Storsek, winners yesterday at the time trial, 5:17 down, having taken the King of the Mountains early on in the day. It's living up to expectation here. Rido and Avendetto, the cross-country men, they are first-timers at the Absa Cape Epic, but it's richly experienced, particularly Brido, and they really are right in the mix, and who knows, coming down to the death of this event, they could be in yellow at some stage. Probably the earliest start we've ever had in the Absa Cape Epic at 6:45 a.m. The elite men headed off as well. The sun was just deciding that it was going to have coffee, because these riders were underway in the shade. Yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Schurter and Colombo, but less than a minute back to William Victoria, and ahead of them 78 kilometers today of dry, dusty, rocky, rough terrain, and a stage that perhaps had more single track per kilometer than any other. The pace was intense very early on as they headed up the side of the mountain. And for Paiga Eurosteel, unfortunately for Philip Bass and Jaden Turlo, they got their wires crossed and lost each other. So one had to wait for the other to ensure he didn't drop more than 2 minutes behind him. And that cost the South African team time, a frustrating time, no doubt, for Paiga Eurosteel, as they watched teams roll past them and opportunities to make up ground on the early climbs slipped by. But it was a long day. It was a brutally hard day that lay ahead for all these riders. And the early climbs saw Martin Storsek, so at least Bart Alleman set the pace with Martin Storsek of Buff Megamo. They were looking very motivated after their stage win on the third day. This is Keegan Swenson and Matt Beers. They were in the next group, already losing time early on. They weren't alone amongst the losers today, because Georg Egger and Lucas Baum of a Bear-led speed company on the big King of the Mountains climb had been distanced by the majority of that lead group. At the front end of the lead group, the Belgian champion, the Czech champion, the red jerseys, the Italian champion is in there, the yellow jerseys are in there, as they headed up the dryland climb towards the flags that denoted the King of the Mountains. Poro and Stutzman were in there, Topado Kenda likewise. They'd taken the King of the Mountains, Bart Alleman and Martin Storsek, headed into the single track first, but that didn't last too long, because on their wheels, bringing the heat, Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo, Brido Avendetto, starting to put the pressure on as they hit the first big single track sections, and they would be hit by many, many more. Mark Pritzen and Wesselboerter enjoyed a fantastic day today, but the pressure coming to bear from the cross-country specialists on the marathon specialists became too much, and eventually it would be the cross-country specialists, Willie Vittoria, Scott SRAM MTB, as well as the Climatizia Orbea team, and Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, who would join this group on the front of the race. They had made up ground they'd lost on the dryland climb and fought their way into contention. It was single track heaven, the trail heaven for the riders today, as they soared down and up these wonderful trails that litter the Paarl Mountain. Thanks to the Paarl Trails building team, they have created something extraordinary here. Letizia Orbea, then they were chased by Ravensteiner and Steve John. They were trying to link up with this lead group as they headed up the Mountain Goat Trail of the Ridgeback Trails. It was the red jerseys, the African leaders, who took to the fore and led Willie Victoria and Scott SRAM MTB up those trails, having to do most of the work on the trails, as the yellow jerseys and the second place team, Willie Victoria, were quite happy to sit for the time being on their wheels and follow them on these trails. Chasing hard, Alleman and Storsek, but they were some way off the pace, because up the trail trail were the Imbuko Chemchamp team and those other two leading teams. A long, long climb to the summit here. The knowledge that Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia have of these trails certainly benefited them and no doubt the teams following them, of where to apply the pressure. It was slow going at this level for these riders because it's a steep climb. But the race came alive on the top on the open roads. The pressure from Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert. They tried a little move, a little bit of a clash that didn't cost them too much. Willie Vittoria and Scott Schramm, they were very, very tight together. And then Hubert and Tristan Nokia having to yo-yo back onto the group, which they did. They showed incredible resilience. This is the sprint to the finish. They'd been dropped and then they hung off the back, waited for their opportunity and surged to the front. Putting his head down, Tristan Nokia, Marco Hubert, but they weren't going to get rid of the quality of riders in this group that easily. As Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto put their hammer down, tried to block them. It was the yellow jerseys, but look at the sprint here from Brido and Avendetto. Yellow jerseys thought they might have had it in hand there. Well, the red jerseys had given their best and it wasn't to be. Off that final bend, and Brido and Avendetto kept it together, found the right lines and took the win in a sensational sprint finish to finish their second stage victory here at the Absa Cape Epic, just ahead of Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. And what a day. They are absolutely overjoyed. Despite not winning the stage, finishing third was like a win for Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia in the red jerseys. And a third on the day also means that they move into third on the general classification. 9:49 down. South Africa's preeminent team now on the podium alongside Scott Schramm, MTB, and Willie Vittoria. Kimatitsi Aubert, Torpedo, Singer, and Buff Megamo close out the top six there. Big changes in the general classification today. The big losers today, Beers and his partner, I was going to say Blevins, but in fact it is Keegan Swenson. And of course the Aubert Leert Speed Company team have also lost their position in the top three. So big changes on general classification. Princeton and Vesselboerter into 7th. Baumanegger down to 8th place, 19 minutes down. Valero and Ferreira and Dorigoni and De Cosmo close out the top 10. There, Beers and Svensson, 23 minutes down. You don't make that up over the last 4 days of this race, I don't think.
No, I think that's a little bit too far and chased hard to the line there by Craig Oliver and Ben Oliver, the brothers from New Zealand, doing really well to come in 12th, sitting pretty in 12th at the moment. Looks like we're back to the women's race, which has still got to unfold, and it sounds like we've got a clean set of heels being showed here by the Toyota Specialized team of Annika Langval and Gomez Villafana. We are heading into the Paarl Reserve at 60 Ks, just gone through that checkpoint, and looks like there is daylight.
Yeah, it looks like they just past the USN Hydro Point, and at that stage the gap to Vera and Alexis is 1.4 minutes. A bit of a gap. Maybe also some, yeah, you can see the crash from Annika earlier on her jersey, but it seems that she recovered and they're going strong again.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen this? Just open the tap, exert that pressure, you choose your moment, and they put Vera Loss and Alexis Skada under pressure. And Annika Langval, it's been a tough day for the 5-time champion today. A couple of falls, one light one early on, and then a very heavy one as she entered the first of the single track sections. But she is made of very tough stuff, is Annika, and bearing herself and pushing hard to finish it off.
Yeah, I think I was, I was probably getting a bit ahead of myself earlier when I said that it looked like we might have, two teams coming into the line together. I mean, that was still with 20-odd Ks to go, and I don't want to call it commentator's curse, but certainly a lot of racing lay ahead, and this is just the quality and the class of Langval and Gomez Villafana as they, you know, they probably were quite well composed, you know, had it all in hand. I think Annika slowed up a little bit after her crash, and probably not a bad thing to do, get a good idea of how everybody else is going.
Well, this is Annika Langveld carrying the scars of a fall earlier today. The dirt on her jersey showing that she had a really nasty fall going into the first berm of the single track after the Queen of the Mountains, and went a little bit high and washed out and landed very heavily on her right shoulder and right side. Recovered, and not only recovered, has now gone to the front of the race with Sofia Gomez-Villafañe to again stamp their authority on the Absa Cape Epic, the Toyota Specialized team, the most successful race team in the history of this event, particularly in the women's race over the years. And they're doing so again here, Benno.
Yeah, it's incredible performance of the two. Like also Annika putting it all nicely together. Sometimes crashes like this that they take the wind out of your sail, but again, pro to the bone, as we said yesterday. You shake it up, you get up, you shake it off, and you're back on the bike, and you refocus within seconds, and then that's what they do.
This is Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, and they are doing all they can to limit their losses today. Lossa on the front has looked super strong all day, and Skada following her wheel up this drag. The climb, the lead was 1 minute and 40 seconds at that USN hydration point as they entered Paarl Reserve at 60 Ks, and they won't want that to get any bigger. The general classification lead over 9 minutes at the start of today's stage, and you can bet that the Langveld Gomez-Villafañe, they are nothing other than racers. They just love winning, and they love to take those every second that they can out of it, and they'll be doing just that today as they enjoy a moment's respite as they fly down these the dirt road. This is right in the bowl of the mountain, and if it's say 38 degrees down at the race finish, they say it's about 42 degrees up there.
Yeah, that granite up there, you can see it in the background, just reflecting or absorbing and sort of reflecting all of the heat. It is relentless. There is nowhere to hide. There's no big trees, and there's no shade on offer for any of the trails as we head across the top of the mountain here, and it is absolutely baking. Yeah, in the shade, I think they were saying 38 degrees odd. It'll be 40, 42 out in the sun and out in the open where these guys are. It's still a you know, treacherous descent. This we saw in the men's race, the guys cruising down here, straight lining it, and actually making some gaps with whoever was able to let go of the brakes for longest. I think Annika and Sofia taking a slightly more cautious approach. No need to push it. They've already made a really nice break on Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa from the Efficient Infinity SRAM team. And yeah, that sits at about 1 minute 40 at the moment, so there's no need to put too much pressure on.
We're sitting with our second place team on stage 3, second on stage 3 and second on general classification. Vera Lossa on the front of this, the Namibian and a former winner of this event with Kim LeCourt-Pinard on her wheel, a partner of a year ago as well. Alexis Skada from the United States wearing the jersey that denotes her as the marathon champion of the United States. They're flying down one of the very few wide open descents of today's stage, which has been a technical challenge for every rider. I say it has been. Well, the leading men are finishing now, and the women are heading towards the finish. And of course, thousands of amateurs making their way around this course. They will be seriously challenged today, not just by those technical trails, but by the extreme heat that is over the Drakenstein area now. So they will be suffering, that's for sure. But This pair, Annika Langville, and on her wheel is Sofia Gomez-Viervan. They will be all focused on finishing off the job that they set out to do today. That was to make it 4 stage wins in a row and consolidate their hold on those orange jerseys. Well, it hasn't been without incident this day, as you can see. Annika Langville's jersey, as that indicates that she had a nasty fall earlier in the day. Covered well, and they are sweeping around this Paarl Reserve Bowl. The Bethel Dam is in the center of this Paarl Reserve Mountain Reserve, and I would no doubt we may well see 1 or 2 riders make use of those waters later on, those of them who are not so pressed for time. But this group are hell-bent on getting to the finish as quickly as possible to begin that recovery.
Absolutely. I think further back in the field, you're going to obviously find people with a little bit more time on their hands and, you know, weighing up the little risk of diving into the water there, just getting your kit all completely wet. Look, you're only 15 Ks from the finish line, but that is still a hell of a long way to travel when you are in this kind of heat. And we're talking extreme heat. As we've said, the race was shortened today due to this heat, the heat that was forecast and predicted, and it's certainly meeting everybody's expectations, as it's 10:30 just after at the moment, and the heat is rising here in Paarl. It's considerably hotter up there on the mountain than we're experiencing down here at the finish line. But yeah, for everybody behind and still out on the trail at the moment, the heat is going to have its effect.
Annika just feeding up there. Benno, again, we can't emphasize it enough, the importance of taking on food. They may be close, and as we've seen with the men, the finish is predominantly a sort of downhill trail, so they're not far in terms of time from the finish, but constantly feeding.
Yeah, constantly feeding. We saw Vera and Alexis taking the hydro bags early on at the last water point, where those two have only got the bottles. So it could be interesting to see if they're going to take any more nutrition or any more water now at the last water point coming up pretty quickly. I think they're like 5-6 kilometers away from the last water point. The last option you have, yes, it's all downhill, but maybe, and again, you don't want to cramp also in the downhills. You need to make sure you're standing a lot, you're pumping a lot through those sections. So you need to make sure that you're not starting to cramp even in the downhill. So the nutrition is key. They do have 2 big water bottles on their bike currently. And I don't know if they stopped now at the USN or if they grabbed anything like the man did. We saw it there. Nino grabbed a bit off the table just to make sure that they don't run low on the hydration.
Quick glance Annika had at the Bethel Dam there. Longingly, but that for another day, I'm afraid, not today. Yeah, the pace is on. They're not holding back one moment here, Annika Langville and Sophia.
This pace is pretty relentless, and you can see in the times through the Paarl Reserve checkpoint, we've got Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM at 140 back, and then our African Leaders jersey, Titan Racing Honeycomb, Bianca Hall, and Haley Preen, they're sitting at 5:49. So the top 3 separated by around 6 minutes, and yeah, Vera Funley off the saddle and still keep putting big power down as the guys make their way up and through the back of the Paarl Rock.
Just to continue that, the Titan Racing SC Honeycomb team are 5 minutes off the pace of this pair. That's a really good ride from Preen and Hall coming to their own on this technical terrain today, and they are nearly 10 minutes ahead of the team behind them, Topara Kenda, Katarzyna Sosna Pinele, and Claudio Peretti, the Italian champion. So they are looking good for a third on stage today, which would make it 2 South African teams on the podium, the stage podium today. Haley Smith of Canada and Ella Blue of Australia are really having a fantastic day. The MAP team, they are 12 minutes behind Toyota Specialized, but 5th place for them today, and that is a fantastic ride by them. They're coming into their own.
That's a fantastic ride, and there's still plenty of space to make up, or trail left to make up that 2-minute gap that they have behind Torpedo Kenda. So let's see, and you know, I back a Canadian in some tight technical single track.
Right, yeah.
They've got some skills, and I like the way that Haley handles her bike.
Just an update. If you were with us very early today, you may have seen the rather unfortunate scene of Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd trailside, with Shepherd nursing her right arm. They are no longer racing. They're out of the race, sadly. Samara Shepherd suffered her injuries too severe for her to continue, so very disappointing for Moschetti and Shepherd, who had put in the most sensational prologue, finished 3 seconds behind this, behind Toyota Specialized on that prologue, and looked to be real contenders. But sadly, the race is over for them due to that fall from Samara Shepherd. So,
yeah, it just shows how quickly it can come. One small mistake can throw you out of the race. Same could have happened to Annika, but luckily it was in a different position, different place. But yeah, mistakes are made. You're racing at your limit in this heat today. Anything can happen. And yeah, unfortunately, and I really hope that she feels better and gets healthy soon.
Nixie Scarter just out the saddle there, pedaling up alongside Vera Losso, who's looked so strong today, hasn't she?
Incredibly composed. And this is a long, sustained climb, and it looks like Vera's finding it, well, I wouldn't say easy, but showing fantastic form to continue pushing the pace up there and hopefully try and either limit the damage or potentially on some of the single track close in on Toyota Specialized. I mean, they've got quite a bit of work to do.
Well, there'll be a big cheer for this pair. Mbuko Kemchamp on the left, Tristan Nokia on the right, Marco Hubert. A stage winner, it must be said, back in 2022 with Peter de Toy. But they're on the podium here, and I tell you what, this means an enormous amount to them, because stepping up on the number 2 spot, Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. And they were involved in an enthralling dice with all the 3 teams are involved in it. And eventually it was Villa Vittoria, Simone Avendetto and Luca Brado who took the stage win. They're second of the race, and they are right up there in the mix for the overall here. No real change in the overall standings, and this is boiling up to a fantastic race. So all the mix of all the ingredients for a fantastic conclusion to this race. Long way to go. In the yellow, these men, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, are the men who will hold on to those Civita yellow jerseys for another day. Well, he's done that many times before. The last 2 years, Nino Schurter has had the yellow jersey on his shoulders. Ultimately, though, he wasn't able to prevail to the very end. So have you entered the lottery? It's open. Entered the Untamed for number 13, Nick Lamond? Anyway, we'll leave that for another day. The lottery is open. Put your name in there and join this event. It is incredible. It is part of the Epic Series, of course, and it is, of course, the pinnacle event of the Epic Series of events, which is a wonderful way to explore the world on your mountain bike and get to see some of the truly most glorious parts of Europe on a mountain bike. The Epic Series in Andorra, in Switzerland, and in Croatia, and of course back here in South Africa with the F&B Wines to Wales, the Epic Series. This is, of course, the Absa Cape Epic, the event that everyone wants to do. It's the pinnacle of that Epic Series.
So I look straight into the camera.
Yep.
Oh, ready?
I think a lot of my off season was like, I don't want Annika to have to push me.
I do remember my very first Cape Epic. It was a very career-defining moment for me.
People are doing very questionable things during the race.
We got the most media attention here on that event.
Riding with the African jersey on your back gives you that extra bit that you need when times get tough.
Each day it just strips a layer off of you. A lot of people get to that point where they just want to break down in tears.
There was no way in hell I was going to leave her behind.
Winning it's everything we work for.
Well, Telemann, King of the Mountain today with Martin Stosek, Buff Megamo. Early on, did you know that King of the Mountain was there?
No, I really didn't know it was. Yeah, I just wanted to make the race as hard as possible, and I felt quite good in the beginning. The temperature was still okay, so I decided to go for it. Martin was also really good. He was able to follow, so it was really nice. But then, yeah, on the other side of the mountain, it started to be crazy hot, and yeah, we started to feel both a bit bad. So yeah, pity, but still, I think we saved the day more or less.
Martin, the heat here is something special because it doesn't only come from the ground with the rocks, but it also comes from the top. It's almost a double whammy of heat, isn't it?
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, like the last climb, like 20 km to finish, I thought that I will stop and I will hide in the forest because I was completely overcooked. And it's crazy, like on the top there was a water point, we cooled down a bit and suddenly you can push like 100 watts more. So yeah, the heat is doing its job, yeah, and it's crazy, yeah. But as Wout said, luckily, yeah, maybe we overshoot it a bit after the start, but I also felt good and he cannot go slow, so I had to follow. But yeah, maybe if we started a bit slower and then we continue like a steady pace, but this is hard to plan, you know, you need to be in front because there is a lot of trails and you need to fight in front if you want to race in front, yeah.
Vote your teammate Hans Becking's birthday today. Ladies, he is 39 years old. Rumor has it you might be donating your prize money for the hotspot, King of the Mountain to Hans?
Absolutely not. But happy birthday, Hans.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, we are getting towards the closing stages of our Aramex Women's Elite Race, and Toyota Specialized, Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Villafaña are heading towards the finish at Fairview Spice Route destination, and they have a lead of just under 3 minutes over the efficient Infinity SUV SRAM pair of Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. Time and time again, this, I say team and combination, but the Toyota Specialized team over the years, this is what they do.
Yes, this is what they train for, the whole team. They have a huge amount of stuff behind them, as well as recovery is one of the key elements within the Cape Epic. So meaning that if you can take anything off the plate that the rider needs to do, thinking whatever, like as soon as those two get to the finish line, there's a whole bunch of people taking care of them. It's from washing helmets and shoes, making sure they get into the ice bath immediately, getting their recovery drinks at the finish. And you can see, like, there's no stone untouched to make sure that they have all the benefits you can get from a professional team like that.
We see them coming down this trail. On the left of the trail, you might have caught a glimpse of a much steeper, straight, direct line, and that is the new Needles downhill trail here at Spice Route. And it's obviously Andrew Needles Neertling, a former World Cup racer and a podium finish over the years. And he built this wonderful trail. And that is just part of what makes the Spice Route here such an attraction, because they've got a pump track, they've got a cross-country course, they've had the South African Championships here, they had a National Cup event here just a couple of weeks ago, and they've got these trails here, so something really special to enjoy. And they are enjoying it, that's for sure. It's been one of those days, sweeping around these tight bends, tight berms, and getting home. Sometimes it does catch you out, as Annika Langveld has felt today, but it hasn't put them off their task and their target of finishing today at the sharp end. Again, another supreme performance by Toyota Specialized Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan. Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM second through that last checkpoint at 2:55, and in third Titan Racing SE Honeycomb, Haley Preen and Bianca Hall are in third, 6:46 down, but less than 4 minutes behind Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. So really good day for that pair as we keep an eye on Langveld and Gomez-Viefan in the trees here by the eagle eye of our cameraman Barrett up in the helicopter. Andrew keeping an eye, the helicopter pilot doing a great job in bringing you these images. There's the split confirmation of that time. What a day for the South African teams in the Absa African jerseys in the men's and women's races are having a blinder today.
Yeah, fantastic to see the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb team coming in third, and I think a great day for a rider of the skill level of Bianca Hall in particular. You know, these are the types of trails that I think she just feels really at home at. She's incredibly skilled.
Langveld and Gomez-Viefan closing in on the finish now. Nearly 4 hours of racing for the sharp end of the Aramex women's race, and Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan have had a tough whole day today. They had their 1 or 2 issues, but they're 8 kilometers from the finish on the final little single track descent down towards Schweisroute. They'll cross under the tar road, and then it'll be a dash for home with a little bit of single trail to do there as well, but not quite as steep and as technical as this. And they'll want to keep it steady after, you know, they've had their moments on this trail, but they've done enough to exact and open a lead of just under 3 minutes to Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. And the slightly earlier start, 15 minutes earlier for everyone today, and a shorter day, 78 kilometers, but it's no less demanding. A really, really hard day today. You know, this will take a toll.
Yeah, luckily they shortened the stage a little bit, mainly for the amateur riders in the back. I mean, all the pro riders, they're going to be in way before lunchtime, but the cutoff time today is 7 hours 40 minutes for the back markers. That's a long time out in the saddle, a long time out there in like 40 degrees. So they need to be finished by 3:45 today. That's the cutoff time. If you can't make it by that time, unfortunately, your epic is going to be over. But again, the reason why they shorten it is because of the heat, and luckily with the amount of trails you have here in this area, it wasn't too hard to get to this distance. Also a little bit of less climbing today, and the organization really tries to get everyone in safe. That's still the highest priority out of all.
Yeah, if you don't make that maximum time allowed, you get, as I say, cut off, but you can ride the next day with a blue board.
Yes.
And that is not the official race number board we're seeing here now, but it is it allows you to ride that day. If you don't make the cutoff that day, you are out of the race completely. You may no longer ride the race. So it's yeah, for every one of these riders, the goal is to get to Lawrenceford, finish it as an official finisher. But yeah, sometimes your body works against you, Mother Nature works against you, technical issues, whatever it is that precludes you from finishing in time. And that's the nature of the sport. They drop down into the Toyota Tough section and flying down now is Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan.
Yeah.
Safety, keeping it safe now.
I think so. I think they'll know that they can just bring it home. The elastic, unfortunately, snapped there to Vera Losa and to Alexis Skada after a valiant effort staying with them and actually bringing the race right up to the leading pair. It looks like they've managed to put them away through some of the hotter sort of climbing sections that were just before the Paarl Bowl, Paarl Reserve, and yeah, and they've managed to put their put their competitors into a little hurt box, I'm sure. But there's still some fantastic racing left, and it's great to see the Honeycomb team coming through, the Titan Race and Honeycomb team coming through from into third place.
Just negotiating the way down through the Spice Route destination trails. Beautifully cut here, and it's been, I mean, we've seen amazing racing, but I think the big highlight today is to see the extent of these trails and the trail network here and the quality of the trails here. Yes, it's rough and rocky and hard, but there's also some lovely flowing berms and switchbacks, so you can really express yourselves and thoroughly enjoy it, as long as you are that type of rider who likes trails. And yes, there are some who aren't that at home on that sort of terrain, and they're going to find today extra hard.
Yeah, but luckily the trails are the faster you go, the harder they get, and anyone can make it through, even the back markers. Like, it's still fun to ride. Of course, not the speed as the pro guys are going, and of course the more momentum you bring, the easier it is to make up time and get to the finish quicker. But the way the trails are built, all of them 100% for riding only. No hikers allowed on those trails. So it is beautiful to have this advantage here in the Cape.
Just looking at Anneke Langveld going down through the bottom of that trail there, I think it's very clear that she's taking it very carefully here. She's making sure there are no mistakes. Not that the mistakes, but no risk involved here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think towards the end of the day, you know, they've made the point. They've done the racing. You know, and Anneke in particular has had obviously a little spill here and there, and that's definitely influenced the sort of I suppose the intensity towards the latter stages now.
This is our second place team crossing through the vineyards, and they'll drop into that self-same single track very shortly. Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa been absolutely outstanding again today. Just took the racing to Toyota Specialized for much of the first half of the route, but ultimately the power and the experience and the strength of Toyota Specialized in those orange jerseys has seen them hold on and take the initiative today. Through the bush vines, looking beautiful, are Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Anneke Langveld, that helicopter hovering just behind them there. You must have experienced that at the front end there, Nick, surely?
So at the front end, I have experienced the helicopter blowing a little bit of dust in your eyes. That's actually one of the big challenges. And obviously when the helicopter changes position, look, the guys are very skilled and they actually know the influence that the downforce has on riders, so that they try and avoid as much as possible. But when a chopper crosses over, it can definitely break your concentration and throw a bit of dust up in your eyes. But yeah, it's quite a contrasting finish for the women's race compared to the men's. We had 3 riders coming into the men's race. We've got 3 riders all doing you know, their best to make sure that they get through these last quite technical single tracks towards the line smoothly, fast, efficiently and safely. And you know, as you heard from Tristan Norkier when he was talking about trying to follow Marco Hubert's wheel and saying he was right on the limit. And I think one of the benefits of knowing that the gaps are what they are in the women's races, that they can back off just a little bit so that there isn't that risk of putting a front wheel down. These tracks are going to get extremely blown out as well, with all of the riders and all of their wheels coming through each berm, throwing up quite a little, you know, quite a lot of powder, and then adding to the dust, obviously, but actually sort of pulverizing the terrain, and that can also throw your front wheel out. You can slip a little bit easier, so back it off a little bit. Still a hang of a lot of riding left to do. You know, we've got we're not even halfway, and we do want to make sure that all of these riders, you know, get through the rest of the week and get into Sunday in Lawrenceford in one piece. So great to see Anneke Langveld and Sophia Villafania coming into the finish line there. They've had a few spills themselves. Not a day without drama from the Toyota Specialized team, but bringing it together and bringing it home strongly.
Yeah, it's a familiar finish. They finished the same route on the time trial yesterday. I mean, they ride very different routes, but the last kilometers or so are quite often similar as they channel them in towards the finish. You need to come in at the same entrance to that finish chute. But this pair, again, just superb riding. And well, we saw on the time trial day Anneke Langveld go to the front, and her characteristic power that she has on the time trials and the open roads does really bring this team to the, just put them in another class. But here on the single tracks, they had their issues, but still showed their class when they were able to get away from them. They managed their efforts on those climbs, that mountain goat climb where Vera Losa and Alexis Skarda led them up there. But when it opened up at the top, this pair decided they had to exert their authority and drive home their advantage, and they did. And they've opened up a sizable lead now, which is probably nudging towards 3.5 minutes as they close in on the finish. It was just under 3 minutes at that last checkpoint, but they've done a hugely efficient job again.
Yeah, Sophia just on the front, guiding Anneke through. I think Anneke probably feeling a little of a sting here and there from the tumble she took earlier, and definitely backing off a little bit on some of the descending earlier today. This flat single track, I think both of them can put down consistent power and actually keep the speed nice and high, but no need to get too risky with any of the cornering or any of the jumping, as you can see there as they go through some of these amazing single tracks in this little section, which gives you a chance to look back at your opposition if they're chasing onto your wheel. But these guys have got some daylight between them and Alexis Skarda and Vera Losa.
And Jesse Nixon on the following bike. Just, in fact, sorry, it was Zander, our cameraman there with his bike rider, just taking a cut and just checking, watching them come towards them and then back onto the trail. So they will follow them home here, and that tells you that the gap back to second place is a sizable one. And well, they've done a rock solid day as well, Skarda and Losa.
Yeah, definitely. At the last water point, or before, between water point 60 kilometers, the gap was 140, and sometimes it could be that they had a mechanical in between, but then when they reach the next water point and the gap gets bigger and bigger, you know, okay, they also dig deep. They probably left it all out there, and now it's pretty much just a survival mode and try to get to the finish without losing too much more. So it does look like they also had a tough day, but they rode very, very well, like bringing the race to the front from the beginning, riding with Sophia and Annika right there. A bit of battling in the single track right there in the beginning as well. Good to see, good to see. You have to try it out. And then, of course, when you realize that your legs are getting tired, you have to find your rhythm. It's not over yet. We're halfway through, or almost halfway through. So at some stage you back up a little bit and then you find your rhythm and keep on riding. But they rode very well today.
The contrasting tactics here. The Toyota Specialized pair going with their two bottles all the way through to the finish, whereas Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM are using the hydration packs. How those have changed over the years as well. Used to be huge, almost backpacks, hiking packs, and now they've been technically modified to be lightweight and very efficient dome movement, very secure, and ideal for a day like today.
Yeah, very close to your body. There's no wind blowing through. It doesn't slow you down. It's very tight. You also have pockets at the front, makes it easily to access your gel, so even your CO2s, like the spares, are right there where you need it. Sometimes the back pockets, if you have too much stuff in it, it's still kind of like shaky in the back, and sometimes stuff falling out can be. So it's no, those new hydration packs are really also became a part of the racing.
Yeah, there was a long time where hydration packs were We're not
frowned upon.
Yeah, not part of the, certainly not part of the pro setups. There's a lot of people carrying who knows what in their backpacks. Some of them look like they're going out on a 5-day bikepacking adventure when you look down the field. But, you know, for a lot of people, that is the amount of nutrition that's needed on a long day out when you're spending 8 or 9 hours in the saddle. Not today, obviously the cutoff is closer to 7. But when you are spending 8 or 9 hours out, and you want to take as many spares and sort of other things to keep you going through a long days of racing. But these pro backpacks that Ushwe is making now are lightweight. There are no impediment to your movement on the bike, which is fantastic.
Just saw crossing that bridge there, it's a very sandy section, and from the height of the helicopter here, you don't get the real perspective on how tricky and at times treacherous those little sections can be if you hit them too fast. Even though Nino showed us a smile from Sofia Gomez Viafan. They know victory number 4 this year's event is just up the trail now, as they now wind it up a little bit. They want to finish nice and strong and show their dominance, nice and comfortable on the handlebars.
Puppy paws over the front there, obviously illegal. And Annika on her wheel, just guiding her through and maybe just telling her what kind of pace she wants to finish up with. There's no need to go too deep, but you know, this is also, you know, when you can smell the stable, you definitely pick up an extra couple of watts there. And when you want to drive it home hard and fast to finish strong, it's a psychological thing as well.
Inside the last couple of kilometers, and the stage victory is now all but assured for Toyota Specialized as they close in on the finish at Fairview, the big race village on one of the fields here. The Fairview Cheese and Wine Farm have done a grand job in preparing the facility here for the riders and for the race village to be hosted for the first time in Paarl. And what a day of racing we've been treated to today. 4 hours and nearly probably 4¼ hours of racing on a route shortened by 12 kilometers. Makes you wonder what it might have been had it been 90 kilometers today.
I think so. I think that probably cutting conservatively an hour out of the time. Riders through some of the terrain that we're seeing today, you wouldn't be doing more than sort of an average of 13 or 14 k's an hour, especially if a couple of climbing meters were taken out of that route shortening as well. But it really is a measure taken to ensure everyone's safety, and particularly as you head back through the field, you'll see these times start to blow out. I mean, these guys have obviously, they've had a hard day's racing, but they're done, and it's you know, close to 11 o'clock, just after 11 o'clock, and you know, you've got a feel for the guys who are going to be out there sort of till 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
There is the race village appearing on the horizon. They are very close to another fantastic stage win. Sofia Gomez Viafan and her partner Annika Langveld. She's just looking across, and that must be such a welcome sight. The Paarl Mountain in the background, they'll know that has really given them something to suffer on, but they've suffered and thrived as well as Toyota Specialized. One last turn towards the race village now for Gomez Viafan and Langveld. The fight was taken to them by Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, but on the top of the mountain inside the last 20 kilometers, they applied the pressure and managed to snap the elastic, and now they are on the road to glory again. The women in the orange jerseys, Toyota Specialized, are closing in on the finish here, and another hugely impressive ride by Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez Viafan as they put together a masterful performance again here. The 5-time winner, the 1-time winner, and they are winners again on stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. Sofia Gomez Viafan, Annika Langveld of Toyota Specialized make it 4 out of 4 and consolidate their hold on those orange jerseys. Well, those jerseys, in particular, the one on Annika Langveld's shoulders, well, they are dirtied a little, but she is celebrating a wonderful ride by a pair who are clearly in sync and working really well together.
Yes,
here.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight over the line, as you saw, towels on their necks, cooling down straight away, getting hydrated. The team making sure that they have their recovery mix in hand straight away. This is where the hardest part of the day starts, or maybe the most important part of the day starts, which is recovery, because we've got another big day tomorrow. And for these guys, it's all about how to stay off their feet, do as little as possible from now until they're called onto the start line at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, another fantastic
Today
performance.
was
Here's
definitely the
Annika.
worst day for me at this year's Cape Epic so far. It was so sketchy. I did not feel comfortable out there at all. I mean, that was probably a day where I could feel, you know, having been away from riding my mountain bike like on a regular basis for a long time. So I paid the price a little bit, but luckily, yeah, I could walk away from that nicely and try to like save myself a little bit towards the end because it was insanely hot out there. Like we played it conservatively and stopped and really make sure we had ice, water, everything. And poor guys, I mean, some people are going to have a hard time out there today.
Sophia, we saw a couple of crashes out there. We saw Tessa and Monica going down. Samara Shepherd has broken her wrist. She's out of the racing. So certainly lots of elements out there. Was it slippery? I know it's dry and dusty, but it looks like it was quite slippery as well.
Yeah, I think the main thing is the visibility. Like hasn't been rain. Like that was our first tumble was in the first downhill. Like I think Annika was third wheel, and she couldn't see anything. And yeah, I mean that luckily for us kind of split the race up, and we were just hanging out with Skarda and Vera. And then we knew we wanted to try to make a few bucks on that QOM climb, but then we really said like, unless like they're just not there at all, we really need to like have company. I was like, I don't want a time trial again for 40, 50K. So yeah, unfortunately we had that second crash, but then they caught us, and I think, yeah, I'm curious to see what they said, because what they're gonna say, because I think it might have given them I don't want to say a little bit of false confidence, but you know, we were like easy, and then yeah, on that switchback climb, that's kind of where I started to see that Skarda was hurting, and we went light because we knew we were going to stop at that hydro point, and shout out to whoever was there. They had really nice cold water, and it was a little bit of heaven.
We talk about the dogs of war. We know you got the dogs in your ears today. You guys have really let the dogs loose in those last few kilometers.
Yeah. Yeah, I love playing with my earrings, but no, yeah, I think we're feeling really strong, starting to work even better and better together, and like we really don't talk much out there. I think we just like we really know what is happening. You know, we're very well aware where each other is if we get split or whatnot. So yeah, it's halfway-ish, not on time, but on days, and I think our teamwork's just gonna get better and better.
Annika, how are you feeling mentally? I mean, obviously been away for a while and coming back in, so much has changed, but certainly just those little lack of attention, maybe just that 1 millisecond, you know, that's just enough, and things can fall away quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of the name of the game here. So today I was definitely taught a lesson, which is good, like going into the next couple of days.
Well done. Proud of you. We'll see you tomorrow. Amazing.
Our race winners today, Toyota Specialized, Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viervan. A 35th stage win for Annika, an 8th for Sophia. Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. She's not won 9 of the stages she started at the Absa Cape Epic in 6 events. That is quite the most extraordinary record. Turning into the finish is the hugely impressive pair, Alexis Skarda and Vera Lossa, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, and they will be second once again. A solid ride from them. Alexis Skarda did take a few shots going up those climbs, but she was guided well and is led home by the very impressive ride from Vera Lossa. And this, talking about impressive, is the Titan SE Honeycomb pair, Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen, storming towards the finish here.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. You can see Bianca definitely got her eyes set on that finish line and just taking a little gap, probably to get ahead of a slightly slower men's amateur team, or sorry, actually that's a Grandmasters team. I see their purple number there, and wanting to get around, get clear of them. You don't want to get caught up with any riders as you're coming in to close the race out. And yeah, very often people can get some funny ideas close to the line, diving into corners they shouldn't be when you're coming through.
Yeah, they had an outstanding ride today. Awesome to see them being able to push so hard towards the end, that's good for tomorrow's stage.
Let's go to Max quickly at the finish.
Here are 5 minutes off today. Wow, that was a crazy day. We saw Annika go down early. I don't know if you know, but Samara Shepherd's broken her wrist. She's out of the game. Definitely interesting because it's so dry and dusty. Vision's not there, but certainly it's quite slippery.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. It's also about tactical riding. I mean, you have to be in the front in the dusty trails, and if you're not, then you have to leave a gap and ride safe. It's part of the epic. I always say you have to be strong, but you also have to race clever. So, yeah, part of it.
We saw at one stage you guys got back to both Annika and Sophia, started to work well there, got a bit technical. I saw Annika put her foot down. Straight after that, I saw Sophia trying to come past you. The elbows were out. You put her back in her place. It's proper racing, right?
Yeah, it is proper racing. It was our plan to get into the single trail first. Yeah, there's quite a few fights going out there. I think the heat got us at the end. We were going strong until then, but it was like an oven out there. Brutally hot. But yeah, now it's to cool down and recover for tomorrow.
Alexis, I see that you're just getting water poured all over you. I mean, it's as hot as they said it was going to be. What would you have done if it was an extra 12 kilometers today?
Oh God, that would have been. I would have had to stop at another water station for sure. I'm really glad they shortened it. I think it gets a bit risky health-wise for, I don't know, for certain people, I guess. I think everyone responds a little differently. I was struggling a little bit today with the heat.
You caught up at one stage and you guys took the lead for quite some time. You managed the single track, you controlled the single track nicely. It shows that on a good day you guys are right up in there. I mean, that's got to be good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was fun being up there. We could kind of see some weaknesses. We could see him messing up, and it gave us some confidence. And at that point, we were feeling good, and felt like it was possible to stick with him. But I think on that one single track climb up, with the sun beating on you, I got overheated.
Well, you enjoy the rest of the dust and the mud in your teeth. You look beautiful, by the way, and we love you just like this. Congratulations to both of you.
It's real racing out here. Racing out here.
Absolutely rock stars, they all are. Interesting little psychological game going on there. You heard Sophia going, it would be interesting to hear what they say. We were just easy, we weren't under any pressure. Alexis saying they thought that maybe were showing some issues and problems. So yeah, all part of the racing here. There are our third team home. Bianca Hall, Haley Preen.
Bianca, I see you've got your feet in the ice here straight in. I mean, brutal out there. Give us the dirt. Give us the dirt.
Yo, my feet are on fire. Do you want me to tell the truth or a lie?
100% the truth.
The truth. The truth is I'm buggered up.
Amazing. You got to ride with the Cannondale team for a while there, and then what happened? We saw them blow off. They're like 20 minutes behind at the moment. You guys are into the top 3 on the GC.
Yeah, I think the one lady blew up. And then we were pacing at the front. Her partner was actually with us, maybe going ahead to fill up water, but I think she blew up properly behind. We even stopped and filled up all our bottles. I think poured about 5 litres of water over us. And then we stopped at the next water point to pour another 5 litres of water over us. Yeah, and we were fighting for third on the day, and then I said to Bianca, no, we're fighting for third GC. So we'll see what happens.
An incredible day for the African African jersey. Marco Jabet, Tristan Nokia third in a sprint finish with the 2 top teams, and they are now also third on the GC. So there's something in the water here in Paarl, Bianca.
Yeah, Flip, the heat was hectic. I was happy I led up that single track climb. I was like, yes, because now everyone has to go my pace. But it was a nice feeling when the chick blew up because I felt like I was also going backwards.
Tell us a bit about the trails. Obviously the first time the Absa Epic is here. A lot of people raving about the trails. The feedback's incredible, but also the heat coming off those rocks is phenomenal.
Yeah, actually I've never felt heat like that before. My body was like going cold. I was getting a bit of like ears in my shivers. Trying to share my my drink while riding. Yeah, we're doing everything to try to stay as cool as possible, but it's a bit impossible in that heat.
4 days in, the energy is still here. You guys are psyched. I mean, you guys are in a position now where you're ready to play. We've got 4 big stages to come. Although it's halfway, the big racing is coming.
Yeah, that's true.
That's very true.
Anything can happen. So we're happy for now, but we know anything can happen.
I love you guys. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you soon. That's what happens when Hout Bay meets Ikopo. Hayley Preen from Hout Bay in Cape Town, and Bianca from the farmlands around Ikopo. And my word, aren't they making a formidable team on and off the bike? Wonderful take from them as they give their fresh views on the day's racing. That's how it transpired. Just 7 minutes off the pace. Really impressive. Annika Langvall and Sophia Gomez-Villafañe take the stage win again. Their fourth in a row. Vera Lossa and Alexa Scarter, 4:37 back for Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, and Bianca Horn, Hayley Preen of Titan Racing SE Honeycomb. Third on the stage today in the Aramex Women's Racing, on a day that really is a punishing day for every single rider on the Absa Cape Epic. As we reach the midway stage of the race, this is when you find out exactly how well you prepared for the Absa Cape Epic. As you enter, yes, riders have done 3-day stage races, but going into a fourth and then the fifth, then you get tested, and they're all going to be tested today in extreme conditions here in Paarl as stage 3 continues. On that mountain in this distance, Paarl Rock is the playground, and the oasis here at Fairview. Yeah, Fairview and Spice Destination is the destination. Here are the riders in the Aramex Women's Race heading off on their start. And immediately some long drags up the slopes of the mountain gave the riders an indication that they were in for a really tough day. And this was Annika Langvall, an early little off into the bushes, not too costly in terms of time or damage to her. But there was plenty of risk in this event, and unfortunately Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd, a big fall for Samara, and holding her right wrist tenderly there. She knew straight away her race was over. A broken wrist, the end of the day for the E4 team today. Very sad indeed for the French champion and the New Zealander Samara Shepherd. So the race came down to this pair of teams, the Toyota Specialized race leaders, and with them the Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM pair. Alexa Scarter on the front there, Vera Lossa 9 minutes down on general classification. Calderon and Kortkas went down in the bunch behind them. Nothing too serious, but again, concentration and focus has to be pinpoint all the way through in order to avoid issues like that. And thankfully for them, it wasn't too costly. The Canada ISP Sport team continued, although they would suffer through the day today, as most riders did, in the dust and the heat and the extreme conditions. Sophia Gomez-Villafañe, a nod of the head from Annika Langvall as if to say, don't worry, I'm fine, all good, as they continue to drive the pace up the climb. It was the Queen of the Mountains climb. They were queens of the mountain. They dropped into the first single track JK's trail, and at the very first berm that happened, Annika Langvall, a really hard fall, and fortunately for her and her teammate, no serious damage except the dirt on her jersey. Yes, there'll be some bruising there, I think, because it was a solid and heavy fall, but she was able to survive and thrive. Technical trails was the story of the day today. Rocks all the way through, plenty of switchbacks and berms to deal with, and the long mountain goat climb up, back up to the top of the mountain after they'd been down to those water points at Reebok's Cliff, and it swung through Ridgeback Wines. There was a sniff for Vera Lossa and Alexa Scarter. They sensed perhaps they had an opportunity to take advantage of a weakness, perceived weakness in the Toyota Specialized team, and they drove hard for that advantage, fighting for the single track every opportunity they could, getting into the front there and trying to press home their advantage. But unfortunately for them, it wasn't to be, because the Toyota Specialized pair seemed to have it all in hand right the way through the day today. They talked at the end of the stage about being in control, and they certainly were. It was, as Annika Langveld said, one of the toughest days she's had on the Absa Cape Epic, and she's ridden many, 44 stages now, and this pair gave them all they possibly could. Vera Lossa was absolutely rock strong and solid today with Alexis Skarder on her wheel. They'd opted to take the hydration packs on their backs in order to try and save time having to stop at the water points. It is a tactic that this pair did not opt to do. They were a little more conservative, stopped at the water points, took on ice and took on fluid wherever they could, and they flew in towards the finish, opening a lead of just under 3 minutes by 60 Ks, and they were able to open that up over the final trials down into Spice Route, and ended up at 4.5 minutes by the time they got to the finish. Nice and easy over those final trails for Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Alexis, at least Annika Langveld. They got their sniff towards the finish there, wanting to finish fast and furious, and they certainly did. Fist pump of celebration for the Toyota Specialized pair. A 4th stage win on the trot for them, securing those orange jerseys on their shoulders as they extend their lead to close on 14 minutes over this pair on the overall. They finished over 4.5 minutes ahead, but it was a solid ride from Lossa and Skarder, and a great day out for Hayley Preen on the left, and Bianca Hoare of Titan SE Honeycomb to take 3rd place. And to our men's race a little bit earlier today, this was another fight for supremacy amongst the very best racers in the business. In the yellow jerseys, the Scots-Ram MTB pair of Filippo Colombo and the 2-time former winner Nino Schurter, chasing a 3rd win. He so desperately wants to pick up another win here. He's got so many wins in all forms of the sport, 2 in this event, but he knows that the likes of Carl Platt and Christoph Sauser and that man, he has 3 wins, Platt and Sauser 5 each, and that man, Matt Beers, was to endure a torrid day today. Likewise, the Pygo Eurosteel pair, hands on hips, the teapot from Philip Bass, where's my partner? And they got separated, Jaded Turlo further back down the trail. So a torrid day for the Pygo Eurosteel pair as they waited for each other and had to regroup and join the race. And that very, very frustrating situation of standing still on the trail, watching teams stream past you and knowing that your opportunities to make up ground on the general classification and indeed on the stage are slipping by. There they come. Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, the Buff Megamo team who'd won the time trial, were on the game early on in the early morning sunshine as the big group headed up the climbs. Tough day already, very early on, and Matt Beers and Keegan Svensson knew they were going to lose time today because Svensson not quite on his game. Likewise for Lucas Baum and Georg Egger, struggling up the early slopes of the dryland climb towards the King of the Mountains. They were losing time hand over fist because the pressure was on up the front. Buff Megamo driving it up at the pace up the front. Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, building on the confidence they'd got from yesterday's stage when they took the King of the Mountains. Conservative for the time being from the yellow jerseys, the red jerseys, Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. Hubert a little bit off the pace there, he would fight back. Into the single track, it was a Buff Megamo, but the heat was coming from behind because Schurter and Colombo, this is their playground, and they had their colleagues from Italy behind them, Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto. Cross-country kings they are, and they were making their presence felt. Good day out for Mark Pritson and Vessel Buerta. Team Honeycomb bouncing back after a tough couple of days. They were in the mix here. Alleman and Stosek, well, they were holding on at the front of this. Matizia Aubert, Poro and Stutzman in the mix, as were the Imbuko Kemchamp pair, as 5 teams dropped down the single track at Reebokskloof in the lead here. But how long could Stosek and Alleman last in the face of a fierce descent and the pace and the skill of the cross-country men behind them? The answer was not long enough, because eventually it was to be the cross-country men who had come to the fore. Brido, Avendetto, Schurter and Colombo taking control on a day that they just loved, relishing these trails. the cross country. In fact, every rider should certainly do that. Ravenstein and Stevjan chasing down Porro and Stutzman on that climb. As they came on the descent, as they came up the climb, the mountain goat climb out of the bowl at the bottom of Reebokskloof, it was the red jerseys who went to the fore. Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. And Willia Victoria and Scott Schramm were quite happy to let them set the pace and guide them up the trails they know so well. Trouble though for Alleman and Storsek, they were a long way off the pace. Their day in the sun had ended with that King of the Mountains climb, and now they were chasing and fighting for the minor placings. The racing though up front was all about the three teams. Glory beckoned for the red jerseys, for Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, hanging on for as much as they could, riding in the company of the greatest in the sport, in Nino Schurter and some of the other great cross-country races. And they were dropped, but they came surging back on the descent, and they thought, the two teams up ahead, that they'd dropped the pair in red. Not to be. They flew past on the left-hand side here. Tristan Norkier and Marco Hubert sensing an opportunity to maybe snatch a victory, a surprise victory. And those three teams were in the mix. Brido and Avendetto made a charge. And that last surge was too much for Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. They could not match the fearsome pace of those cross-country stars. They watched them go in the dust up ahead to fight it out for the stage victory, but they knew they'd done enough to secure third on the stage and third overall. The sprint for the line came down to a dice between these four cross-country stars, and it was Willia Victoria who took the win ahead of Scott Schramm mountain biking to take their second stage win of their first Absa Cape Epic journey. But the yellow jerseys secure in second place, extending their lead by a fraction, and a brilliant ride by this pair in red. What a day it was for Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. Top of the podium, once again the Kings of the Mountain. They were top of the podium yesterday on the stage. Kings of the Mountain today, Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek. But top of the podium on the stage, well, Willia Victoria. Big smiles from Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto. Polite applause from the two teams alongside them, but they had brought the fight all the way to the finish, particularly Tristan Norkier and Marco Hubert. What a day as they rode themselves into the top three on the overall general classification as they fought for the victory. They'll have to chase for all they're worth to try and take the yellow jerseys off Schurter and Colombo's shoulders, because they are looking so impressive in those jerseys. Well, what a day's racing we've had around Paarl Mountain today. We've got another day tomorrow, a similar type of trails and similar, well, perhaps the conditions won't be quite as extreme as today, but it's about recovery now for those riders and for every rider trying to survive and thrive at the Absa Cape Epic in 2025. Hard days, every single one here on the Absa Cape Epic. Now the work begins for those behind the scenes to help these teams and their riders recover and get the best out of their bodies for the next day. The open men, Marcus Nicolai and Lukas Koller, the German pair, continue to lead that. They won the stage today ahead of Niklas Ranke and Hans-Jürgen Jureczek. The Germans dominating the top of that category and looking very strong indeed. Very competitive teams coming from all over the world. This is for riders who do not have a UCI license between the ages of 19 and 39, so they're outside of those age group categories. This is those first of the age group categories. NTT Data Masters, great day out. South African teams to the fore again. Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall of GIC, one of our big sponsors here. And they took the win today. Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luthi, who won yesterday's stage, and Karl Platt and Kalle Freiberg. That is turning into a really competitive race, because Kalle Freiberg and Karl Platt have lost quite a lot of time today there. So the general classification could well have changed in the NTT Data Masters. Craig Uriah, former winner of that category, and a new partner in Charlie McFall from down here in the Cape. The GIC Grandmasters, men Yvonne Zugaste and Kara Agard continue to dominate that. Rob Sim and Udo Boltz, well, they've been around this category and the Masters category at the top end for many years. Olivier Infeld and Thomas Jonner from Switzerland. Third today, 19 minutes down. What a ride from Zugasti and Argaard, who continue to dominate that Grandmasters, GRC Grandmasters category. So Hubert and Tristan Norkier leading Pritzen and Wessel Buerter, 4 minutes and 47. Johan van Zyl and Travis Stedman, what a ride by this pair. Toyota Specialized combination. They were freed up to race their hearts out today. And Travis Stedman, a former road race champion of South Africa. In fact, there are two of them there. Pritzen as well, a former road race champion of South Africa. But showing that they are absolutely at home on the trails in the Absa Cape Epic. And the fight for red is real for all these riders. But Hubert and Norkier, if they keep the form they showed today going, they'll be difficult to dislodge from the top step of that category, that's for sure. Siemensberg Mountain in the distance. That is a challenge for later in the week. In fact, Fridays we'll head around the right-hand side of the mountain through the trails of Marati, Ida's Valley, down through the Doctor and Stellenbosch, and then over the neck and into Lawrenceford, where another 2 days of challenging riding awaits on the weekend. So, if this attracts you, you know you want to be here. It is the Absa Cape Epic year 22 next year. Put your name in the lottery and then get training, because it is something to do. It's the pinnacle of the Epic Series events. It is the pinnacle of mountain bike stage racing, and you want to test yourselves. Every mountain biker worth his salt wants to take part in the Absa Cape Epic and be part of the legend that is the Absa Cape Epic. The lottery is open, and the day after the event finishes, there'll be early bird entries as well opening up, and you've got to be quick there to get your entry in, and then you can start training for a full year. What about that training thing? Nick Lamont's done this a dozen times.
Baker's dozen maybe next year.
Okay, yes, please do. So, yeah, putting in that training, I mean, your initial year, the first time you do it.
Look, I mean, even amongst the pro teams, I think to put expectations of a top high-performance result on your first year at the Cape Epic is tough. And obviously, as an amateur, my first Cape Epic was a wonderful experience with my brother, and my second Cape Epic was similar. And we were really just building racecraft, starting to understand this race, understand when and how your body feels under such extreme pressure. And that all adds up over time, and I think that you can't rush that.
Yeah. So preparation is one thing, but riding your first one is almost preparation in itself for the next one and for the next one. As we move to the Queens of the Mountains, Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, and a little bit more pocket money for them as they take that Queen of the Mountains. And yeah, we just saw the app there, by the way, little note there. You download that Epic Series app, because everything you need to know about the Absa Cape Epic is there as it's happening now, and of course for the future, and also of course for all the other Epic Series events, the Four Islands Croatia, for the Andorra Epic Pyrenees, for the Spa Swiss Epic, and of course the F&B Wines to Wales, all involved there. Our Aramex Elite Women's Podium for Stage 3, Day 4 of the Absa Cape Epic. And some sensational racing, wonderful, wonderful competitive racing, and grit and determination showed by all these riders. Onto the podium for the first time as a combination. So good to see the all-South African pair. First time they're riding together. Titan Racing Hanika Messi. It is Hayley Preen and Bianca Hoare alongside them. In second place, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, Efficient Infinity, SCB Strand. And for the fourth day in a row, stepping up onto the top of the podium, Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, Toyota Specialized, they take the victory on the stage here. That was not without incident and battle with the team alongside them. Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa, and of course a fall or two for Anneke Langveld, but they survived, thrived, and eventually stormed to another race victory here at the Absa Cape Epic, and they have consolidated their hold on the overall standings, and they now have an overall lead that is nudging towards 12 minutes for Annika and Sophia. So a very, very impressive situation they find themselves in as they head into the just over halfway stage of this event. Many say it's backloaded, and it does create some real challenges. Just under 14 minutes. 13:59 is the overall lead for this pair. And Titan Racing Essie Hanekom 26 minutes further back, but they are in third. So orange on the shoulders of Langfall and Gomez Viafan, and a wonderful bouquet of flowers for this pair, who are proving to be as formidable as all others of the Toyota Specialized teams that have appeared here at the Absa Cape Epic. Smiles all round, celebration for this pair. It really has been a beautiful day of racing on these trails, and remember, thousands still out on those trails there they are in for a torrid day today, but that's what you sign up for when you push enter and take part in the Absa Cape Epic. Thanks Benno, thanks Nick for a thoroughly informative, entertaining day here.
Yeah, absolutely. What an amazing day, and thoughts out to everybody still on track.
Incredible day of racing today. I mean, the dynamics in there, the drama in there, just another beautiful day of Cape Epic racing. Can't wait for the stage tomorrow, but I guess everyone needs a rest right now, and a few of them still need to finish.
Benno's got to go and hug his wife. Welcome home very shortly. Charisse is heading home. Are they home?
Yes,
they are
just in.
Well done.
Just in.
Well done.
They made it.
Willett and Isla Stowe. So congratulations all our finishers today, and congratulations to the Paarl Trails team, Darren Herbst and his team. What a job you've done. We look forward to more tomorrow. Join us, you know where, for day number 5, stage number 4 tomorrow at the Absa Cape Epic. Cheers.
It's a Cape Epic, it's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa. Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.